Entonces, bueno, tío. Hello everyone, please take your seats because we're about to start. Thank you. Hello everyone, please could you gather up and have your seats? We're about to start in a minute. So, good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Limassol and to Ehds-Ai Connect 2026. We are delighted to welcome participants from across Europe, bringing together policymakers, healthcare leaders, researchers, and innovators to discuss the future of Ehds and trustworthy AI in healthcare. Over the next 2 days, we will explore how we can turn policy into practice and data into better care. My name is Melanie Fisenzu. I will be your moderator through the conference, and I will guide you through the sessions and help us stay on schedule. Just a brief note, try to keep the timings so we can have smooth transitions. So we'll start with the opening session, setting the policy and strategic context for Ehds and trustworthy AI. So I invite in the podium Professor Konstantinos Patihis for his welcoming speech. Thank you.
Καλημέρα σας, καλώς ορίσατε στην Κύπρο, Χριστός Ανέστη. Christ is risen, welcome to Cyprus. Christ is risen, we say this as we celebrate Orthodox Easter, 50 days after our Easter celebration. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this high-level conference organized under the Cyprus presidency of the Council of the European Union. On behalf of the National E-Health Authority, I would like to warmly thank you all for joining us here today in Limassol. Your presence reflects the strong commitment across Europe to advancing digital health, strengthening cooperation, and shaping the future of the European Health Union. This conference, building a trusted, secure, and AI-enabled European health data space for a stronger European Health Union, comes at a pivotal time for Europe. The European Health Data Space marks a major step forward in enabling secure, interoperable, and citizen-centered health data exchange across member states. At the same time, artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming healthcare, offering new opportunities to improve diagnosis, treatment, and efficiency. Together, trusted health data and responsible AI form the foundation of a new era in healthcare, one that is more connected, more intelligent, and more responsive to the needs of the citizens. As the National E-Health Authority of Cyprus, we are honored to contribute to this European effort. In this context, Cyprus is actively aligned with the European health data space. Our national e-health framework, established under the 2019 legislation, provides a strong foundation that is being further refined to fully meet Ehds-Ai's requirements. As the designated digital health authority and competent authority, the National E-Health Authority is leading this transition, ensuring governance, interoperability, and secure data exchange in line with European specifications. We are progressing with the implementation of MyHealth.eu services, including patient summary and e-prescription, and we are preparing for the rollout of additional services such as lab results, medical imaging, and hospital discharge reports. At national level, we are actively progressing the development of our digital health ecosystem. The National E-Health Authority is currently implementing a citizen-focused mobile health application planned for launch in November 2026. In parallel, preparations are well advanced for the National Electronic Health Record System, a major strategic investment of approximately €20 million, with the call for tenders expected to be launched in the coming months. This initiative builds on the work of the extended EHR joint action, positioning Cyprus among the first countries in Europe to translate Ehds-Ai's outcomes into national implementation. It has also been shaped through close management engagement with key stakeholders, including the Pan-Cyprian Medical Association and the Federation of Patient Associations of Cyprus. At the same time, we are enhancing our national infrastructure to support both primary and secondary use of health data, including future participation in Health Data EU early 2027. Cyprus is also proud to coordinate Ehds-Ai, a major European joint action bringing together 27 member states and Norway to develop the common specifications and interoperability framework underpinning the European health data space. Importantly, the outcomes of this joint action are being formally delivered to the European Commission this week, contributing directly to the next phase of Ehds-Ai's implementation. Through this leadership, Cyprus is actively shaping the technical foundations of a trusted and interoperable European health data ecosystem. This conference has been carefully designed to support this shared European vision. Over the next 2 days, the program includes 10 sessions, bringing together 70 chairs and panelists from 18 member states, and we are pleased to welcome approximately 180 participants attending in person, with more than 500 joining online. Over the next 2 days, we will bring together policymakers, health authorities, clinicians, industry leaders to explore how we move from policy to implementation. Our discussions will focus on operationalizing the European health data space, ensuring interoperability, enabling the responsible and trustworthy use of AI, scaling innovation from pilot projects to real-world deployment. Importantly, this is not only a conference about technology or regulation, it is about people. It is about improving patient outcomes, supporting healthcare professionals, and ensuring that every European citizen benefits from high-quality, safe, and equitable healthcare services. A key element of our discussions will be trust. Trust is how data are governed. Trust is how AI systems are developed and deployed. And trust is how institutions collaborate across Europe. Building this trust requires transparency, strong governance, and continuous cooperation. At the same time, we must ensure that innovation continues to thrive. Europe has a unique opportunity to lead in the development of trustworthy, human-centric digital health solutions. Finally, I would like to emphasize the importance of collaboration. The success of the European health data space and the responsible deployment of AI depends on all of us, European institutions, member states, healthcare providers, patients, researchers, and industry. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the leadership and partners of the XTHR and TechTas2 joint actions, the successful organization of their final meetings in Cyprus this week, together with their important contribution in shaping the program of this conference, has played a key role in bringing us all together here today. This conference provides a valuable platform to exchange experience, share best practices, and build the partnerships needed for the next phase of implementation. I would also like to warmly thank all participants from member states who have traveled to Cyprus. Your presence here, particularly in the context of the current regional situation, reflects a strong commitment to collaboration and to advancing our shared European priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all speakers and participants for contributing to this important dialogue. I am confident that our discussions over the next 2 days will provide meaningful insights and concrete directions for advancing a trusted, secure, and AI-enabled European health data ecosystem. I wish you a productive and inspiring conference. Thank you.
So we thank the President of the National E-Health Authority of Cyprus for his welcoming speech. And now we will move on to the pre-recorded message from the Commissioner for Health and Animal Welfare, Mr. Oliver Varelli. So you can have
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank the Cypriot Presidency for underlining the importance of the European health data space by organizing today's conference. This is a decisive moment for Europe. As highlighted in the Letta and Draghi reports, Europe's ability to innovate depends increasingly on using data at scale under trusted conditions. In Europe, we have the depth, quality, and scale of health data, but other parts of the world have been faster and more effective in turning even smaller volumes of data into more innovation. Data and artificial intelligence are already reshaping health systems in Europe, and they will do so even more profoundly in the years ahead. With the proper implementation, the European health data space will be a key driver of European competitiveness. It is also a key building block of our resilience, making us better able to withstand internal and external shocks. Above all, it is about delivering better health outcomes for our citizens. The secondary use of data is the most transformative part of this. By making structured and trusted access to health data across borders possible, it will be a game changer for research and innovation. It will also provide the foundation we need to develop and train artificial intelligence solutions in healthcare. And it will ensure that this happens on the basis of high quality, diverse, and trusted data sets. The regulation entered into force in 2025. Now comes the decisive phase, delivery. By March 2027, all the necessary implementing and delegated acts will be in place. Then, member states will have 2 years before the data exchange starts in both primary and secondary use. This will require considerable efforts, including the establishment of national and EU-level infrastructures and procedures. The Commission is here to support you with guidance and coordination and technical assistance. But delivery will depend on everyone's commitment. If we succeed, we will modernize our health systems. We will improve healthcare delivery. We will boost Europe's innovation capacity. And we will reinforce our strategic autonomy in critical domains. This is the promise of the European health data space. Thank you.
We thank Mr. Varela for his pre-recorded message. And we also have a pre-recorded message from the European Parliament from Adam Yarubas, Chair of the Committee on Public Health, that will be delivered by the member of the European Parliament, Mr. Hadjipandelas.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, I'm truly honored to address this high-level conference, and I'm disappointed I cannot be there with you today, as I'm in Strasbourg for the plenary session of the European Parliament. Allow me to begin with a warm message from a dear colleague, Adam Yarubas, Chair of the European Parliament's Committee on Public Health. Adam deeply regrets not being able to join you in person today, but he asked me to convey his full support for this conference and for the priorities the Cyprus presidency has put at the heart of the European health agenda. Adam and I share a firm conviction. The European health data space is not a technical exercise. It is a political commitment to better, fairer, and more resilient health care for every European citizen. As a member of the SANT Committee, I have followed closely the journey of the European health data space from its conception through to the hard work of implementation that is now underway. What this conference represents is exactly the right direction we need, moving from regulation on paper to real impact on the ground. When we align health records and strong data governance, we are not just modernizing our health system, we are empowering patients, accelerating research, and strengthening Europe's digital sovereignty. But let us be honest, the hard work starts now. Member states are at different stages of readiness. Cyprus, through its presidency, is setting the right tone. This conference is sending a clear signal that the European Health Union is not an abstract ambition. It is being built here together today. I look forward to your discussions, and I'm confident that the outcomes of these 2 days will shape the next phase of implementation for all of Europe. Thank you.
We thank Adam Yarubas for his message on behalf of the European Parliament, and we also thank Mr. Hadjipandelas for delivering the message. So we're moving on to the European Commission. We have Fulvia Raffaelli on behalf of the DG Sante, which is the head of unit on digital health. I invite Fulvia on the floor. Thank you.
Kalimera se olus. Good morning, everybody. My pleasure to be here, of course, opening the conference on behalf of the European Commission. Let me begin by thanking, of course, the Cyprus presidency for placing the European health data space at the center of this agenda. The theme of this conference is both timely and necessary. It brings together the right stakeholders, policymakers, health authorities, hospitals, healthcare professionals, researchers, and industry to address the next phase of the European digital health transformation. We meet at a decisive moment for Europe. We just heard from the Commissioner. Across the world, data and artificial intelligence are reshaping economies and public services, and health is no exception. Health data is a strategic asset, and AI in health is an urgent discussion. But What do we mean in practice when we refer to AI in health? Let me share some concrete example of its real-world impact. Clinical AI tools have reduced time, critical delays in pulmonary embolism triage system, cutting time to treatment by several hours. Digital scribes and related tools have reduced documentation time by up to 17%, giving clinicians more time to care for patients and reducing burnout among healthcare professionals. Predictive analytics can anticipate patient flows, allowing hospitals to allocate staff and resources more efficiently, helping to build more dynamic and resilient healthcare systems. The benefits for the patients, for the healthcare professional, and for the system level are undeniable and, frankly speaking, exciting. Yet, we must be attentive about the challenges and the risks. AI can reinforce inequalities between and within member states, introduce bias, and raise legitimate concerns about trust and safety. Addressing this risk is a precondition for successful deployment. Yes, AI holds the potential to transform healthcare delivery across Europe, enabling earlier and more accurate diagnosis, more personalized treatment, more efficient resource of uses, and more sustainable health system. The challenge is now to move from piloting to large-scale deployment so that this ongoing revolution can benefit every one of us. The Commission AI strategy adopted in October 2025 sets out a roadmap to accelerate the AI adoption in Europe as a key industry through healthcare. It established a network of AI-powered advanced screening center, for which very recently a 9 million call was just closed, and a European network of expertise on AI deployment in health that will build up on our big project, Compass AI. The strategy also promotes the development of EU guidance to ensure the responsible and trustworthy use of AI in pharmacovigilance and regulatory activities. We encourage an AI-first policy so that more companies and public bodies consider AI as part of the solution to tackle challenges while carefully weighing its benefit and risk. Building on it, we are now working collaboratively with our colleagues across the Commission on implementation, bridging regulation and innovation to ensure synergetic applications of our comprehensive legislation framework, which includes the AI Act, the medical device regulation, and the in vitro diagnostic regulation, the GDPR, the new pharma legislation, and of course, the European health data space. These regulations create a conducive environment for implementing AI in the healthcare sector, respecting ethical standards, safety, and data privacy. In a global race on AI, Europe must lead, not only to enhance competitiveness and innovation, but also to export our model, which always places the person at the center. By responsibly leveraging health data at scale, Europe can transform its diversity into a strength, boosting innovation, attracting investment, and shaping global leadership in AI and biotechnology. The European health data space is pivotal in this transformation. This is not just another regulatory framework. It is a catalyst for change, for modernization of health systems and improving healthcare for citizens, for unlocking health data for research and innovation, for developing trustworthy AI in health, and finally, for strengthening Europe's competitiveness. By creating a common European framework for health data, the HDS enables secure access, sharing, and reuse data across borders, and sets the foundation for trustworthy, unbiased, and safe AI-based solutions in healthcare. This is essential in Europe. It is essential for Europe to compete globally in digital health and AI. It was said already, the adoption of the regulation was only the starting point. We are now making steady progress towards its implementation. And over the past months, the Commission has worked closely with the Member States and with many of you to prepare the implementing acts, covering technical specification, interoperability, requirements, and operational rules. And a first implementing act on the establishment of the HDS board has already been adopted, while a wave of 12 implementing acts is progressing steadily with the goal of adoption by March 2027. In parallel, of course, we are building the technical infrastructures. MyHealth.eu, already operational, provides the foundation to the cross-border in primary use, while Health Data@EU is under development to support secondary use. Together, this will form the backbone of a connected European health data ecosystem. But implementation is also about governance. In the coming months, we will establish the HDS board to coordinate implementation at the European level, along with the dedicated steering groups for primary and secondary use infrastructures. The stakeholder forum will ensure that all relevant actors, patients, healthcare professionals, industry, and researchers are fully involved in shaping the system. And this governance structure is really essential to ensure transparency to citizens, to build citizens, trust, healthcare professional, trust, and finally, innovation, SARS. Ladies and gentlemen, my vision is clear. EU citizens deserve healthcare systems that are efficient, equitable, and future-proof. Digitalization and AI-based solutions are key enablers in this transition, always in tandem with human factors such as training, digital literacy, and above all, trust. The HDS gives a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reshape our health systems, including through the safe and trustworthy deployment of AI. Their joint interaction will make our hospitals more connected, more secure, more innovative, and more human-centered. This conference is very important step in our implementation journey. Over the next 2 days, we will address critical questions: how to translate policy into practice, how to deploy AI safely in healthcare, how to scale innovation, and how to ensure that HDS delivers tangible benefits for citizens and health tech systems. These discussions are vital because the overall sustainability of the systems, and I'm not speaking just about financial sustainability, but also from the perspective of patients and healthcare professionals, depends on our collective ability to move from rules to rapid implementation. Only together can we deliver a modern, competitive, and resilient European health system. Looking forward to work with all of you. Thank you very much.
We thank Mrs. Fulvia Raffaelli for her insightful speech. And we will move on now to Angelo Marino. He is the head of Department of Health and Food from HDEA. So, Mr. Marino, please take the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to all of you. My pleasure to be here with you. And thanks to Fulvia that she is setting the stage for AI, EHDS. I'm going to, let's say, go a little bit further. At HDEA, the Health and Digital Executive Agency, we do not just implement policy. We do not just run programs. As we say, we turn vision into reality, concrete, on the field, on the ground. We do this by fostering the synergy among different funding programs. The one that is well known by all of you, I'm sure, is the EU for Health program. But we have other programs, the research program, Horizon Europe. We have the Digital Europe program that contributes strongly to what is the matter today. We have also the Connecting Europe Facility program, which is essential, represents the backbone where all the data, all the digital elements, they will fly. Ehds is a prominent example of this vision of putting into the ground, running really on the floor, a vision, a policy, a regulation. Just to give you an indication, under EU for Health program only, we have already spent more than 110 million, funding about 77 projects which have laid down the groundwork for the implementation of the Ehds. Together with the key stakeholders, a lot of you present today, healthcare professionals, researchers, industry policymakers, we are putting in place the first data space in Europe. The Ehds is part of a larger vision, the vision of data spaces, the vision that Fulvia has mentioned. The future belongs to who is able to manage data, the power of data. Fulvia has mentioned AI. AI without data doesn't work. So, in this strategy of data spaces, the health domain has been the first one to be regulated, thanks to a lot of work of a lot of colleagues. And in ADEA, in the agency, we are committed to support innovation in the digital domain, which aligns perfectly with the Cyprus presidency priority. This is talking about autonomy through competitiveness. If we go look a little bit more in detail, what do? We do not just finance. They look at us as the granting authority. But we have plenty of colleagues that are helping, are advising, are following, are working together with the colleagues in the Commission in order to achieve the objectives that are there. Basically, there are three main pillars, if you want. Two of them are very already common and mentioned here. The primary use of health data, data that are collected directly for the healthcare delivery. Exeter joint action with the 58 partners, 27 countries, which at the close event yesterday just presented the results here in Cyprus. They established the implementation guidelines in detail, the technical specifications, to make sure that the exchange of data between European countries is seamless. It's not just about standardization. This will empower individuals to control their data. It's about assuring member states, stakeholders, the care professionals, and industry are engaged in take-up and implementing the objective that is part of the regulation, including, as has been mentioned, the implementation acts. The second one has been already largely mentioned, the secondary use of data, in particular in the health domain. Secure, first word, ethical, Fulvia has mentioned this, reuse of data for what? Research, innovation, competitiveness, policy making, patient safety. The TEDAS2 joint action, that you will see some of the insights tomorrow, with the 47 partners, 25 countries. They prepare the ground for harmonizing the implementation of the secondary use. This will unlock the power of data, as we mentioned before. These two pillars, if I have to say, are glued together by what we call another pillar, where in our actions we do fund direct member states. While joint actions are putting together entities, representatives from member states, with the direct grants, we're feeding the technical guidance, the preparation for the implementation of the regulation. And a lot of member states, as has been said, they are not at the same level of maturity, but they are rolling out cross-border digital health services, like, for example, e-prescriptions, patient summaries, and soon we will have images, lab results, hospital discharge reports, all this fully electronic for every European citizen traveling, moving in Europe in a secure, interoperable, and accessible way. If we move to a specific domain that I would like to mention in particular, because there the data, they do represent something that Fulvia has already mentioned, the improvement, how better we can do our care of the EU citizen. And I would like to mention cancer. Another joint action, ECAN, now is called Move to ECAN Plus. The digital capabilities of cancer centers in Europe are improving the prevention and the care. There is a new joint action, it's called Cancer Watch, that we finance as well. Improves the cancer registries to feed all together aggregated data in the European Cancer Information System and ultimately in the HDS infrastructure as well. As we said before, the data are the power of the future. In particular here, the data are the essential element to ensure that the improvement of the health systems in Europe are going in the direction. AI, as just also been mentioned, is an enabler. AI is not a decision maker, but is helping making decisions. Focus on deployment, a lot of evolution has been seen, but what we will see in the future is even more prominent. Has been mentioned already the Compass AI, but I would like to mention other example of projects like UNICA or breast scan. These are pilot models, are piloting tools for imaging analysis and contribute to European Cancer Imaging Initiative that has been put forward. Is a European repository of imaging, in particular to be checked directly online with helping of speeding up the process of care. We recently launched the call on which we are preparing some of the new contracts and grants, and I would like just to mention the initiative leveraging AI in Delta for cardiovascular health and related non-communicable disease, and the health data AI in the biotech sector. So as you can see, we are not just financing coordination action, or we are just not joint actions, but we are doing a lot of this. And as I mentioned before, we do this by pulling the synergies by different programs. But just before to close, I would like to express my appreciation for the work that has been just mentioned this morning at the starting, and in particular to the Ehds-Ai Consortium, led by the Cyprus National Health Authority, which delivered an incredible high work quality technical specification, and I know personally under an immense pressure. So this is something that we are very pleased to do it. These are not just reports and deliverable as we ask formally to do it, but as also Fulvia has mentioned, these are the foundations of the European health data space. And the TEDx2 partners as well, later in the conference, they will present the latest work, as I mentioned. important, trustworthy, interoperable environments for reusing data, which, as we said, these sets will unlock competitiveness and innovation. But I would also say thank you to Cyprus presidency in particular. As we said, as we have heard, Cyprus is well advanced integration into MyAltitude, revamping the surveillance system for notifiable diseases, playing an important regional global importance to detect and respond to future health threats efficiently. I'm pleased to underline the fact that there are several programs working together that we are responsible for. No project works in silos. We said before, the synergies between EU4Health projects, direct grants, projects like in the Digital Europe program, the Shaped, the Quantum in Horizon, prove that the collaboration is the greatest strength for reaching our achievements. Helping to shape a secure, interoperable and data-driven European Health Union where innovation is, as has been mentioned, human-centered, centered on the humans, on the citizen, truly serving the citizen well-being in Europe. And with this, I stop here and I say thank you for your attention.
I want to thank Mr. Marino for his speech and for the honor of having both of them, Mrs. Raffaelli and him, here in Cyprus. Thank you so much. So let's move on to our last but not least speaker for the opening session, for the keynote address, Mr. Professor Schizas, ex-THR Joint Action Coordinator and former President of the National E-Health Authority of Cyprus. Mr. Schizas, take the floor.
Thank you. Welcome to Cyprus. Welcome to Limassol. And let me start my talk today. And you may be wondering, what do Hippocrates, Sanders, Montpellier, and a forgotten statue is doing there, and honeybees, a moving train, have in common with the European health data space. We go through and analyze this together and find out the relation. It goes over centuries. And it is not possible to know medicine without knowing what a human is. This said many centuries ago, 2,400 years ago, and it was followed over the years with the principle of looking into the human health. They were not looking at the disease, but the human health. All these people had in common, all these Europeans, if it was possible to get together and discuss the European health data space regulation, maybe we would have done the same. But let's see how this can be envisioned. If we concentrate on health and the axis around where health is moving, and visualize this, we will discover that our ecosystem is moving around disease. We are not concentrating on health, but the problem, on the disease. I often call ministries of health as ministries of disease, because the ministers are dealing with disease instead of health. And unless you pursue, we're dealing with disease and we are avoiding health. We want to move one step forward and look at the disease. We might go back to 2,000 years ago and discover Ehds-Ai, who was to be a goddess of, in the ancient days, it was a goddess, and they believed in health. And this statue represents this, reminds us that we must concentrate on health. Therefore, if we take the citizen and develop the citizen-centered philosophy and look at the citizen from the health perspective, we'll soon discover that we need data. This data will build the ecosystem, and we start collecting this data from day one of conception and store it somewhere. It will tell us about primarily the health of the citizen. And if we look at the, and try and see the quality of this health and develop a health data point philosophy, a data quality which is an act of patient care. So we must concentrate on that. And collect this data and see the honey as the value created from high quality of data for the citizen care. The bees as the healthcare providers are collecting this data, and the data contributors as well. And the hive logic is the collective system building the citizen benefit. So the citizen will be seen surrounded by all the data related to his health and the importance. We're going to concentrate on this aspect. We're going to involve stakeholder participation, citizens, data holders, data users, regulators, industry developers, policymakers, and healthcare professionals. All these are contributing to the ecosystem, and it's a huge effort to handle all this, tremendous effort to handle this. When we realize that this is the situation and all these stakeholders must play together and carry this great value of the data, we realize that we need a legal framework to support it. And what we discovered in Cyprus in 2015, that we needed a legal framework to build it and support this framework. So we decided to introduce the national e-health law in Cyprus. And I'm very happy to see here in the audience the former Minister of Health, who listened to me one afternoon, and he was convinced that we should dare and have a law, a dedicated law in Cyprus to support this. And this citizen-centered philosophy that became a reality in 2019, because we actually said must serve the citizen and develop the citizen-centric philosophy and begin from there. A national e-health authority was established, which reminds us today the Digital Health Authority, which is dictated by the European Health Data Space Regulation, Article 19, a few years ago. And it served in this purpose as the national contact point for e-health, serving My Health at EU, the centralized single e-health record data bank, and many others. So we have seen from this perspective that the European Health Data Space Regulation is following similar philosophy, similar perspectives. All these philosophers and all doctors got together in Europe in a different era and talked about the regulation. And today we have a regulation which is agreed by all Europeans because it's citizen-centric, the philosophy and common agreement. And let's see a bit more what this e-health, European Health Data Space Express, we want to establish today, and Fulvia said with the Comitology Committee, and all this, how can we envision all these parameters contributing to this exercise? A train needs a coal to run. It needs water together to make this power. So the humanistic and democratic and ethical foundations of Europe can be seen as the coal needed. The water as the data collected and put together the trusted citizen-centered values, give the power to these elements together to make the train move. Which carries primary use and secondary use applications, terms, if you like, which for some technical reasons are separated, and we're trying to see them together now. To bring them together and make them function, you need interoperability and standardization. These are very useful, but not those that they dictate the essence of the European Health Data Space Regulation express line, but they are the facilitators. And we often concentrate on interoperability, as we said yesterday, and we forget what is important beyond interoperability. So if you make them, put them together, see the primary use, the electronic health record, the patient summary, the prescription, etc. From the secondary point of view, the secure processing environments, data catalogs, transparency portal, data permit, data quality, curation tools, etc. and actually bring them together and see them as one exercise jointly and inspire them and exchange the knowledge and activities with these two notions, you are going to achieve and elevate the health and well-being of the citizen. And have the enablers. You associate this with the format, the electronic health exchange format, which implies that you need one single electronic health record for every citizen, interoperable across Europe. Unless you make this possible, there is no chance to, my view, to achieve the dream of the European Health Data Space regulation and Ehds Express. How you envision this? You see the train moving across Europe, cross-border infrastructure, and providing the EU central services. And you see the national nodes that are somehow independent with each other, but connected and talk to each other. And this is the dream of having a European citizen moving around without wondering or worrying about where his record is situated and whether he's in a remote area, in a faraway town from his hometown. The record should be accessible through this system. And then, different categories of health data are collected in each country, in each station, in each place. These are somehow technologically connected as the this type of data that can be organized and managed through national single e-health record banks, which is demonstrated there. And this is how the Cyprus paradigm is envisioned. It remains, of course, to be fully implemented, still waiting. We're not claiming that we have done, we reached there, but at least it's there waiting the priorities to happen. And when this is achieved and have all these electronic health records all together, then there is a hope to apply AI. If you remove AI from there, you can still use the records without AI. But if you employ AI and amalgamate primary use and secondary use, what is going to be the result? They're going to fertilize all these dreams that are listed here: correct treatment, personalized medicine, preventive care, early diagnosis, public health, evidence-informed policies, together. Not the primary use will do this and the secondary use will do that. This officer will deal with primary and this with secondary, and they move in parallel reins. They must get together and think about this to facilitate AI. And when this happens, the bees will collect better honey, because the flowers will blossom, will be fertilized better with the new data, and we're going to have more and better honey returning to the hive, and this serves the citizen. So as you move along this and encourage this exercise to happen, you're going to build the fundamental system with better data, which is going to serve the citizen. Now, the challenges. Workforce and organizational readiness. Health professional burnout, implementation burden, it's very, we must face this. Skills to use AI in primary and secondary use and organizational readiness for data-driven and AI-enabled. We have to revisit medical curricula in medical schools because we have to educate better, inform better our doctors, which, as we mentioned yesterday in our closing, hardly participate because it's difficult. We have to grab them and bring them in to participate in this exercise. Public trust and legitimacy, public understanding and data ownership, control and benefit, trust, transparency and social legitimacy of data use and AI, and lastly, governance and sustainability. Governance of AI-enabled output and accountability. We're going to see some of these in this conference later today and tomorrow. Sustainable incentives, financing, and value sharing, and even implementation capacity across member states. This is very, very important to do. And let me now allow me to give my perspective or our perspective into this for how can Europe turn parallel primary and secondary use work streams into a single EHDS learning cycle. As we see the EHDS learning cycle, the 4 stages, interoperable care data capture, govern secondary use, evidence validation, health system improvement. We must bring this together. We must reuse, capture care data in an interoperable and quality access way, reuse data under EHDS governance, generate and validate evidence, translate insights into health system improvement. And this is the perspective of a future joint action, and I don't mean the joint action, the fund and joint action like XDHR, but another effort as a joint pan-European action to take this into end-to-end implementation, from parallel primary and secondary use implementation blocks to one EHDS learning cycle demonstrated through real scenarios. And bring together the stages. And this is the perspective, a joint action for EHDS, end-to-end implementation, moving from parallel primary and secondary use implementation blocks to one operational EHDS learning cycle, demonstrated through real scenarios, and in this perspective, interoperable care data capture, govern secondary use, evidence validation, and health systems improvement are no longer viewed as separate work streams, but as ordered and connected stages of one continuous cycle. AI, the center of this cycle, stands the citizens as both the reference point and the ultimate beneficiary of the system. And if we manage this in Europe, will become stronger, will be the continent that will serve the citizens in this way, with one perspective, however. And as Europe grows stronger together through implementations, it also becomes more capable for transmitting this idea beyond itself, not as a model of technical expansion alone, but as a civilization contribution grounded in its history, its heritage, and its ethical responsibility towards the wider world. Because Europe deserves to play this role as the old continent that is having this experience and show and demonstrate to the rest of the world, not by conquering, as we did many, many years ago, but bringing civilization in this respect for serving the citizens. At least this is my view as a citizen of Europe. And having said this, I would like to thank you and thank my friends here. I invited today to share my views with you. Thank you.
We thank Professor Schizas for his exceptional presentation, and a big thank you to all of our speakers for setting such an important and inspiring context for the discussions ahead. So we will now move to our first plenary session, EHDS from Policy to Practice, Enabling Better Care and Health Innovation. It's my pleasure to invite the chair of this session, Dr. Theodoros Kyprianou, to take the floor. Thank you.
Hello, thank you all for being here with us today. Let me introduce our panelists for today, who is, and please have your seats, Mr. Vagoras Tambouris, Director of Nursing Services at the Ministry of Health, Republic of Cyprus, Mrs. Niki Tsouma, Chief Executive Officer and at the e-Government Center for Health and Social Security, IDIKA, from Greece, is not here. And Markus Kalliola. Markus is the Program Director at Tehdas 2 Joint Action, the Finnish Innovation Fund Sitra from Finland. Ms. Sarada Das. Is Sarada here? Excellent. Sarada is the Secretary General on the Standing Committee of European Doctors, the CPME. Thank you for coming. Bianca Pop, Project Officer from the European Patients Forum. Very important participation. Thank you for coming. Dr. George Pambaridis. Thank you. Dr. Pambaridis was a former Minister of Health, Cyprus, pivotal role in implementation of the Cyprus NHS, and of course the e-health structures in Cyprus. And Mrs. Iodana Eleftheriadou, Senior Expert on Digital Health from DG Sante, European Commission. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. So, the European health data space is no longer a conceptual or a regulatory discussion, and is neither anymore just an IT exercise. And the question for us, and today, is very practical. How do we operationalize this structure within real health systems in Europe, with real constraints, and how we deliver value early? So what's the scope today? 3 things. 1, national readiness and governance. 2, integration into existing e-health ecosystems. And 3, how this translates into tangible benefit for citizens, clinicians, and innovation. And we will explore these 3 topics with our eminent guests here, because the success of European health data space, as it was said previously, will not be judged by the implementation of the legislation, but by whether it changes care at the bedside, by whether it provides the opportunity for European citizens to maintain and promote their health, as Professor Ehds-Ai said before, and by whether it will enable research and innovation, meaningful initiatives based on the implementation of the provisions of the European health data space. Right, so I will ask now the panelists, and it's going to be the first part of our discussion today, to give us a 3-4 minutes perspective on these 3 questions. And then we will continue with the next part, will be the presentation of 2 questions on the board with options for you to vote. And then the third is going to be an open discussion that we will address questions either from the audience or those that will arise from your presentations and positions. All right. Excellent. Thank you very much. And let's call Evagoras first. If you want to come to the podium, Evagoras, thank you.
Good morning to everyone. It's an honor to be here with my colleagues Konstantinos, representing Ministry of Health. The European health data space represents one of the most ambitious policies within the European Health Union, aiming to fundamentally transform how health data is accessed, shared, and reused across member states. It is a core HDS seeks to empower citizens by granting them secure digital access to their electronic health data while ensuring that the data can move seamlessly across borders when needed for care. A key strategy innovation for EHDS is a clear distinction between the primary use of health data focused on the direct patient care and secondary to use for data for research, innovation, public health surveillance, and policy making. This dual use model allows Europe to unlock the value of health data while maintaining strict safeguards and transparency. Shared infrastructures such as My Health EU and Health Data EU, alongside common interoperability standards like the European Electronic Health Records Exchange format, are designed to implement this vision. From a policy perspective, EHDS is not merely a regulatory exercise, but a long-term system transformation that strengthens resilience, preparedness, sustainability of health systems across Europe, positioning health data as a strategy, access for better outcomes, and smarter governance. For Cyprus, the European health data space carries strategy significant to the national characteristics such as its small population, high levels of tourism, and frequent cross-border healthcare needs. EHDS directly supports continuity of care by enabling the secure exchange of patient summaries, electronic prescription, and other critical health information with the other EU member states. The capability is especially important in emergency care and unplanned treatment scenarios involving visitors of Cyprus citizens abroad, where timely access to accurate medical information can be life-saving. Beyond individual patient care, EHDS strengthens public health planning and system management in Cyprus by enabling access to high-quality interoperable and comparable data sets. This data set supports epidemiological surveillance, chronic disease management, health technology assessment, and more robust evidence-based policy making. Cyprus' engagement through the National e-Health Authority and participation in My Health EU demonstrates tangibility progress towards alignment with European standards. EHDS also opens new opportunities that Cypriot researchers, universities, and small and medium-sized enterprises to participate in EU-wide research innovation ecosystem. Leverage secondary use of the health data under strict governance conditions. Importantly, the societal impact extends the citizens themselves who benefit from the great transparency, improved data access, and clearer rights over how their health information is used. In this way, EHDS supports not only the system efficiency, but also public trust and social value creation within the Cypriot health system. Role of Ministry of Health. Effective implementation of the European health data space depends on strong governance and clear policy leadership, with the Ministry of Health playing a certain coordinating role. EHDS is not solely a technical initiative. It requires coherent governance framework that clearly defines responsibility among ministries, regulators, healthcare providers, data holders, and technology vendors. One of the ministry's primary responsibilities is to provide strategy direction, assure national alignment with HDS requirements, including interoperability standards, certification of electronic health record system, and compliance with the EU infrastructures, such as My Health. Close collaboration with National e-Health Authority is essential to translate regulatory obligations into operational reality, particularly in areas such as integration, stakeholder coordination, standards adoption. The ministry must also ensure that the data protection and cybersecurity considerations are embedded by design, maintaining alignment with GDPR, while addressing emergency cyber risk increasingly interconnected system.
Thank you very much, Valoras. And we move with our next panelist. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the presidency for inviting me to this panel. And before I start my address, I would like to address the people not in the room. So, of course, we have like to see all the stakeholders here also with us. Unfortunately, that was not possible today, but doesn't mean that you're not important. So Anybody following this remotely, you are very important to the ESDS and to the implementation, so very much happy to talk to you in other occasions on site. So this panel, I think it started with the most difficult question, policy into practice. And I feel that we often celebrate the policy too early. I don't mean that celebrating things and milestones is not important. It is. I, of course, always celebrate anything possible, but I think we need to see the long game. As we have heard in the previous speak, the ESDS is not a short sprint. It's an initiative that we need to implement for a long time. But by saying that we celebrate too early, we've seen lately, for example, with the digital omnibus, that sometimes we have to go back and the regulation wasn't what we expected it to be. We've seen that also in health. If you think about the Cross-Border Healthcare Directive 2011, the citizen has the right to have cross-border treatments, but how many citizens know about it? How many uses it and how easy it is to use? So I think with the ESDS we need to be aware of this. We need to think what is a success. When do we have success in the primary use? Is it when we have implemented the governance, when we have the technical things in place, when we have the working system, when we have the e-prescriptions, patient summaries potentially flying across the countries? Or do we have the success when we have the citizens actually getting the prescriptions from the pharmacies, requesting those services? So do we stop and think about the demand side? How do we make this awareness? I think the same with the secondary use. What is success? I think another thing I would like to address when we think the end in mind, especially for the secondary use, we need to discuss the cultural change needed to take place in the research community among data holders. We need to discuss the mindsets of people. This is something that we forgot in Finland, and I think we will have time to discuss this more later when we implemented the Act on the Secondary Use 2019-2020 in Finland. And we sort of underplayed the importance of the cultural change within all the organizations. And now when we are implementing the ESDS, of course we sort of start from the top down. We have the regulation, we have the nominated organizations, but there are so many organizations that need to be involved in the whole ecosystem of the secondary use. And how do we reach those all? How do we explain this? Why we are doing what we are doing, and why they should play along? So I think we need to think end in mind. We need to think it from the perspective of the citizens. Thanks for Christos for your presentation, and you really highlighted the role of the citizens on all of this. I'm glad that I don't have slides because I could never compete with the bees and the trail tracks and all of that. But yeah, I think we need to, I think that's my main message. Let's define the success. Let's define what we really want from the regulation and work from that end to the practice today. However, I compete a bit with you, Christos, anyway, with my last analogy here. So if anybody follows chess and like the game, I'm not a good player, but I like to watch it. And with chess, you have always three phases. You have the opening, when you start moving your pieces. You have the middle game with the strategic choices that you make. And then you have the end game. I think that with the ESDS, we have made the opening now. We are entering the middle game until March 29, and then it starts the end game. And in the end game, it's usually the small pieces that counts. It's the small soldiers that win the game. And these are the healthcare workforce. These are the patients, the citizens. And I think that's something that we need to think about. Okay, I think that's all from me for now, and looking forward for the panel.
Thank you, Markus.
Good morning, and also from my side, first of all, a big thank you to our kind hosts, Professor Sisas, Professor Patichis, for allowing us to attend here, share our views, and engage in what has already been a very interesting discussion. My name is Shahar Adash. I'm the Secretary General of the Standing Committee of European Doctors. For those who might not know us, we represent national medical associations across Europe, and the mission is to bring doctors' voices to European policymaking. So I think you put it as grabbing doctors and getting them involved. I'm trying to do that today. And indeed, the opening question is quite a challenge. It's a big one, but I would like to maybe just leave two key aspects with you for the moment. So CPME has been following this process since the very first ideas of a European health data space. And really, throughout the time, I think we were following two key aspects. One is safety and the other is user-friendliness. So maybe to look at the first, we see now that a lot of the preparatory work, also in the joint actions, has been focusing around the technical infrastructures and the governance of the systems, and also looking at cybersecurity risks. But our members, indeed, they put a lot of emphasis on this, and they have a lot of questions around what the impact will be on the safety of patient data. And maybe to share that we carried out a survey among our members last year, and many of the respondents were concerned that medical confidentiality may be compromised by electronic health records. So this is something that we need to take a close look at. And one of the concerns was, for example, that unauthorized health professionals gain access. So these are very practical things that are now on the agenda at CPME and hopefully also on EHDS. And we mentioned trust already. I think taking action on these kind of measures is a way to build trust. And very practically, this could look, for example, at what happens if there is a data breach. We know now My Health at EU is being developed. There are security protocols being put in place, and these are the kind of questions that could be addressed there. Second priority is user-friendliness, which we also defined a little bit as feasibility and findability. Feasibility, I'm sure we'll be discussing also a lot tomorrow, but maybe let me focus on the more immediate concerns. I think a lot of our members are hoping that the European process can learn from bad experience from national digital reforms. And that is also why we are trying to put questions into this process. And our sort of main driver is really that form must follow function. So last year we also adopted a policy where we try to define from the doctor's point of view, what does user-friendliness mean? And this takes many functions, but really the principle is that the clinical value and as well users' needs should direct the technical specifications around this. So this applies in many areas. So for example, how to balance structured and unstructured data. And we are really encouraging also, and I'm very encouraged to hear there were many calls already today to involve health professionals in these early stages of development. CPME itself, we are very pleased to be part of the I2X project, of which also some consortium members are here. And our main role there is also to provide input on users' needs and what usability means. And we encourage really to measure usability. There are scales to do this, and this is something that would be a step forward. So maybe I leave that there as an opening statement, and I look forward to the rest of the debate. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. My name is Bianca Pop. I'm currently working as project officer at the European Patients Forum. And for those of you who are not, for those of you in the room and online who never heard about EPF, I would maybe start with introducing our organization. So EPF is an NGO, Brussels-based NGO, disease-agnostic patient organization, representing 82 members, 82 patient organizations, as well as national coalitions of patient organizations across Europe, across 21 European countries, and we actually represent 150 million patients in Europe. When it comes to the European health data space and the digital health portfolio, it's worth mentioning that our organization has been closely involved in shaping the development of the European health data space since the very beginning. For instance, since 2019, we have actively engaged with EU institutions and different stakeholders throughout the entire policy life cycle, through the initial development phase, but also through public consultations, policy consultations, but also drafting amendments and producing really legislative analysis and data saves lives toolkits, which are really educational resources for our patients and the patient community that we are representing. We have also contributed through our participation in the TERAS Advisory Board. And of course, all of this has happened with support from our members, but also from our digital health working group that gathers up to 15 patient representatives, really focusing on and overseeing the digital health portfolio at a national level. So our goal was really crystal clear, to make sure that the patient perspective is really embedded in the policy debate. So for us, really the Ehds holds the promise of fundamentally improving how data is processed and accessed across Europe. And maybe I would kind of bring it to life and share a concrete example. So imagine being a patient from Belgium or Cyprus, or a chronic patient with a long treatment care pathway, and then for some reason, at some point, you need care in another EU member state. What happens in practice is that your medical record, so you travel, you arrive at a hospital, but your medical record does not follow you. So this is a big concern. You are often asked to recall complex medical information as well as repeat tests. And it actually directly affects the overall quality and safety of care, but also it translates into delayed diagnosis and treatments, and it does have an impact on the overall health outcomes. So I think at the same time, this was in a way showcased during the COVID-19 pandemic, which really showed the potential of health data when it is timely and shared, but on the contrary, it also showed the consequences when it's fragmented. So unfortunately for many patients across Europe, this is still the reality. From our communication and discussions with them, a lot of health data is on paper, so really the aim of the Ehds regulation is to really move from the legislative and regulatory perspective to how we can all collaborate and make this happen, consistently working for all patients across Europe in practice. Because in full transparency for patients, the success of the Ehds won't be measured in the adoption of the regulation itself, but by what changes on the ground. So as we move forward into the discussion, I would say that a quick question is really how we make sure that Ehds is not only a strong legislation, but really something like a framework that addresses all patient needs, not only citizens' needs, because we usually have the tendency of building average user journey, but it's really important that we also address needs and concerns and challenges that chronic patients are facing in their daily life. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I honestly don't know how I fit in with a panel of technocrats and specialists in the field, so I'm going to try and keep this short, just give some input on the political aspect of the whole effort. Back in the day when I was a Minister of Health in Cyprus, that was quite a few years ago, we were trying to convince some of us, very few actually, were trying to convince the European Union, actually the member states, the big member states, that there was a necessity for closer cooperation between member states, especially when it came to emergencies, but also on issues like the procurement of medicine and the exchange of knowledge and expertise between the member states. Back then, Dr. Andriukaitis was the Commissioner for Health, and he was encouraging us to be more vocal because he couldn't be more vocal because of the resistance of Britain, Germany, France back then, and a couple of other big nations. So we hesitantly tried to lobby the rest of the member states for the necessity of a stronger health union. Cut a long story short, the pandemic forced it on all of them, and now we're moving steadily towards a European health union. What is encouraging, though, is to see that even though our European family has its problems and its inherent trouble in commencing the journey, once the journey starts, it's like a very strong river, which is usually very difficult to block or reverse. So I'm so happy to see what is happening at the European level at this stage. This is a manifestation of what Europe can do together, and a manifestation of the leadership that Europe can inspire the rest of the world to share, especially on matters of soft power like health. What I want to ask is to see how little things like setting down the rail track will lead, because I'm taking the paradigm of Christos, Professor Schizas, who obviously has a child issue with locomotives, I suppose. So I'll use that parallel. We are seeing the laying down of the rail track, and this rail track will give endless opportunities for a closer cooperation between member states, a real health union, which is what we should all be working for, and will eventually lead not only to the coal or steam locomotives that Christos used on his presentation, but also on TGVs and even faster trains to run on that track. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here with you. Thank you very much, the Cypriot Presidency, for pulling together so much political attention to the issue of the European health data space. It's dearly needed. I believe from listening to all the speeches before since this morning, yes. All right. So I believe I speak to the converted here on how much important is the European health data space, not only as a regulation, but beyond the regulation, beyond the digital infrastructure, how the European health data space puts actually the basis, the ground, for a structural reform of our health system, and indeed of a better health union in the European Union. So practically EHDS, we've heard that many times this morning, is about better care, better health care, is about better innovation and responsible artificial intelligence, and it is about stronger European competitiveness and European resilience of our health systems. This will happen through the access to the single market of the EHR systems, but also through European leadership in artificial intelligence models and systems that are made in a trustworthy way. But we need to move fast. We need to complete the regulatory framework, which we are currently doing in fast speed. We are putting together the infrastructure, both for the primary use, My Health at EU, but also for the secondary use. This is the health data at EU infrastructure. And we need to make this operational by March 29. Now, where are we standing today? Based on a survey that we have done with member states, and we have received 25 responses back in January 26, the situation is progressing well, but it is uneven among the member states. Let's start with the primary use first. There we have a much more mature situation because there is already an existing voluntary system, the My Health at EU. 18 member states are already connected and they are exchanging at least one service, while 10 more countries are expected to go live this year. Still, looking back into what actually is being exchanged, there is only a very limited country that currently exchange or receive or send, for example, the patient summary or prescription cross-border. So the basis is there, but we need to scale up the use, testing, and experimenting with that. This structure will evolve, of course, to from voluntary system to the mandatory My Health and EU infrastructure. The situation, however, in the secondary use, it's much more uneven, I would say, and much less mature. Looking into what's happening with the health data access bodies designation, nine countries have taken a political decision on Ehds-Ai designation, but this is not yet formally notified to the European Commission. So far, only Spain and Luxembourg have formally notified the Commission about the designation of health data access bodies. And another 30%, so 9 countries, have initiated discussions but do not expect a decision before March 27, which is actually the deadline for designation of health data access bodies. So, all in all, the political awareness about the Ehds-Ai, the EHDS, the secondary use, the importance of the secondary use, and the needs to designate the official bodies to do so is there, but there is still much work ahead of us to reach the deadline. Concerning the governance of the whole EHDS ecosystem at national level, there again, we see the majority of countries are aware of that, how to coordinate different Ehds-Ai and bodies among them. So 84% of countries are actively discussing the governance structure, but have not formalized that. Only Belgium and France have approved governance models so far, but they are not yet operational. Which leads me to the final and most important point, is the resource planning. As you know, designation by itself is not enough if the right resources, human, technical, and financial, are not in place to support this, initiative. So far, about 40% of countries, they are discussing about budget allocations for the new health data access bodies, but without formal budget allocation so far. Only Belgium, Germany, and Spain stand out with multi-annual funding plans in the next years, while Ireland, Slovakia, and Malta reported yearly budget allocations for 2025. So this is the picture so far. In a nutshell, I would say that there is political awareness that we need to move, and we need to move fast from regulation to implementation. Initial discussions and actions have been started to support this transition, but we have a long way ahead of us, mainly for the secondary use. This is where I would close my initial statement, and looking forward for a thoughtful discussion. Thank you.
Thank panelists for their contribution. And let's capture the audience, the room's pulse on 2 millimeter questions. Can we project those? So the first question is, what is currently the largest barrier to your understanding for European data space implementation in member states? And the first option is governance and coordination, or interoperability and standards, or funding and resources, or workforce skills and capacity, or legal alignment. So if you scan the QR code, you can vote directly into this. And I guess that all these are equally important. People online are also voting. Thank you, Melanie. All right. We are approaching so we are nearing 100 of responses. It is becoming evident that 2 of those answers are gaining popularity. So governance and coordination, expectedly, and funding and resources, of course, because we all agree that the provisions of the European data space regulations, they require serious funding. And of course, many times it is said that in healthcare economics, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2. So investing into having the provisions of the European data space implemented, there are solid studies that they prove that the return is much more. So it is a very important message for the political agenda and something that should go across. I think it's very clear that these 2 are the most important issues, and we can move to the next question if possible. We can now close this. And the second question is, which action should be prioritized in the next 2 years to accelerate European data space implementation? And the first option is expanding My Health at EU services. Second option is deploying health data at EU. The third is strengthening national EHR interoperability, improving data quality and AI readiness, and workforce training. We are trying to humor you with a change of visual result. I think it's overwhelming here. That is strengthening, if I'm seeing correct, strengthening EHR interoperability, isn't it? We are nearing 120 responses. unexpectedly, workforce training on the different aspects of European health data space regulation implementation is very, very important. And we talked yesterday in the XTHR closing session about making the terminology of EHDS familiar to health professionals in order to better understand what it takes and what it means and what is the benefit of implementing the regulation. Thank you very much for this. And we now move to the last part of this first plenary with a discussion. We have about 15 minutes, so we need to keep our answers very short. Dear panelists, the first question that I would like you to offer to answer is if we move from policy to implementation and the national readiness, what actually takes to motivate national infrastructures, health systems, to operationalize European health data space services and integrate them into existing e-health ecosystems per country? What is the major barrier to your understanding? What is the bottleneck of doing that? If anybody would like to answer, give a statement on this, either from the panel or from the audience, of course. But let's start from the panel. Please. You have a microphone in front of you, yeah?
You can hear me, right? Right, continuing on the picture that, on the state of play of the different member states and where they are on national implementation progress, we see like 4, or rather 5 success factors, key success factors for the member states to do. One is, of course, to, treat the European health data space not as a regulatory or as an infrastructure issue, but as a catalyst for health modernization. This is how, at the political level, this will mobilize a series of actions that will lead to good operationalization and functioning of the EHDS. Of course, quick and speedily implementation of the national laws and the designation of the health data access bodies for the secondary use is important. Second, not surprisingly, it came up also in the Mentimeter, resources are of the essence, human, technical, financial resources, the right people to the right institutions in order to accelerate progress. Third, I would like to mention very important to connect, use, test the infrastructure that the European Commission puts in place. Those are the 2 main infrastructures, My Health at EU and Health Data at EU, but also a set of software, open source components that you are all, member states representatives are required to connect, download the software, test it, experiment, and let us know how it works. Fourth success factor is building capacity. This is practically the skills that you need among the health professionals, the people in the ministries that will put together the infrastructure, and also citizens and patients and researchers who are going to use the data space. And the fifth element is to, and I believe other speakers spoke about that, is to involve stakeholders early in the process, from the citizens, the health professionals, the researchers. The earlier they know about the EHDS, their rights, but also their obligations in the system, the better the system will be laid out and the more useful the data will be. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is anybody in the audience that would like to address this question? What is the bottleneck on your understanding of the barrier of implementing the major bottleneck of implementing European data space before we move to the next question. Yes, please. Markus.
I think, again, from the readiness perspective, I come from Finland, and the country which is pretty ready with the ESDS. I would say that the ESDS is live in Finland today. We have had health data access body since 2020. Pretty similar legislation what is in the ESDS today. We have national catalogs for metadata. We have secure processing environments live. FinData has made close to 2,000 permits for research already. Of course, the ESDS will be an implementation effort for Finland as well, but I think there's a lesson learned, what we have succeeded and where we have not succeeded on this. We have tried to share also those messages, leading the data to joint action, also being one of the chairs in the community of practice in the secondary use. We also lead another project in the Nordics called Value from Nordic Health Data, where we help each other in the Nordics compare our efforts in the implementation of the ESDS. I think in a lot of that, I think we have learned that the organizational readiness is one of the key aspects to concentrate on. So it's quite easy. It's not never easy, but I mean, setting up the governance and the health data access body, I think all the member states will get there in 2019. But how many hospitals there are in Germany, how many in France, how many healthcare provisions, how many primary care clinics and so forth, and if they are the data holders, then are they ready? I think there will be a barrier on the secondary use to have the culture of extracting data, sending it to the health data access body. I think there we will have a challenge. On the primary care, Finland also already there. We have been in the exchange project since 2008, since the beginning of EPSOS. Kela and THL have been very active on this. We were one of the first countries to go live with the patient summaries e-prescriptions. And I think most of the exchanges in Europe happens between Finland and Estonia. So I think there as well, Finland is pretty ready. But I think the biggest barrier there are the citizens. I don't think 1% of the Finnish citizens know that they have this right. And I think that was one thing that I addressed in the beginning. I don't even know myself. I've been here. I worked in the commission back in the days when we started setting up the Ehds-Ai. I don't know which countries I get my prescriptions today. And I should be aware of those things. And how do we make that happen? I think the only way is that it's like roaming in the future. So people don't need to think about it, and it just works. I think the same with the healthcare professionals. They would not need to think about having a cross-border patient on their desk, but somehow the system, and you talked about usability, is to just prompt that you can have the patient summary for this patient by clicking a button, and then they just have it, and then they can treat the patient with the patient summary on the desk. So I kind of like a bit counter argument that they would need to know that much about the terminologies and the things, but just like make it seamless, make it easy for citizens, for healthcare professionals, and I think that's the way to go.
Thank you. Thank you, Markus. And you actually transitioned into the next question very smoothly. That would go to the patients and doctors, the major stakeholders of this system, and those that they're going to use this system mostly. So the question, I guess, is how do you feel, what do you feel is the real value of European health data space regulation implementation? What doctors are expected to gain from this? What are the expectations and what are the fears? And same stands for the patients, please.
Indeed, I think these are the very important questions, and I think we're now at the stage of really looking, what does this mean in practice? And just last week, for example, our members, they were looking at some of the models now being produced, like on advanced directives. How will this actually be integrated into existing care processes? And we got some feedback on saying, okay, here, this is the national system is more granular, but this is actually useful metadata. So I think these are important experiences also to share with the architects of EHDS and to continue this exchange. And also on very practical level, we've been learning about some good practices. So for example, we know in some member states they're kind of shadowing projects where technical experts, they follow clinicians through a kind of routine day and see how do they actually interact with these technologies in real life. And I think this is a very good example of how to find very small things. We're talking about the small chess pieces, things like what problems are there if multiple people are sharing a workstation, or what is actually the consequence of having a structured form that might, in some countries, take 30 plus mouse clicks to issue a prescription. What effect does this have on clinical practice, and what also on the kind of perceived value by professionals of these new technologies? So I think that those very practical questions, it's now really the time to be looking at them. I also took very good note of the results, obviously, for the health workforce and its competence to be able to use and interact with technologies. This is something very high on our agenda. We will have more time to discuss this, I think, tomorrow, because also there we have quite some suggestions. But I think this is how we build real value and we get people on board.
Thank you. I think this functionality issue is very important, and let's state a strong message for our tech IT colleagues that be aware of the death with 1,000 clicks. Yes, that's an important statement. All right, from the patient's perspective, yes.
Of course. So, from my perspective, you've mentioned 3 key ingredients, so trust, transparency, and usability. So in order to have the European health data space framework that is used in real life, we need transparent mechanism, but for this to happen, the key pillar is real trust. And just to build on what Marco said earlier about patients who don't know that they have this right. And also from our conversations with our patient community, it seems that there is still a bit of unclarity and lack of clarity on how does it work in practice. We see like the framework on paper, but will this be really implementable? So they have a lot of doubts. And especially for the secondary use of data, despite the opt-out mechanism, it's still yet not clear. And I think we should start to build on what was mentioned earlier regarding the member states. I think it's also about engaging with patient organizations at the national level. So really, not a best practice, but like a key recommendations would be for national authorities to kind of engage with patient organizations at a national level, because they are the ones that are really in touch and represent different patient communities across different regions. So it's really, and they know better the real needs from their interactions with patients. When it comes to whether we see a real value, of course, it's about continuity of care, but also about having a safer and a quality care overall. It's also about improving diagnosis and treatments. So that's for sure, but it's most about how we want to make sure that this is actually happening. And despite the many concerns that patients have, I think it all should start with maybe education. And I can give you a very concrete example. I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but one of our initiatives at EPF is really building these educational resources for patients and patient organizations. There is this multi-stakeholder initiative called Data Saves Lives that is really focusing on the educating patients and patient organizations in navigating the EHDS and the digital health topics. So we have 4 toolkits in total. One is really focusing on explaining what health data, metadata is about. The other one is very focused on AI development, but also on patient registries that can be used by patient organizations. And the latest one that was released in August last year is really translating the EHDS regulation into educational resources for patients. It does exist in English for now, but the aim is really to kind of have this translated in other languages. And to also give you a concrete example, this initiative was endorsed by the Ministry of Health in Germany. So these initiatives already exist in Germany, as well as in the Netherlands. So it would be ideal to kind of, expand it and really translate the core message at the national level in their native language, because patients really do need to understand in plain language, really easy to understand terms, what this is about.
Thank you very much. George, I would like you to briefly comment on this concept of having a legal framework which is ready, but very challenging to be in practice implemented, and we give it few years to be implemented. So what are the necessary elements from the society point of view in order to have this agenda pushed through the resistances of the system and the redundancies of the system?
Yes, well, from my experience, the most difficult and challenging aspect of implementing from above what appears to be a very good idea is the mentality and the culture of the people who actually have to do the work on the ground. And that is challenging because the implementation on a European level presupposes that every member state has a minimum infrastructure which is in a position to absorb and adapt to what is required. And it's not usually the case. Most of the times, the background which led to the level of each member state professionals to start implementing the specific regulations is totally different, so it will require more time, I suppose. However, you need to start from somewhere, and you need to make baby steps before you start implementing it in a more unified and universal manner. If Cyprus could do it, starting from nothing, I think everybody should be able to do it. We had nothing a few years back. Our people, most of them couldn't even use a PC, let alone familiarizing themselves about reporting and maintaining in certain forms and standards the data relating to their patients. So I'm quite optimistic that it would not be a challenge.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We will conclude this first plenary with a few lines that I hope you agree that summarizes what has been said. And of course, we invite you to attend the next plenaries that will delve deeper into these concepts. So European Health Data Space is not an IT project. It's not just a regulation. It is a health system transformation that should change the lives of the European citizens. Interoperability between systems without usability and functionality, I think we all agree, that has a limited value. Data sharing without trust and inclusiveness and fairness will not scale. And if clinicians and patients do not clearly see benefit from the beginning, EHDS will remain a theoretical exercise. Early wins are very important and should be planned carefully as the next steps, because they will probably determine long-term adoption. So we need dissemination, education, resources, and these require political decisions. Thank you very much for this first plenary, for attending, and we can go for coffee. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to thank our chair for coordinating this plenary and all the panelists for the presentations and insightful discussions. I kindly ask everyone to be back by 11:30 so we can resume with the next plenary. Thank you. I kindly ask everyone to come back to proceed with Plenary 2, please.
One, two, 1, 2. Can you hear me?
I kindly ask everyone to return to their seats as we are about to start. So, let's start. We will move on now to Plenary 2, the role of the EHDS, strengthening trustworthy AI in healthcare. We will have as our chair, Dr. Katia Sousa Pinto, who will now take the floor. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all again. I would like to start thanking the Cyprus presidency for inviting Portugal to this very relevant conference and to congratulate the Cyprus eHealth National Authority for the very relevant discussion that we are having. Indeed, connecting the EHDS regulation and the AI Act is something that is currently much needed and a conversation that we all need to have more often from now on. So congratulations for starting this. The next plenary, we will be discussing the role of the European health data space in strengthening trustworthy AI across Europe to strengthen healthcare as well. We will discuss how the EHDS can create the governance, data quality, interoperability, and secure access conditions necessary for the development of trustworthy artificial intelligence in healthcare. To do so, I will invite 4 panelists that are working to shape the future of AI across Europe. I will start by inviting to the stage and then to the screen Janos Tolias, Legal Lead on AI in Healthcare, Directorate General for Health and Food Safety, Digital Health Unit, European Commission. Janos, please come to the floor. I will also invite, I believe, to the screen online, Dr. David Novillo Ortiz, Unit Head and Regional Advisor, Digital Health and Innovation, World Health Organization, Europe Office. Welcome, David, to our panel. I will invite Hela Gariani, Director. Hello, David, we are seeing you now. Welcome. I will also invite Hela Gariani, Director, Health Data Hub, and National AI in Health Strategy Lead from the Ministry of Health in France. Hela, welcome. I hope you are already connected. Welcome to our screen. I cannot see Hela so far, so let's continue. I will also invite to the stage Verena Thaler, Manager, Data Governance and Digital Regulation from MedTech Europe. Thank you, Verena. You can join us here. Thank you all for sharing this discussion. We will now start by hearing from each one of you your short perspective before moving into a policy discussion. So I'll ask you, Janos, to start, to break the ice and start this discussion.
Thanks a lot, Katia, and thanks to the Cyprus presidency for inviting us to this great event and also for having this timely conference on AI and data. Maybe, shall I start? Can I start my presentation? Yeah. Okay, oops. Okay, so today in this short period, this very brief time that I have, I will give you a very brief overview of the important milestones in advancing artificial intelligence in healthcare. And there I will start with first what sometimes I refer to it as the foundational phase which was also a lot of the attention of the European Commission has been paid in the last Commission. A lot of its attention and focus has been on these areas. And let me start with the reason why I called it foundational phase, and also why the Commission has spent the previous Commission spent quite a lot of efforts in this domain, is first of all to ensure that we have safe AI being developed. And the main instrument there that, as you know, now is in force is the AI Act. The AI Act ensures the safety of AI, and when we say safety of AI, one of the main elements in ensuring the safety of AI is what we call the generalization ability of AI. And when we say generalization ability of AI, we mean that the AI system is performing well in different environments. So it's performing equally well in Sweden, and it performs equally well in Cyprus. That's one of the main challenges and one of the main aims of ensuring the safety of AI. Now, how do we achieve a good generalization ability of AI? There is different elements that are required, but one of the important elements is also the diversity of data. You need diverse data, and this is where I make this link with the European health data space. You see how they connect, because without having this availability of data, it would have been really challenging, let alone complying with your AI Act obligations, but also to ensure a good generalization ability of the AI system. However, to scale up AI, you would also need to understand this ecosystem in the hospital, how AI systems are connected to medical devices, how AI systems are connected to electronic health records, how they are connected to wearables, how multimodal AI is connecting everything and all the dots around. And this is where I would say primary use of care, the digitalization of data interoperability, what is provided there, the primary use under the European health data space is also of use. So you can see a bit some links there of how it all links. And of course, indirectly, also the Product Liability Directive, which was another law by the Commission, also adds in this foundational period. However, and this is interesting, that after this foundational period, as AI community, we found out that AI being deployed in clinical practice did not happen automatically. Did not happen. In the sense that it wasn't so easy to just plug in AI in the hospital and start using it in like any other, let me call them conventional medical devices. There were a lot of challenges, and that's why we proceeded a couple of years ago with starting a study to understand why there was that problem of deploying AI. Despite that we have nowadays quite CE-marked, FDA-approved AI-based medical devices, still the implementation remains an obstacle. And in this study, we found different obstacles there, different challenges, and how to address them. And actually, I'm happy that we have today in later panel William from the German Medical Institute here in Cyprus, who they picked a lot of these recommendations in the study, and they deploy them in clinical practice. Actually, the first maybe case that they get our study and being translated into real clinical care, which that would be a great opportunity to hear from. Then, diving one step deeper, following the study and picking some of these elements, we have initiated, and it was referred to it before, we initiated this big project, Compass AI, whereby now we aim to dive one step deeper from the study to how to integrate AI in clinical practice. In other words, how to make AI part of medicine. And this is different actions there which aim at this. And I'm also happy that we have later one of the leaders of the consortium that we collaborate, Regina, who would also speak more about this project that we have. And just to link this project, which is what we refer to it in the Apply AI strategy of the Commission as Flagship 2, is also linked to another big project that it will start in the next months, advanced screening centers. And as you see, the two projects would be working in a feedback loop system of complementing each other. So this is a very brief overview in my 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and I can expand a bit later. Thank you.
Thank you, Janos. I will now pass the floor to David Ortiz. On the screen, please, for his intervention. David.
Thank you so much, Katia, dear colleagues, and please congratulate the Cyprus presidency for this excellent event that is happening these days. I'm so sorry and apologize that I cannot be there with my family data. So in these 3 minutes, I would like just to point you all out to the recent findings of the report that we just published with the generous support of the European Commission, and extending my thanks from here to Marco, Marcela, Fulvia, and their teams for really this great partnership that we have together. So basically, just to explain that we conducted a survey in all the European region, but I would like to focus today just in the European Union. For the period June 2024 to March 2025, all the EU member states respond to this survey on AI in health. And there are a few findings that I consider of interest and relevant for this session. So first, about the strategy and policy, we found out that most member states have already established or are developing a cross-sector AI strategies, which is showing a strong political commitment and momentum. However, we saw less progress developing a national health-specific AI strategy, with only 3 out of 27, I would say that now is 5, counting Portugal and France, that were not included in the previous data, that are moving in this direction. When it's about the stakeholder engagement, that's something that is critical when working on AI in health. We saw that the most consulted stakeholders are government actors, healthcare providers, and academic institutions. However, we were very worried that we noticed that the less consulted groups are those closest to the life experience of care, meaning the broader public, that they were included only for 5 out of 22 of the member states. Another important point that we were looking at is the workforce development, and we saw that only 22% of member states, or 6 out of 27, currently offer pre-service educational opportunities on AI, and only 7 out of the 27 offer in-service training for the existing workforce. So that is a clear signal in which we need to continue strengthening AI in the health sector. 3 more points about health data governance. No need to say that with the implementation of the European health data space, this will improve significantly over the time, but we can see that already 70 out of 27 member states have created a health data hub at the national or regional level, and within these hubs, the most common data type available is hospital inpatient data. 2 more points to mention. When it's about leveraging AI for health needs, we saw that AI-assisted diagnostics remain the most widely used application, adopted by 20 out of 27. So again, AI-assisted diagnostics is the most widely used application, with 41% of these projects rate as established. So this is quite solid. And finally, just to mention about the barriers that we also need to make a quick mention, we saw that the legal uncertainty was identified as a major or moderate barrier by almost all the member states, followed by financial affordability rated as a major or moderate barrier. So I think that these 2 components, legal uncertainty and financial affordability, were the main 2 barriers. So I would like just to point to all of you to this data that, of course, is publicly available in the WHO website, and we look forward to continue strengthening this area of work in the region. Thank you so much, Katia and colleagues.
Thank you, David, for providing that good overview of how things are evolving across the European region. I will now invite Verena Teller for her talk. Verena, please take the floor.
Thank you very much for the possibility to present today and for the invitation to this event, and congratulations also to the Cyprus presidency for inviting everyone and putting this great event together. I have some slides as well, so I'm not really sure if they're put up, but as said already, my name is Verena Thaler and I'm representing MedTech Europe today. This is the trade association on a European level for manufacturers of medical devices, in vitro diagnostics and digital health solutions. So we as a trade association, some of you know us maybe, some of you may not know us. We represent technologies that range really from everyday solutions to highly advanced technologies. Yeah, here's the slide. This sector is also very interesting because it's highly innovative, and this slide has a lot of information, but one number I want to give to you is that we have around 38,000 companies here in Europe in this sector, and 90% of that are SMEs. So there's a lot of innovation happening in this sector, and there's also a facts and figures link in case you want to learn more about that, because we're always publishing also very nice facts about this sector. But let's talk now less about us, but more about EHDS and AI and the potential to create AI through the EHDS. And we've heard a lot about the challenges that are currently out there, that health systems are under pressure, we have aging populations, chronic diseases, etc. So these need to be addressed. And digital health is also a necessity to address these challenges. And the EHDS helps us and is a pioneering initiative to innovate, to create these digital technologies, bring them to the market, and have benefits on an individual level for patients and healthcare professionals, but also on a system level. So AI, or we think AI, is one of the use cases where the EHDS can bring these tangible benefits and real-world examples how data is going to be accelerated and how also the reuse of data can help patients, citizens, healthcare professionals then in their daily lives. So for the EHDS, or we think for AI and EHDS, this access to large-scale longitudinal data, also multimodal clinical data, is necessary to create these innovative AI solutions and devices. So here, the EHDS can help us paint a fuller picture of population health, of patient health, and really bring these benefits then back on an individual level, but also on a health system level. We now are all working at crossroads of implementing the EHDS. So there's a lot to do, all hands on deck, and to address some challenges also that we see in the implementation. These are here more from an innovator's perspective and from manufacturer's perspective. So I put here some challenges that we see, but also if we work together, we can of course overcome them. So from an innovator's perspective, and as already said, access to large-scale data is necessary to build robust and trustworthy and robust AI. So this cross-border access that the EHDS promises is a necessity. AI only trained on fragmented national data sets risks bias, limited representativeness, but also reduced clinical relevance. So this cross-border access will only work also if these systems, if health data access bodies enable this harmonized access across the EU member states and across the health data access bodies. So here we also believe that through clear guidance to support the health data access bodies, but also the data users for multi-country access applications is important. A second point, from an innovator's perspective, it's also important to have these safeguards also when it comes to intellectual property rights and trade secrets. This is relevant for innovators, researchers, and manufacturers, so they can rely that they can participate in the EHDS without risking any loss of proprietary information, but also trust that innovation incentives are kept and the competitive advantage is also preserved. As a third point, and I know I'm already limited in time, we have also heard that the EHDS is not acting in isolation. There's a lot of other regulation out there, and Janos has already presented some of the legislative frameworks that are relevant also for AI development. But we also see it a bit broader, of course, because AI Act, MDR, IVDR, which are our sectoral regulations, the GDPR, cybersecurity regulations, all of this together creates some complexity that companies also need to carefully navigate when developing AI solutions. So this is also important to have a coordinated approach because some of these frameworks are currently also under revision, and it's essential that researchers and innovators can also be clear at how to navigate this evolving legislative landscape, but also that they can then be reassured that they can access the data lawfully and that they can confidently use them also for the development of AI. And finally, a big point as a last point is also the continuous stakeholder collaboration and cooperation. And that includes everyone because the health community is a big community. It also includes patients, healthcare professionals, but also industry stakeholders and innovators. So here, this engagement on the European level with the stakeholder forum and the board, but also on a national level in the cooperation of data users, data holders with health data access bodies is very important to have this confident use of the EHDS. And with that, I'm closing now this short presentation and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Verena. I now was advised that Ella Gariani was able to connect, so I will pass the word to you. Ella, welcome on screen.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Ella.
So for my presentation today, I will mainly speak with my new role so as a director of a health data hub, which will be part of the French Ehds-Ai. So the health data hub here in France has already been built to be the first door to make sure that every project holder can actually have a single point of contact to access health data in France. We have been working on that subject for 6 years now, and we are getting ready to make sure that we are EHDS ready when everything enters into force. To do so, we built a state-of-the-art platform that makes sure that we can secure the access to data and make sure that we can provide the best services for innovators and researchers in France and in Europe to make sure that they have access also to the French health catalog of data, which will of course be a way to access the health claims of the national health insurance systems, but also to other data providers here in France that will be actually describing their data sets in the national catalog. So this is something that we were super excited to do and to build by also contributing to the European TEDAS initiatives and everything that have been built to make sure that we all work together toward the entry into force of the health data space. So when we talk about AI today, of course, one of the questions is how do we make sure that we have a proper access to data to make sure that our models are trained on our European data and that they are actually evaluated also to make sure that we provide European secured and trustworthy AI systems for our healthcare systems all across Europe. And so we all have been building together every system that might be used tomorrow and making sure that those systems are actually, let's say, accessible for most of the healthcare providers and healthcare hospitals and doctors all across the continent. So if I may, I will share some slides to speak in more detail about one project that is not only a project that has been led by the Health Data Hub, but that has been led with other European colleagues to make sure that we build together what will be needed for that secure and trustworthy AI at the level of Europe. So if I may share with you my screen, just sorry, a few seconds because I'm changing. I hope you can see it now. Actually not, sorry. Okay, so now you should see my screen.
Yes, we are able to see it.
Yeah.
Can go ahead.
Thank you. Gotcha, sorry. So all of you might have already heard of the SHAPE project. So it is a great European initiative to make sure that we are building together what will be tomorrow's AI models and services that will be used all across the continent. And to do so, I think that first to build something that is trustworthy, that is usable, that is actually state of the art, we need to work together. So it is, of course, something that a lot of countries are contributing to, but also within every country, making sure that we have all communities around the project, from science community to businesses and startups that are building actual AI systems that are already used in Europe. So this is something that I think must be one of our major concern, is to make sure that we put together around the table the communities that will be building tomorrow's systems, and that have actually the expertise, the knowledge, and the thrive to build what will be the future of our healthcare systems. So this is something that we are building in parallel of the European health data space, and that will be for sure the spaces where actual partnership and future projects are built. So it's a great initiative with, as you can see on the slide, a lot of different partners throughout Europe that are actually invested in that project. The project will also be something that will have actual recommendations or guidelines and knowledge sharing, but also super concrete use cases that will be necessary. I think that also to build trust, we must build the confidence of our own capability and capacity to actually develop and put concrete projects on the table. So in the context of SHAPED, we are working with all the different counterparts that I presented earlier, on the same side as builders of a framework design and sharing together what will be the pathways that we will need to build at the level of the European continent to make sure that we can build AI from the idea to the actual product and medical device that needs to be assessed, evaluated, and then put into the market. We also need to build capabilities. So this is the meeting of innovators, regulators, and actual data providers. And so this is something that is super central in the project. And of course, as I was saying, building also guidelines, recommendation that will actually make sure that all the knowledge that is built in this project is actually whispered widely to all the actors that are actually building the future of health AI in Europe. And as I was saying, we also have three concrete projects, three concrete use cases that are actually, we are actually working on with our dear colleagues from Denmark and Finland for the kidney disease. And here we are testing how we can actually transport the existing algorithm from a country to another. And for example, I was with our data expert team this morning. We built here in France a set of code sources that aims to make sure that we validate the anonymization of the models that are trained on our machines. So this, we built it on our own, but we confirmed that it has an interest for other counterparts here in France, of course, but also at the level of different European partners. And we are going to share it with our Danish colleagues. And we really want to make that an open source a common good, so we can all contribute to make those algorithms actually used and trustworthy and better, making sure that every expert can actually contribute to making that better. So this is something that we have been building at the French level. We will be putting that on our GitLab, in the public GitLab in the few weeks, and making sure that all the actors that are actually thinking about how we can validate the anonymization process of a model and a data set that has been trained on our machines, how that can be exported and used everywhere, because we consider that if we want to make sure that we actually design AI as we think it should be done, so by, for example, protecting the data that has been used to train those models, we need to make sure that the anonymization when the model is exported is actually valid. And so this is the idea behind the project. And it is one of the things that we will be learning in this super concrete chronic disease use case that we are working on with the consortium SHADE. Other use case, again, super concrete real-world evaluation. We are all talking about that, how we make sure that what has been done by one innovator and one researchers is actually efficient in the time, because we know that those algorithm and models evolve, but also to make sure that it is reusable elsewhere. So this is one of our super concrete use case that we are building with Implicity here in France, which is a French company. And that model, we are also sharing it with the Health Data Lab to make sure that, that's German Health Data Lab, to make sure that what we have been working on here can be actually used elsewhere. And again, with this super concrete use case with cardiology, in cardiology, we will document the guidelines that will be needed to do that everywhere, and in other also healthcare specialties. And last but not least, with oncology, here we have more partners, and the actual idea is to make sure that we put together the right cohort. And you know that this will be a great concern for all of us tomorrow with the entry into force of Ehds, is how do we make sure that with different data providers, how do we make sure that we have the good methodology to build robust cohorts at the European level in different specialities and in different countries. So this is what we are here actually testing. So I won't be much more longer. What I wanted to share is to make sure that we are actually able tomorrow to build AI based and raised and built in Europe that is actually helpful to our healthcare systems and that is also compliant with our European values. What we need to do is work together, make sure that the expert communities are actually invested in super concrete projects, and we need to build also the confidence that we can actually do it by doing this kind of project. And the project that I just told you about are concrete examples that we can actually build that together at the European level. And for me, this is a great hope that I think we are building together in those concrete projects. And I really thank every counterpart that has invested its time, its expertise, its network to make those projects possible. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ella, and thank you all for bringing these very diverse perspectives from policy to international landscape, member states' national strategies, and even the industry very relevant perspective. Thank you for sharing that. Before moving into our policy-oriented discussion, we would like to hear from you, the audience. What do you think about everything that we've been discussed so far? And I will now move into the Mentimeter questions to support that. And the first question was what we were already addressing. What is the most important enabler for trustworthy AI in European healthcare? And we have access to high quality and representative health data as a winner, as well as clear governance and regulatory frameworks, clinical validation and continuous monitoring, transparency and explainability of AI systems. Please share your thoughts and find the single most important enabler for trustworthy AI in European healthcare to help us move forward just after this conference. I think we can see that governance and regulatory frameworks are still coming out as a very relevant domain to enable AI in European healthcare, but also access to high quality and representative health data. Actually, both of them are strongly connected because we need good governance to support data quality measures that are harmonized across the EU member states. But indeed, governance and high quality data stand out as the most relevant issues to address that will enable AI in European healthcare. I think we can now move to the second question. Having looked at the enablers, we will now ask you what should be Europe's top priority to enable trustworthy AI under the Ehds-Ai. And so we have improving data quality and interoperability, strengthening governance and compliance frameworks, supporting testing, validation, and regulatory sandboxes, investing in digital health and AI skills, and building transparency and citizen trust. This seems to be a more difficult one, with the audience very much divided among, let's give it a little bit more time. And here the top priority seems to be building transparency and citizen trust as something that stands out as a top priority to enable AI under the Ehds-Ai, but also strengthening the testing, validation, and regulatory sandboxes. So I think both of them are also very connected. Strengthening testing, validation, and regulatory sandboxes, it's really one of the biggest pillars to support the building up of transparency and citizen trust around AI that is developed and deployed across Europe. But we can also highlight that data quality, governance, and investment in digital health and AI skills are also relevant. So we still have scattered opinions regarding the most relevant or the top priority, but trust comes again as something that we need to invest either at the national and European level, I would say. So I don't think we have a third question. This was the last one. And we can now confidently, after listening also to our audience and understanding that governance and trust continue to stand out as enablers, priorities, issues to be addressed in moving forward, connecting the Ehds-Ai ecosystem and deployment of AI. And I will move to the discussion with our panelists. And I would start by asking you, after listening to each other, after listening to the audience, what governance, data, and interoperability conditions you consider the most critical under the Ehds-Ai to really enable AI in healthcare. And I will start with you, Janos, to share your thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Katia. Yeah, from what I also see in the survey there, indeed, as you said, governance, interoperability, trust seems to be scoring quite high. And there, I think what, for example, with governance, what might be needed now is to start, I think, connecting the different dots together. If we refer to, for example, what we have in the European data space, governance on data, and then we have something in the AI Act, governance on AI development. Possibly I see the one connecting dot there to be governance on deployment, and to be more specific, possibly liability and accountability could be one of the important, I think, obstacles there in scaling up AI. Because we also see it in studies and research that AI somehow is there, but because the responsibility still falls on the physician and on conventional understanding of medicine, and not clearly understanding how AI or how human and AI are collaborating, or they should be collaborating in this new era, and we're stuck to standards of care in medicine, liability in medicine, medical malpractice in medicine, which is more human-related aspects. I think there it still creates a bit of a confusion. And that's why I think we see in clinical practice kind of pushing AI away, because there is not clarity as to how they should, if I may say so, collaborate with AI. Now, the other two elements that you mentioned, interoperability. Interoperability, I think, and as it was explained in the first panel, I think we're on the right pathway. We, especially through the European Health Data Space, through the European Exchange format, so we're trying to achieve more technical interoperability. There I would push it, if I were to see the next step, it would be a form of interoperability in the sense of how do we integrate AI in clinical pathways. Because sometimes the two are not automatically connecting. So you may have interoperability at the hospital between systems, but doesn't mean automatically it also connects interoperability in clinical pathways. So I think how do you also create this type of, if I may call it, interoperability in clinical pathways is also, I think, the next big step that we need to think about. And finally, you said about trust, and also the survey about trust and adoption. And there, if I were to think of the next step, I think we have spent, as I said, what I called also the foundational era, a lot of trust in at the point of approval, which is true, which is needed. And we have seen that exactly the same with, for example, the COVID-19 vaccines. If there was no approval and proper certification and approval of these vaccines, they were not trusted and they wouldn't be adopted. So I think the fact that we spend so much effort in assuring the public that there is trustable AI, it was the right step. However, if I were to see the next step, it would be also trust at the point of care, which again connects a bit to my previous points. So how do we create now the trust when you really now, in other words, when you go to the hospital now, how does that relationship now change between which traditionally was physician-patient, and now maybe I would put it physician-patient AI there. How do we understand this new relationship, and how do we create trust in this new relationship? So that's how I see the three concepts that you raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Janusz. Many different challenges that we have there, even with the HTS. David, I would pass the word to you. How do you see this critical, as the most critical issue under the HTS to deploy AI?
Thank you, Katia, and very good points from Janusz. So basically, I think that countries must move from fragmented systems to harmonized governance, and that is something that we can see across the European region. So, I mean, the 53 countries that WHO is covering. But also, we need high-quality data ecosystems. That is something that is still not yet in all the countries at the moment, and interoperable infrastructure that, of course, are backed by sustained capacity building and investments. 4 specific points that I would like to highlight that we think that are needed, right? So first, establish harmonized and enforceable data governance frameworks. I think that in the European Union, this is moving in good path. Again, thanks to the European health data space. And basically, examples like replacing outdated administrative practices, right? For example, paper-based processes that are still a big burden in all the member states, will legally recognize digital workflows that will make definitely a change, right? It's a simple step, but it's still far to go from most of the countries. Also strengthening data quality, availability, and standardization, and ensure that inclusion of all relevant data sources, including the private sector data that most of the time is also missing. So we have a huge challenge when these to reconcile everything related from the public and the private sector together. So that will definitely include and will contribute to the data quality, availability, and standardization. Mm-hmm. Another important point to discuss is to scale interoperable digital infrastructure, basically modernize legacy systems that we have in all our countries, including my own, and fully digitize remaining paper-based data flows, right? So we have seen analyzing and supporting countries in assessing health information data systems, how there is still a lot of paper-based, particularly related to data flows, so that is something that we can definitely improve. And finally, and I will say that this is the most important point, even though it's not related to infrastructure, that is build capacity and ensure long-term sustainability. So to complement infrastructure investments that I think that all the countries are doing in the moment, with workforce training in data governance, interoperability, and AI. Based on the findings of our survey, we see that this is a clear need, and we should stop investing in infrastructure, data and digital, without investing in the workforce and the population when it's about developing these skills on data for the health workforce and the population. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Indeed, the workforce skills are extremely relevant, and if that is not in place, even with the HTS, we will not be able to progress. Hella, I would pass the word to you. You are at the national level, you are the closest to healthcare deployment of AI solutions. How you see the HTS as an enabler of AI deployment in healthcare?
Yeah, thank you, Katia. Maybe to be a little, maybe, let's say, from my perspective, we should not be scaling AI too fast. Why? Is because actual value chain is not already completely mature when it comes to AI. When we see what has been happening in the last few months, we saw that actual models are not where the value will be tomorrow. And maybe we are going toward a much more local models that will be actually implemented locally, for example, in hospitals or in actual private practices. So this will completely change the value chain of how AI is built and how AI is actually used. So what I consider as our top priority is to make sure that European health data space helps an actual trustworthy and useful AI for our healthcare systems is by doing two things that we are, as I was saying, and as it was also said by the other speakers, we are already doing so. First, we need to have a regulatory system that is clear and that everybody knows what its role and responsibilities, let's say, are, and I think that the idea is that every data is actually built to be reused tomorrow will give us a competitive advantage that has no other equal worldwide. So this is something that we need to focus on. So quality data, making sure that the financial counterparts of the data sharing are clear and are common and are aligned all across Europe, to make sure that every person that actually has an idea can have access to the data to make sure that its idea is tested, evaluated, and actually used, for example, to build tomorrow's algorithm and models. And then the other thing that we need to do is test and learn. And because if we go directly into a strategy where we want to, for example, widespread AI use everywhere in our healthcare system, and tomorrow we consider that actually the business models of the solution that we chose are not proven, I mean, in the long run. So then we all have built a dependency to something that is actually totally moving. So what we need to do is actually make sure that we have the communities that are able to think and build the future of our AI system in health. And this is something that I see here in France every day. Hospitals are asking themselves, should I build something locally or should I buy it? And these, I think, are the questions that we need to ask every day. And what we need to do at the European level is what the Commission has been helping us to do in the last few months and years, is to make sure that we have the spaces to share what we have learned locally. And for example, to see and follow the tendencies of the AI market in health. I think that this is something that we need to talk about, just as we did today, and we make sure that we actually share what we've learned. And if a hospital somewhere in Europe has built something and has chosen the strategy to be a builder and not a buyer, we should make sure that what has been built somewhere in Europe is actually reusable for other countries. And this is something that will be thriving for our businesses, for our researchers, and for our healthcare system. So this is really what I believe we should be learning more than scaling at this point.
Thank you, Ella. And building on what you were saying, and already starting with you, we now know that despite the data challenges, we do have many successful AI pilots. Several reports from WHO, the European Commission, show that we have many successful AI pilots in healthcare across Europe. What is missing currently is our ability to scale. And even as governments, we generally face difficulties in scaling up AI. How do you see in Europe, with the European health data space, that this will really support us in scaling up AI from pilots to routine healthcare?
So from my perspective, the European health data space will mostly help us in all the learning and building stages, much more than in the scaling and deployment phases, because scaling and deployment is actually the medical device regulation and everything that comes to market access. So those are the questions that need to be asked when we think about deployment. But where the European health data space will be an actual a game changer is by validation of the models, evaluation of the models, and I hope also tomorrow when, for example, you choose in Portugal, we choose in France to scale something, for example, in imaging or in cardiology or in oncology, any kind of health issue that we need to address locally, is to make sure that once we have chosen the solution, we actually have the data to make sure that the impact is actually assessed regularly, because we know that those technologies are changing, they are evolving. So each time we let's say, open the door to another medical device or another technology, we, of course, need to do so, because this is how we will make sure that we keep an innovation ecosystem thriving in Europe. But we also know to make sure that we have the capabilities to actually assess it in the long run, and making sure that everything that is actually reimbursed or used by our healthcare professionals and by our European patients is actually scientifically evaluated and evidence-based. So I think that European health data space will make sure that the data is there, to make sure that those evaluations are possible and are easy to do, because today what we see also is it might be easier to have the data for a clinical trial, for example, even though it's not that easy, but it's still easier than to have the data to make sure that we have the real life assessment at the end of the cycle. So this is something that as policymakers, I think we need to make sure that we keep as a priority. Of course, we need the data to train, build the models that will be widespread widely tomorrow across Europe, but also we need to make sure that we have the real life data to make sure that those models are assessed in the long run, to make sure that they are still a benefit to our healthcare systems.
Yeah, thank you, Hella. I will now move to you, Verena. From an industry perspective, industry is really interested in scaling up solutions, in making them valuable across our healthcare systems. How do you see the EHDS as an enabler of scaling up AI from pilots to real-world scenarios?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I think Hella was already elaborating a lot on it, on how EHDS can really help with this data availability for the testing and the validation, and also the long-term monitoring of these innovative technologies that are AI supported. So we think it's important also, as the EHDS is also a new environment. There's still a lot of infrastructures that need to be built, so there's a lot of capacity building that needs to happen in the member states. It has also been mentioned before that not all member states are at the same level yet, and they're, especially in secondary use, there's still a lot to be done, and also we understand that the time until every aspect of the EHDS applies is also ticking. So it's important also to have a good understanding of how the capacities will be built in the member states, and how these health data access bodies will then shape also, because they are then the intermediaries that will also grant the access, and to make sure that companies know how to get this access will be also critical. So this predictable access of how this works, how the data is then being findable to enable then this testing validation will be of critical importance. And here, as well, as I have already outlined, the harmonization is key, because we see a lot of areas, of course, where member states have the room to decide and room to define national laws, but we always advocate that the EHDS should aim for a very harmonized system, so companies can also know how to get this multi-country access, and to have like a streamlined process for that, to have these data sets, and that it's also predictable on how to get access to that. And it has also been mentioned that this legal complex legal framework that we have when it comes to sectoral legislation, there's a big interplay, of course, MDR, IVDR that we have, and also the AI Act, and especially when it comes to the risk management, the quality systems, post-market monitoring, the companies need also clarity. I've mentioned before that a lot of companies are also SMEs, so it's especially difficult for them, but also for bigger companies to navigate this regulatory environment, to confidently use the data via the EHDS. So these are extremely important aspects that the companies need. And as it has been said already, of course, capacity building also on a literacy perspective, also healthcare professionals, they need to be confident in using these AI systems. And that, again, closes the circle to you, Janos, what you said, that here it's also, of course, important that they can confidently use that. But all ties into each other, but EHDS will be new also, of course, for the companies, so its clarity and predictability is key for them.
Thank you, Brennan. It's nice to hear that you mentioned multi-country applications, a unique feature that the EHDS will bring as something that can support really the validity of AI solutions across the EU. And moving forward, I would like to have one final round of questions regarding trust. Trust has been emerging all morning in many different ways as a defining factor to deploy AI at the EU level. How can we, I will now make the difficult question, how can we build trust in our health professionals and citizens to deploy AI safely? Janos, I will start with you.
Yeah, indeed, I think Katia is it's the core, trust. I think trust and acceptance of AI might be the core, and of course when we say trust and acceptance, I guess it's trust and acceptance by the healthcare professional, trust and acceptance by the patient, trust and acceptance by the healthcare systems to make AI as part of medicine, to make it part of the clinical practice, daily clinical practice. I think to enhance now trust, you might be required to start generating evidences on deployment now, to have concrete evidence on deployment. And when we say generating concrete evidence on deployment, if I may pick 3 main areas there, could be first, to be ensuring that the systems are locally performing in your environment. Because indeed, still, they may be performing well at the global level and even be approved at the global level, but nevertheless, we have evidences that they might not be performing well in particular environments, and not only because of data, but because of a lot of other parameters there. So local performance could be a big challenge there to address. Secondly, I would also add here a way of post-deployment monitoring the systems. Because once they are deployed, again, there will be the uncertainty of how they are performing, how they are developing. And I'm not here referring to continuous learning AI, but even closed AI, still how it's interacting within the healthcare with the healthcare professionals, because again, we have evidences that the same AI system is being deployed in 2 departments in the same hospital. One department loves it, the other one hates it. Somehow it works there, it doesn't work in the other one. And again, there could be reasons why. And thirdly, if I were to focus on a third one, is to, again, having generated evidences on clinical value, how AI provides added clinical value. Because again, if there is no clinical value, it creates more confusion than if it's not needed, because we also have research and evidences in that leading to that one. I think that's the another issue. So yeah, I would, if I were to identify 3 elements, I would focus on those 3, at least to start with.
Thank you, Janis. David, we'll move to you. How do we build trust to deploy AI?
Thank you so much, Katia. So I have more than 3. I have 7 points actually, but I will go quickly through them. So I mean, based on the findings of the report that I presented at the beginning, I think that there are clear trust issues, right? I would like to say that the COVID-19 pandemic, even we can look now back, it was an inflection point for all of us to see how trust needs to be built around data and digital health. That is out of question. So a few points that I would like to mention very quickly is first, we need to close the digital divide to ensure equitable access and trust. That is something that is happening at the moment. So we see a lot of inequities when it's about data and digital health. Second, strengthen digital and AI literacy among the citizens. This is something that, as I saw in the results of the funding, this is completely absent. They are not even in the discussions around AI, so we can do better when it's about that. The third point is about engagement the public meaningfully in governance and decision making, so they can really be part of the design, the development and the implementation of AI, right? That is something that unfortunately we have not seen that happening frequently across the region. Also linked to health workforce and training, we need to train and support the health workforce for responsible AI use, right? So beyond how AI is developed, about how we are using it, that is something that we need to increase the training and the support. The fifth point that I would like to mention is establish clear liability and accountability frameworks. Some countries are moving in this direction, but not all. And it's clear to know who is accountable when working on AI. That will also help to build trust. And the two last point, one is related to embed transparency, fairness, and equity by design in AI systems. That is something that we can see that is happening more frequently in the European region. And finally, strengthen data governance and patient empowerment. That is something that maybe is the last point, but is the most important one, right? So we can see that there is a long way ahead of us, but also in our case, just to mention and to share with all of you that all these points will be captured as part of the European roadmap on AI that WHO Europe is putting together. That we hope that they will be adopted by October this year, and that will help to move the region together in this direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Hella, I will now move to you. From your national perspective, how in France are you dealing or planning to deal with the issue of trust in healthcare professionals and citizens as well?
Yeah, thank you, Katia. So to also go in the sense that David just opened, we have a clear priority among training for healthcare professionals. So what we have been doing since last year is first, we have now a mandatory training session about digital health for every future healthcare professional in France, from nurses to doctors. And now what we need to do and what we will be building this year is a specialty mandatory training, including especially impact of AI use for every healthcare professional. And I think that what we need to build trust is not just to learn to future healthcare professionals how AI can be useful to them, but it's also to have some critical views of how AI needs to be used in a daily basis in their practice. So you all have been aware, I'm sure, of the latest scientific studies of the impact of daily AI use in the actual competence and capacities of our healthcare professionals worldwide. The studies were actually American in the specific context. So what we need to do is not only to show healthcare professionals how to use AI, of course, that will be done, and of course, that is necessary, but is also to have some critical view of how it has actually an impact over their thinking, over their decision making, and how they can still keep their competence when AI is going to make every decision easier in a daily basis. And we need that critical view to make sure that the AI systems that we build are used and useful and trustworthy in the long run, because otherwise we have no one to monitor those. And this is exactly what we all have been praying for in the AI Act, with the idea of human control of the AI systems that we deploy in Europe. So training, as David said, for me is one of the most priority. And as I was saying, we have already been working on, and now we need to go a little bit forward in the specialty training for healthcare professionals. And then when it comes to the use of data in a hospital, for example, in everyday life, we see that there is this shadow IT that I think is widespread everywhere, which is actually healthcare professionals using their own, for example, agentic solutions that they use for their everyday life, and they use it a little bit to ask questions about the healthcare path of their patients. So that's, of course, is something that raises questions in different organizations and specifically in hospitals. So what we have been doing, and we have some hospitals here in France that are actually trying to lead these discussions is to make sure that we provide a space for discussion about those questions among healthcare professionals. Because of course it changes their practices, but it also changes the ethical and deontologic questions that are raised in the everyday life. So of course this will have an impact on their work, on their practice, but also on the way they think about the data and how should they share it or not on those platforms. And so this is something that we are working on. We have a few hospitals that are raising the question, and soon the question of should we block those websites is raised by hospitals, and of course the question is not that easy because it has an impact on everyday life also of the healthcare providers that are working there. But I think the question is not should we block it or not, it should be can we build an alternative? What are the actual questions that are raised, and how can we make sure that the data that is produced in the hospitals is safely shared when professionals are using AI. And so we have in France few alternatives that are being tested. For example, there is a solution that is called MedGPT. So, and it has been used in hospitals in Bordeaux, and exactly to make sure that we test the impact of offering an alternative solution to the actual daily use of AI in our healthcare, among our healthcare professionals and in our biggest hospitals. So what we expect is that all hospitals that are having those discussions share it at the national level, so we can maybe set some kind of common policy on how do we use and deploy that. And this is why I was earlier talking about the idea that maybe we should not be going too fast, but we should really make sure that we have the proper spaces to make sure that experts that are actually testing and trying things in their everyday life can actually share their knowledge, share what has been learned, so we can put together a collective policy. And by doing so, of course, we will not be actually stopping all the use that are already there on the ground, and that everything, every hospital is allowed to test, etc., etc. But we will be giving guidelines and also having a national strategy where to invest. So this is what we are expecting from this bottom-up organization that we have put together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella. Indeed, very wide strategy with a lot of different actions and very nice perspective. And now I will move to you. How can we build trust even in the AI market as well?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. It was very interesting also to see in the Mentimeter also that the trust was definitely the most important aspect that has been rated here from the participants here and online. But I think it's a complex puzzle, this buzzword trust. It's not just the one thing that you establish and then everyone trusts the system, but it's really a complex strategy or multi-points, and I think also Janos and the other speakers have already mentioned so many important aspects. And of course we need to build trust not only in the AI systems but also in the data that it's being trained on, because this is like the basis, the foundation of how the model works, how the system, an AI system works, and particularly via the Ehds, it's very important to have this trust in the quality of the data and the reliability in the governance. Here in the Ehds governance, especially the HDAPs are of course very important, and they build also or are a central role in building the trust in the data and how they can be accessed, but also in general on the AI systems. I think also for healthcare professionals and patients, it's important that they know that it's there's this regulatory overview, that these regulations are in place, that everything is tested, monitored, validated in a way that's consistent, but also in the full clinical context to make sure that the systems are really working in the way they should work. So here also again, and I've stressed it before, this legislative interaction is very important. And again, also the governance, then also in how this works, how it's being deployed in the hospitals. But in general, I would say then when healthcare professionals and patients trust the data, trust that the systems are tested and the governance and the regulations, they're far more likely then to adopt the systems. And of course, the systems then also need to provide that value in the clinical context, in the workflows in place. Yeah.
Thank you, Verena, and really very enlightening listening to all of you regarding this issue of trust. Is something that we need to continue. And just to finalize our very good discussion, it will not be final here, but to finalize this plenary for today, I will ask you in one sentence if you could give us a key recommendation to enable the deployment of AI under this EHDS framework. And I will follow the same order. I will start with you, Janos. One sentence.
One sentence would be maybe to build on the, we have now the European health space health data, and maybe building on that one to start generating deployment data and make the combination there. That's how I think I see it.
Thank you. David?
So I will say that even though data and digital infrastructure are critical, for me the most important advice is to involve the people and the health workforce in particular and the population to be involved in the development, implementation, and design of any AI solution. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Hella, your recommendation?
Yeah, as I was saying, is really to build concrete projects together, specifically, as I was saying, in everything that is among the value chain of AI, so building together algorithm, data spaces, and everything that will be needed tomorrow to make sure that we have the actual capacities, technical, and also the people, the communities that will be building the European future of AI in health.
Thank you, Verena. I will finalize with you.
Thank you. So my last call to action or sentence would be also to work together now to build the European health data space. Now it's really an important moment in time to clarify the open questions, to build these infrastructures, and let's work together to really make it a reality and to make the EHDS this trusted engine also for this data access that's secure, predictable, but also workable for everyone.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think we can safely conclude after this plenary session that AI, it's not only a technological challenge, it's really a systemic challenge that we will need to address, and that, of course, the EHDS is something that we see as a key enabler to deploy AI in healthcare across Europe. And the challenge now is up to us to ensure coordinated implementation and to make tangible value out of the EHDS for healthcare professionals and citizens every day. And I'm sure that after lunch, we will be re-energized to continue this task. Thank you.
So a big thank you to our chair of the Plenary 2 session, Dr. Katia Susabindo, and our insightful panelists for their engaging session. We will now break for lunch. The lunch will be served just outside this room. And I know we are all hungry, but before we go to lunch, I would like everyone to proceed to the front entrance of the hotel to take a family photo. And I kindly request everyone to be back by 1:40 so we can start our Plenary 3 session on time. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Europe is stepping into a new era of digital health, one where your health data can follow you wherever you are. At the Ehds-Ai Connect in Brussels, experts from across Europe came together to test the systems that will make this a reality. The European Health Data Space is an EU regulation that will be rolled out step by step to allow cross-border healthcare by 2029.
Our vision is the one to create a European space for the data to flow, but not for flowing for nothing, flowing for the benefits of the European citizens. In first place, to give them access to their health data wherever they are in the member states, but also in another member states.
Behind this vision lies a major challenge. That's what we call interoperability.
Every country has its own national system. With different, first of all, languages, different standards. In order to be able to have the citizens travel around, these should talk to each other.
But what precise information should be shared and how? These technical questions are shaping Europe's future health system, with answers only expected in 2027. Over the past 30 months, the Ehds-Ai project has brought together health authorities, industry leaders, and IT experts to design, test, and refine solutions that could underpin this new framework.
We have identified the general requirements for EHR systems. We specified the technical requirements, which are very important at this stage. Now we know what the EHR systems have to comply to.
We described the requirements for the exchange format and also for the metadata system, which must be implemented in the Ehds-Ai.
And then we have the conformity framework, where we specify how the systems will test and make sure that they are compliant with Ehds-Ai.
These new tools were tested during the Ehds-Ai Projectathon here in Brussels. For several days, developers, healthcare providers, and manufacturers worked side by side, ensuring they can securely exchange health data in compliance with the regulation.
Testing events, they are helping both communities, the users, in seeing if they have built specifications that are of good quality and that can be implemented, and the vendors to start preparing themselves for what is coming up.
Putting all the manufacturers together and provide them a place where they will work together, experience together, test the one against the other, is how they will learn about the Ehds-Ai and how they will improve the system and be ready for 2029.
Significant progress has already been made with the foundations laid by the Ehds-Ai joint action, but building a truly connected European health system will be a long journey. Its success will depend on continued collaboration with member states and stakeholders, innovation and trust, placing citizens at the heart of digital health in Europe.
Our vision is the one to create a European space for the data to flow, but not for flowing for nothing, flowing for the benefits of the European citizens. In first place, to give them access to their health data wherever they are in the member states, but also in another member states.
You are taking your holiday in Cyprus, in a beach. Suddenly you are feeling pain, a chest pain. Your record, while they giving you the first aid, will be readily available for the doctor.
Dr. A sends the clinical data of one patient or of one citizen to Dr. B, and Dr. B receives this data, and in theory, he should be able to practice medicine by only reading this information.
So the citizen will feel secure without borders to have a better medical treatment.
Interoperability is key. You cannot have the exchange, the cross-border exchange of health data without interoperability.
Countries have their own national implementations.
With different, first of all, languages, different standards. We don't want to replace the systems and just evolve them in these standards.
We have so many different types of stakeholders. Finding the common ground and finding the common solutions which actually acknowledge all the different types of actors. That is the big challenge.
Work in a coherent framework, and everybody has to respect the regulation, mostly on privacy and also on clinical meaningfulness of the data exchange.
We're sharing e-prescriptions and patient summaries already today. It was a voluntary system, now it's a mandatory.
The main objective is to ensure the highway for the data stream will support better care pathway and better care.
European Commission, in collaboration with the governments, they are currently preparing the implementation acts, and this will be known the soonest in March 2027. We are trying to contribute and influence as much as we can to try not to reinvent the wheel so much.
We don't wish to reinvent the wheel. We need a pragmatic approach to these rules and to make a system that actually delivers for citizens and innovators. We are at full speed working on its implementation, but the time is very short. And we need actually all these inputs from different angles, different communities, to bring the HDS to a reality.
It's a joint action funded by the European Commission to define and develop the guidelines and implementation acts for the implementation of the European Health Data Space Regulation. The development of systems where they talk to each other to exchange data while the citizen is traveling within Europe.
The regulation is defining what needs to be done, and then XTHR really specifies the technical specifications for how this will be done.
So we had to extract from those legal articles what would be the meaningful technical requirements.
We have identified the general requirements of EHR systems. We also specify the format, this EHRXF.
Which is the standards that will make this data flowing really across border.
We specify the clinical content, what we call the logical models.
Meaning the definitions, what information need to be shared.
We felt that IHE Europe and HSF in Europe really need to come together, because it's a big challenge to really come to implementable specification.
The XTHR logical model is based on HL7 FHIR resources that are used along those 6 healthcare priority domains, as we call them. Lab reports, medical imaging, discharge reports, patient summaries, prescription dispensation.
And IHE having the IHE methodology to create implementable specifications, use case based.
And regarding the transactional part, meaning the transmission of that content between the different actors, we have a work group which is an API work group.
XTHR was the bridge between policy and implementation. The main achievement is to give a clear picture of how this will be done and how this will be feasible in Europe. And I think it is clear, without surprise to the vendors, without surprise to the market.
It is bringing together member states experts, but also experts from different communities, manufacturers, vendors, to identify the central piece of the future, the system of tomorrow.
The XTHR was a project did assemble the opinions of the various member states.
The overall approach and overall specification has been agreed with the industry.
All of those guidelines, the technical specifications that come out of the work packages are going to inform the decisions on the implementing acts in the future.
XTHR gave a building block that all the European member states can start from. We have a starting point, it's a great basis, it's at the grounds.
So we are talking about an ecosystem that is being set up, and this is key for EHDS implementation.
We have the specifications. My understanding is that it is of high quality, but this is in paper. So now we are currently checking in practice.
What we mostly test is the adoption of what we call the European Electronic Exchange format that should be somehow adopted by all.
The test cases are mainly pushing or retrieving documents
from a repository.
They can start interacting with the DTE. So not only on the workflows, so not only on the sharing of the document, but they can use DTE also for checking the conformance of the documents.
Bringing all the participants together, all the manufacturers, provide them a place where they will work together, experience together, test the one against the other, is how they will learn about the EHDS and how they will improve the system and be ready for 2029.
Testing events, they are helping both communities, the users, in seeing if they have built specifications that are of good quality and that can be implemented, and the vendors to start preparing themselves for what is coming up.
We identified some gaps in our application. This is a great opportunity for that. It is always to identify them before and not after.
When you finally get into the test tools and talk to different companies, there are always small things that appear that you, oh yes, it should be like this, and then you fix it and test it again.
The Projectathon gives us an extra opportunity to be on the forefront of developing new content that can later be rolled out for data exchange through the European Union.
The testing events have a special role because they really gather the implementers of the specifications. They are also a way to try and fix something that is still in progress.
We can also help clarifying possible pitfall or gap that we have in the specification, so increase the confidence and the maturity of the specs.
We are testing our specifications and we will receive the feedback.
You need feedback, and you need to get the feedback and maintain and improve the spec.
We deliver something that it is testable and it's ready-made for mass production and widely adopted across the European Union.
The deliverables of XTHR, they're going to be adopted by the technical committees that are preparing the implementation acts, and this will, let's say, forge how the regulation is going to be made operational.
Our hope is that the Commission and the Member States will pick these specifications up so that proven specification can be used by the vendor community.
There is still some work to do, but from my perspective, we are like at least 80 to 90% complete. And as to my knowledge, there are no real big gaps here. It's only more like fine-tuning.
I think that the initial objectives have been met, even though we need to consider that further refinement and maintenance of the specification are needed.
The exchange format is described. The data flow will be seamless for these data sets.
There are other projects like I2X or XShare or other innovative projects that are relying on the specification that are developing.
The specifications we're working on are never ready. They need continuous updates, feedback from the market.
The exchange format can be expanded, needs to be expanded to cover all the data categories.
The European Commission has launched what we call the Exchange Format Support Center. So most of those XTHR specifications are going to be somehow continue to be maintained and extended.
The sustainability of the changes must be controlled with a correct roadmap.
There needs to be some sort of governance bodies that will continue working in this. I believe that this needs to be somehow professionalized in the future.
There is a gap between the medicine and the technology, and this is where we need to work really. The safe and secure and well organized implementation of the regulation. These are the big challenges.
We need meetings between different member states. The success happens on local implementations and local deployments.
It goes to the member states because they need to implement infrastructure. It goes to the vendors who need to make their systems compliant.
The next step prior to having the implementing acts ready is to see how those can be transferred into specification and implementation guides.
We should not leave these results in deliverables. We should proceed with implementation.
We need to also educate the patients and the citizens and how to interact and work together.
We need now to disseminate.
The citizens which are getting this empowerment must be educated.
So they engage the healthcare professionals.
This is not the end. This is it's the end of extended HR, but it's the beginning of the European journey.
Europe is stepping into a new era of digital health, one where your health data can follow you wherever you are. At the Ehds-Ai Connect in Brussels, experts from across Europe came together to test the systems that will make this a reality. The European Health Data Space is an EU regulation that will be rolled out step by step to allow cross-border healthcare by 2029.
Our vision is the one to create a European space for the data to flow, but not for flowing for nothing, flowing for the benefits of the European citizens. In first place, to give them access to their health data wherever they are in the member states, but also in another member states.
Behind this vision lies a major challenge. That's what we call interoperability.
Every country has its own national system with different, first of all, languages, different standards. In order to be able to have the citizen travel around, these should talk to each other.
But what precise information should be shared and how? These technical questions are shaping Europe's future health system, with answers only expected in 2027. Over the past 30 months, the Ehds-Ai EHR project has brought together health authorities, industry leaders, and IT experts to design, test, and refine solutions that could underpin this new framework.
We have identified the general requirements for EHR systems. We specified the technical requirements, which are very important at this stage. Now we know what the EHR systems have to comply to.
We described the requirements for the exchange format and also for the metadata system, which must be implemented in the Ehds-Ai.
And then we have the conformity framework, where we specify how the systems will test and make sure that they are compliant with the Ehds-Ai.
These new tools were tested during the Ehds-Ai EHR Projectathon here in Brussels. For several days, developers, healthcare providers, and manufacturers worked side by side, ensuring they can securely exchange health data in compliance with the regulation.
Testing events, they are helping both communities, the users, in seeing if they have built specifications that are of good quality and that can be implemented, and the vendors to start preparing themselves for what is coming up.
Putting all the manufacturers together and provide them a place where they will work together, experience together, test the one against the other is how they will learn about the Ehds-Ai and how they will improve the system and be ready for 2029.
Significant progress has already been made with the foundations laid by the Ehds-Ai EHR joint action, but building a truly connected European health system will be a long journey. Its success will depend on continued collaboration with member states and stakeholders, innovation and trust, placing citizens at the heart of digital health in Europe.
Our vision is the one to create a European space for the data to flow, but not for flowing for nothing, flowing for the benefits of the European citizens. In first place, to give them access to their health data wherever they are in the member states, but also in another member states.
You are taking your holiday in Cyprus, in a beach. Suddenly you are feeling pain, a chest pain. Your record, while they giving you the first aid, will be readily available for the doctor.
Dr. A sends the clinical data of one patient or of one citizen to Dr. B, and Dr. B receives this data, and in theory, he should be able to practice medicine by only reading this information.
So the citizen will feel secure without borders to have a better medical treatment.
Interoperability is key. You cannot have the exchange, the cross-border exchange of health data without interoperability.
Countries have their own national implementations.
With different, first of all, languages, different standards. We don't want to replace the systems and just evolve them in these standards.
We have so many different types of stakeholders, finding the common ground and finding the common solutions which actually acknowledge all the different types of actors. That is the big challenge.
Work in a coherent framework, and everybody has to respect the regulation, mostly on privacy and also on clinical meaningfulness of the data exchange.
We're sharing e-prescriptions and patient summaries already today. It was a voluntary system, now it's a mandatory.
The main objective is to ensure the highway for the data stream will support better care pathway and better care.
European Commission, in collaboration with the governments, they are currently preparing the implementation acts, and this will be known the soonest in March 2027. We are trying to contribute and influence as much as we can to try not to reinvent the wheel so much.
We don't wish to reinvent the wheel. We need a pragmatic approach to these rules and to make a system that actually delivers for citizens and innovators. We are at full speed working on its implementation, but the time is very short. And we need actually all these inputs from different angles, different communities, to bring the HDS to a reality.
It's a joint action funded by the European Commission to define and develop the guidelines and implementation acts for the implementation of the European Health Data Space Regulation. The development of systems that they talk to each other to exchange data while the citizen is traveling within Europe.
The regulation is defining what needs to be done, and then XTHR really specifies the technical specifications for how this will be done.
So we had to extract from those legal articles what would be the meaningful technical requirements.
We have identified the general requirements of EHR systems. We also specify the format, this EHRXF.
Which is the standards that will make this data flowing really across border.
We specify the clinical content, what we call the logical models.
Meaning the definitions, what information need to be shared.
We felt that IHE Europe and HSF in Europe really need to come together, because it's a big challenge to really come to implementable specification.
The XTHR logical model is based on HL7 FHIR resources that are used along those 6 healthcare priority domains, as we call them. Lab reports, medical imaging, discharge reports, patient summaries, e-prescription and dispensation.
And IHE having the IHE methodology to create implementable specifications, use case based.
And regarding the transactional part, meaning the transmission of that content between the different actors, we have a work group which is an API work group.
XTHR was the bridge between policy and implementation. The main achievement is to give a clear picture of how this will be done and how this will be feasible in Europe. And I think it is clear, without surprise to the vendors, without surprise to the market.
It is bringing together member states experts, but also experts from different communities, manufacturers, vendors, to identify the central piece of the future, the system of tomorrow.
The XTHR was a project did assemble the opinions of the various member states.
The overall approach and overall specification has been agreed with the industry.
All of those guidelines, the technical specifications that come out of the work packages are going to inform the decisions on the implementing acts in the future.
XTHR gave a building block that all the European member states can start from. We have a starting point, it's a great basis, it set the grounds.
So we are talking about an ecosystem that is being set up, and this is key for EHDS implementation.
We have the specifications. My understanding is that it is of high quality, but this is in paper. So now we are currently checking in practice.
What we mostly test is the adoption of what we call the European Electronic Exchange format that should be somehow adopted by all.
The test cases are mainly pushing or retrieving documents from a repository.
They can start interacting with the DTE. So not only on the workflows, so not only on the sharing of the document, but they can use DTE also for checking the conformance of the document.
Bringing all the participants together, all the manufacturers, provide them a place where they will work together, experience together, test the one against the other, is how they will learn about the EHDS and how they will improve the system and be ready for 2029.
The testing events, they are helping both communities, the users, in seeing if they have built specifications that are of good quality and that can be implemented, and the vendors to start preparing themselves for what is coming up.
We identified some gaps in our application. This is a great opportunity for that. It is always to identify them before and not after.
When you finally get into the test tools and talk to different companies, there are always small things that appear that you, oh yes, it should be like this, and then you fix it and test it again.
The Projectathon gives us an extra opportunity to be on the forefront of developing new content that can later be rolled out for data exchange through the European Union.
The testing events have a special role because they really gather the implementers of the specifications. They are also a way to try and fix something that is still in progress.
We can also help clarifying possible pitfall or gap that we have in the specification, so increase the confidence and the maturity of the specs.
We are testing our specifications and we will receive the feedback.
You need feedback, and you need to get the feedback and maintain and improve the spec.
We deliver something that it is testable and it's ready-made for mass production and widely adopted across the European Union.
The deliverables of XTHR, they're going to be adopted by the technical committees that are preparing the implementation acts. And this will, let's say, forge how the regulation is going to be made operational.
Our hope is that the Commission and the Member States will pick these specifications up so that proven specification can be used by the vendor community.
There is still some work to do, but from my perspective, we are like at least 80 to 90% complete. And as to my knowledge, there are no real big gaps here. It's only more like fine-tuning.
I think that the initial objectives have been met, even though we need to consider that further refinement and maintenance of the specification are needed.
The exchange format is described. The data flow will be seamless for these data sets.
There are other projects like I2X or XShare or other innovative projects that are relying on the specification that are developing.
The specifications we're working on are never ready. They need continuous updates, feedback from the market.
The exchange format can be expanded, needs to be expanded to cover all the data categories.
The European Commission has launched what we call the Exchange Format Support Center. So most of those XTHR specifications are going to be somehow continued to be maintained and extended.
The sustainability of the changes must be controlled with a correct roadmap.
There needs to be some sort of governance bodies that will continue working in this. I believe that this needs to be somehow professionalized in the future.
There is a gap between the medicine and the technology, and this is where we need to work really. The safe and secure and well organized implementation of the regulation. These are the big challenges.
We need meetings between different member states. The success happens on local implementations and local deployments.
It goes to the member states because they need to implement infrastructure. It goes to the vendors who need to make their systems compliant.
The next step prior to having the implementing acts ready is to see how those can be transferred into specification and implementation guides.
We should not leave these results in deliverables. We should proceed with implementation.
We need to also educate the patients and the citizens and how to interact and work together.
We need now to disseminate.
The citizens which are getting this empowerment must be educated.
So they engage the healthcare professionals.
This is not the end. This is it's the end of extended HR, but it's the beginning of the European journey.
Europe is stepping into a new era of digital health, one where your health data can follow you wherever you are. At the Ehds-Ai Connect in Brussels, experts from across Europe came together to test the systems that will make this a reality. The European Health Data Space is an EU regulation that will be rolled out step by step to allow cross-border healthcare by 2029.
Our vision is the one to create a European space for the data to flow, but not for flowing for nothing, flowing for the benefits of the European citizens. In first place, to give them access to their health data wherever they are in the member states, but also in another member states.
Behind this vision lies a major challenge. That's what we call interoperability.
Every country has its own national system. With different, first of all, languages, different standards. In order to be able to have the citizen travel around, these should talk to each other.
But what precise information should be shared and how? These technical questions are shaping Europe's future health system, with answers only expected in 2027. Over the past 30 months, the Ehds-Ai project has brought together health authorities, industry leaders, and IT experts to design, test, and refine solutions that could underpin this new framework.
We have identified the general requirements for EHR systems. We specified the technical requirements, which are very important at this stage. Now we know what the EHR systems have to comply to.
We described
Check. Do you hear me? 1, 2. Check. Hello. 1, 2. Checking the microphone. Hello, do you hear the microphone? Hello?
Regina here.
Hijos. Can you all please take your seats so we can move on with Plenary 3? Λαλείς, καλή ιδέα. Can you all please proceed to your seats so we can... I'm Candy. Hello, everyone. We are still missing a lot, actually. I know our food was very nice, so. I think I'm about to start, okay? We'll move with Plenary 3, deploying AI in hospitals from strategy and regulation to clinical practice. It's my pleasure to invite as our chair, Professor of Neurology and Neurogenetics, Professor Georgios Hadjigeorgiou, who is the acting dean of the Medical School of the University of Cyprus and vice president of the Cyprus Academy of Sciences, Letters, and Arts. So, welcome and take the floor. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank organizing committee and especially Professor Schizas and Batigis for this honorary invitation to chair this plenary session. Of course, it's a very important issue, the frameworks in Europe, the strategies, and indeed we do have now a strong framework through the AI Act and the European Health Data Space. But the most important thing from my point of view as a mainly clinician is all this effort to reach the heart of the health, and the heart of the health is the patient. So all this effort has been measured in the measurement name social accountability of our research and progression. And this is the issue that we will discuss in this session. There are a lot of challenging issues, how we implement the AI progress in hospitals, what will be the organizational, the regulatory conditions, and how we ensure that we're doing something safely and effective, and how the patients will trust us. But more importantly is that we have to convince the clinicians that this effort has to be implemented in their daily work. Otherwise, we are lost. Our money will go for nothing. So I have the pleasure to chair this session, and we have 5 very well-known panelists in the area of AI and the implementation strategies in hospitals. We do have with us Professor Regina Pitts-Dunn, Dr. William Dendoncker, Professor Ephthyoulos Kyriakou, and Professor Zimansky, and Dr. Rida. So I have the pleasure, they will make an introduction, 3 to 4 minutes. So I will have the pleasure to ask Professor Regina Pitts-Dunn in order to start with. Thank you very much for being with us. We have only 2 panelists with us. The others are online. So, Professor Regina, can you hear us?
I can hear you quite well. Do you hear me?
Very well. So, Professor Regina is working in Netherlands, and specifically in the Netherlands Cancer Institute, and we will be more than happy to hear your speech. So you may start.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Can somebody show the slides? And meanwhile, I'd like to greet everyone in the room. I'm sorry I cannot be there. I'm at the other side of the Atlantic, but I'm very happy to give this way the clinical view of how we move from AI innovation to deployment at scale. So next slide, please. So every day we know that doctors make numerous uncertain decisions. AI has the potential to make their decisions more accurate. For example, here in yellow, you see how AI is measuring the volume of the lung tumor, so that when we see it grow on a scan, we know that the treatment does not work anymore and we need to find and switch another treatment. But still, AI is not routine in healthcare in hospitals. AI will only be used by clinicians if they trust that it would work in their own practice and with their own patient population. And also if it is embedded inside the clinical workflow and clinical decision pathway with AI working silently in the background. So in my view, deployment of AI is not primarily a technology challenge, but a clinical implementation challenge. Next slide, please. So what would actually make AI work in hospitals? Several conditions, I believe, determine its success. So you have to know that clinicians would not likely be keen to adopt algorithms, but they would be willing to adopt new ways of working, especially when they know that AI would help them to be more efficient, to reduce their workload and deliver better care for their patients. So it should be workflow first design. The workflow should be the product. The algorithm is only one of the components. And AI deployment can therefore not be an IT project. Successful hospitals treat AI deployment as a clinical transformation program, which is co-designed with clinicians. And as said before, AI should be fully embedded into the clinical workflows, because when AI fits naturally into the workflow, adoption will automatically follow. And real-world validation is essential. Does the tool really work in my own practice and with my own patients? And of course, human oversight should be defined and clear. Who is responsible? When should doctors intervene? And how do we monitor that AI remains safe and updated after the deployment? So there is currently a missing layer between innovation regulation and real-world deployment. Next slide, please. And this is, next slide. Yes, and this is exactly where Europe aims to focus with Compass AI project. The Compass AI is a flagship project within the Apply AI strategy, and it aims to accelerate a safe and effective AI deployment in healthcare. Unique is that it brings all stakeholders to the table, including medical professionals, hospital administration, IT personnel, industry partners, regulators, policymakers, and patients. And this community of experts will identify barriers and successes and build guidelines for best deployment practices. Next slide, please. So these guidelines will be tested in different clinical settings, from advanced hospitals to remote centers with basic facilities and even GP practices, and across different disciplines, from the diagnostics ones to the therapy ones, because we believe that conditions will vary from one clinical setting to another. And the project will ultimately deliver a practical, step-by-step AI deployment guidelines. Next slide, please. Next slide. It will establish a European network of expertise. It will build a platform, a dashboard, so to say, as you can see here, where centers with successful deployment experience can share best practices with centers that would like to start deployment. And based on the results, policy recommendations will be generated how to safely deploy and upscale AI in healthcare. And next slide, please. In this way, we will prepare the European healthcare for full-scale deployment of AI. Next slide, please. Because I believe that deploying AI at scale will make healthcare a more personalized, effective, and cost-efficient one. But this requires strong clinical leadership, strategic direction from the hospital administration, clear data governance, and investment not only in technology, algorithms, and regulation, but also in the capacity needed for clinical adoption. Because in the end, it will not be the AI tool that will transform healthcare, but it will be those medical professionals who will safely use AI. Thank you for your attention.
Professor Pittstan, thank you very much for this approach and congratulations for all of your effort. Now I will ask Mr. William Den Docker for his presentation. William is an AI officer in the German Oncology Center here in Cyprus.
Hi, everyone. I know after lunch session is always difficult, but thank you all for coming back, and thanks to the organizing committee for inviting us. So I think this builds nicely on what was just presented by Professor Pittstan and the plenary session previously. So just a bit of context. Before I joined the German Medical Institute about a year ago as an AI officer, I previously worked on a study on AI deployment in healthcare that Janos presented earlier. So basically what we're doing at the GMI is taking those lessons learned from that European Commission study and putting them into practice, actually enforcing them within a hospital setting and bringing AI to the doctors. So what I will present here is how do the roadmap that we have adopted at the hospital to actually bring AI into the hospital. So this is a 5-step deployment roadmap, which we adopt before deploying AI solution in the GMI. We first assess the departments. So what we start is we always engage the departments early on to make them also feel involved in the whole process. That will also always facilitate the adoption of these AI tools at a later stage. We assess interest, and then we prioritize based on the need, the digital maturity of the departments, and of course the interest of the leadership. Once we've gone through that step, then the next stage is to define the problem and plan. So we map the workflows and define the future state. So what is the clinical workflow today to identify bottlenecks, inefficiencies, and see where AI could potentially help. We conduct a root cause analysis with the clinical staff always involved in the process. And then this sort of adds to what was said earlier today is we make a build versus buy decision. Is there a commercial product that already exists today on the market that we can buy and plug into our hospital and use? Or do we have to co-develop something either with academic partners, with industries or whatever, that is tailored to our specific needs? Then the next stage, the market analysis, what we then do is we identify AI solutions or development partners available on the market. I mean, for some use cases, we might speak to 20 plus AI vendors. And then, of course, we conduct some checks. So does it comply with various EU regulations, whether it be GDPR, the EU AI Act, the medical device regulation, etc. And then what we aim to do is to shortlist 2 or 3 of these AI tools to then proceed with what we call a local performance validation. So this is something that was highlighted earlier also, is that AI tools are developed and always, when you look at the developers' websites, they always say it performs X this well on the data set it was tested in. But then the question is, how does it work on our own local data within our hospital, with our doctors in our infrastructure? So that is something we do before deploying an AI solution. We conduct a retrospective validation. So we collect previous data that we have, we run the AI model on that data, and we compare the findings of the AI model to what our doctors found in their respective reports, for example. Then after that, if necessary, we conduct a prospective silent evaluation. So we bring the AI in sort of what we like to call silent mode. So it's running in the background, it's not actually used in clinical workflow, but then the doctors can compare their findings with that of the AI before ending up in a full-scale deployment. And that comes at stage 4, where we do a hospital-wide rollout, and we, of course, continuously monitor the performance of these AI tools. And I think just to put this into practice and give you a more clear picture, I will give you a very clear example of an AI tool we've adopted at the hospital. And this is in the radiation oncology department. So this is for patients that receive radiotherapy. We first engaged the department and we identified a high clinical need. There was a lot of interest from the leadership, so from the director of the radiotherapy department. And of course, the staff involved in this process were quite technologically competent. So they had a high level of digital maturity. So we then went to define the problem, and the problem is related to auto-contouring. Just to give you a little bit of context for those that don't know, when a patient receives radiation therapy, you need to try to give as much radiation as possible to the tumor and not to the organs surrounding the tumor. So these are called the organs at risk. So you want to try to avoid them. So when either the radiotherapist or the technologists are making the treatment plan, what they used to do before was manually draw all of the organs that should be avoided by the radiation. You can imagine that for someone receiving radiotherapy in the head and neck, that could take up to 1.5 to 2 hours for each patient. So this is something that there was AI models available that can do this automatically. And then what the doctors simply have to do is review the plan and make minor adjustments rather than doing it from scratch. So we shortlisted 5 AI vendors that have an AI product commercially available to do this. And we, like I said before, we did a retrospective analysis. So we compared the findings of these AI models to the plans that the doctors manually drew. And from those, we identified the best performing model. And now this is something which is part of clinical practice. No plans are drawn manually. Everything is gone through the system, and the doctors simply review and edit these treatment plans. And we've seen time savings between sort of 14 to 93 minutes per case. Okay, it depends on the complexity of the case and where the patient is receiving radiotherapy. Beyond that, we're also monitoring how this is being used. And sort of this work has also been published. And what we saw is that when we first deployed the system, doctors were always making some changes to the treatment plan that was proposed by the AI. After 6 months of using this tool, what we saw is that the edits that were being made started going down. So then we asked ourselves the question, why is that the case? Are they trusting the AI more? Are they not paying attention to it? They say, oh, it works good enough, I don't need to edit it. So this is something that we're constantly going back to and communicating with the staff. We said, okay, the AI is here to help you. You still have to review, edit, and make sure that the final output is correct. And beyond that, I mean, this was one use case. What we're doing at the German Medical Institute is we're now going through this process, so our deployment roadmap across many different areas in clinical practice. So we've touched upon radiotherapy, but we're also investing and adopting AI solutions in radiology and digital pathology. These are 2 areas where anything that has to do with images, AI is already quite mature. We're using AI for operational tasks, so how can we allocate beds effectively and do sort of predictive analytics as to when we expect patients to come in. We're integrating this with our hospital information system to be able to get meaningful insights from this information. And then something that was mentioned earlier also, we're in the process of piloting an ambient voice technology. So this is an AI which sits in the background, listens to the consultation, and that gives doctor the time to interact with the patients and takes away from the administrative burden that they're doing. So there is a lot being done in this space, but I think what's important to highlight is that it has to be done correctly with the right approach to make sure that we get the most out of these AI tools which are available. And of course, AI can be used to make presentations, nice graphics. Thank you.
William, thank you very much for sharing with us your experience. This contribution is very crucial, and I will make a statement later on for the experience of some hospitals that they need to be shared with others. So now I will call Professor Kyriakou. He will speak about the effort here in Cyprus about the AI-enabled emergency and pre-hospital care support system.
Thank you, and okay, thanks for the invitation. And my presentation is about a system that we are working on here locally in Cyprus, which is a system that supports the ambulance and emergency care, the national ambulance service that we have here. So this is the, now we are at the stage where the system is being used for, in real practice for about 7 years. Several points of that system were identified, and we've seen the needs and points where AI could be used and help during the use of the system. Thank you. Okay, the system is called Avaris. This is an acronym that we use from the Greek mythology. This is, as I said, this is the system that digitally supports the National Emergency Service. So this service is the service that responds to every emergency that happens in Cyprus. So this could be divided into two main parts. The first part is the, excuse us about the colors, I thought it looked much better on the PC. Okay, anyway, I will describe them. Okay, the first one is the call and dispatch center, which is the center that receives all the calls, and that center has the responsibility to receive a call, evaluate a call, do the triage, and then do the control of the ambulance that will be sent out to the patient. The second part is the ambulance part, where on that part we have the ambulance crew, where the ambulance crew has a mobile unit moving with them. So we have the interface that will give the ambulance the call and will receive all information regarding the incident from the ambulance crew, and then when delivering the patient back to the main hospital, this is going to be delivered with the patient. Now, several parts that we identified that the AI could help, I mean, main parts. We start from the triage, where we are trying to introduce some intelligence in the evaluation and the of the call we receive there in order to support the dispatcher when doing that triage, starting with real-time speech recognition, NLP, and doing some prediction about the response of the ambulance based on previous incidents. This is work that is currently being done. Then we have the routing of the vehicle, starting with the dispatch, and then the routing, the optimum routing of that vehicle to the patient, or rerouting if we talk about incidents that might not be at the level of emergency, and then we receive incidents that we have at a different level of emergency and issues like that. Then we go to the crew support. At that point, this is something that we are working on but not applied. So the idea is to help the crew during handling I mean, give guidance for protocols and anything related with the handling of each emergency that happens. And then at the end, we have the results, which is a very essential part. This is something that we are discussing a lot. I mean, the secondary use of data and the analytics that can be exported through these calls. Sorry, but the background should be black. I don't know why. Okay, I can describe this is a procedure where, I mean, this is the workflow of an incident starting from receiving the call, doing the, I don't know if I can have it here, laser. Okay, starting from point 1 where we receive the call, then we go to point 2 where what we are doing there is to start the dispatch and find the optimum ambulance and monitor in order to give to the ambulance the optimum routing to arrive to the procedure. Then we have the point 3 and 4 where we have the GIS guidance of the ambulance. Then we go to the incident where we have the handling of the incident, the support of protocols, I mean the intelligence support of protocols, and at the end the delivery of the patient to the hospital. So at several points we can see, I mean, points that we identified that AI could be introduced, either to mainly to give some additional support to the personnel, either handling the call or the personnel driving to the call or the personnel handling the patient, and all these things that would happen during that procedure. So that's it. I tried to give an overview of what we have, just to have a short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Efthivoulos, for providing your experience, share with us. And now I have the honor to ask Reetta Hinsanen from Finland to share with us her experience. So,
thank you. Thank you so much, and great to be here. My name is Reetta Hinsanen, and I am representing today the private company perspective in deploying AI in healthcare. I'm from a company, Gosta Labs, a Finnish AI startup that is based here in Finland. And actually, a question: are you seeing the slides? Because unfortunately,
yes.
No.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Now I can actually see them as well. Sorry for the confusion there. So what our Gosta Labs does is we develop a Gosta AI operating system for healthcare. And Gosta was founded in 2024 as we recognized the challenge. And if we go to the next slide, the challenge in healthcare, which is very familiar to everyone here as we are speaking of AI and EHTS today, that the clinical documentation and administrative work is creating a significant burden to healthcare professionals today, up to several hours every day spent on administrative work. Even in some hospitals that we just spoke this week, 60% of the day of the professionals goes to administrative work with computers instead of at patient encounters, treating patients. In addition, and part of that problem is also that the data and the systems used in hospitals are fragmented, they're not connected, discussing with each other, and there is double administrative work happening across systems. And as a result of that, the data lives in different databases, different systems, and it is in unstructured and structured formats mixed, and it is difficult to piece together or it takes time to piece the information together along the patient treatment journey. And at the same time, the treatments, especially in specialized healthcare, for example, cancer care, the complexity of treatments is rising. There is vast possibility of different treatments for the unique patient scenarios, which then also introduces this problem of a growing number of personalized therapies and treatment options, and what is the best pathway for every single patient, considering all the history across the different systems and papers and medical past that the patient has. And that challenge we then have developed Costa to tackle. And if we go to the next slide, we can go a little bit into the use cases. So Costa today is already actually used at over 200,000 patient appointments in Europe. And where we started was being a medical scribe. So we listened in, and we listen in today on the patient-doctor discussion. And then based on that, we generate automatic clinical notes of the appointment, as they'll also classify structured data automatically, such as, for example, ICD-10 codes or ECOG performance statuses. In addition to that, what Costa does is, for example, again, in specialized treatments like cancer treatments, we listen in on the patient-doctor discussion at the appointment, and based on the discussion, we also assess adverse effects either diagnosed by doctor or reported by patient, and automatically generate those in structured and created a format for the doctor to review. So we automate and structure and standardize the documentation generated at appointments. But in addition to that, we also then help prepare for those appointments by taking that lengthy patient history in different formats, in unstructured and structured formats, in paper, in PDFs, in EHRs, and help generate a patient context understanding of where the patient is today by bringing all that data together. And Costa is a registered medical device today in Europe, and at the heart of how we develop Costa and the AI that we are using, we are approaching it slightly differently than many of the private companies working today in healthcare. And if we go to the next slide, at the heart of Costa is our own AI model development. As typically, if we look at many of the AI software companies today, they are relying on the closed commercial large language models that have been trained and developed outside of European Union. And we want to change that. While we are today also utilizing the large language models available, what we have already brought to production, routine care use, and what we are developing constantly on the back end is our own proprietary language models trained and developed here in the European Union. And we use the Lumi supercomputer, which is the fastest supercomputer in Europe, to train our own models. And this approach enables us to develop and deploy task-specific, fast, high-performance models for specific use case instead of using general-purpose models, while then having control over the data privacy of how those models are trained and which third-party providers we use or don't use in deployment of Costa. That's a short introduction to what we do and how we do it, and I would then pass it on to the next speaker.
Rita, thank you very much for sharing with us your innovation deployment of AI in your country, and I think this is a very crucial issue in terms of homogenization of data throughout the Europe. Now, finally, I would like to ask Professor Piotr Szymanski, Chairman of the EU Regulatory Affairs Committee Board and European Society of Cardiology, to share with us the regulatory AI perspective in Europe and I think in the world. So, Professor Peter.
Well, thank you very much. I hope you can see me and hear me well.
Yeah, we see you and we hear you.
Well, thank you. This is going to be a modest perspective. This is going to be a perspective of the ESC and I would say of a very selected part of the clinical practice that I'd like to touch upon given the short time that we have. And first of all, please accept my apologies for not being able to make it to Cyprus, and I really envy you staying there, and I hope to see you soon. So I'll give you the short regulatory perspective from the physician's point of view. And the physician's point of view, surprisingly, is stated upon in the AI Act, in the Article 3.4, because it's also natural persons, not just legal persons and authorities that are labeled deployers, AI deployers. This brings any regulation and any liability very close to any physician and, of course, to any cardiologist, too. And when using AI for clinical purposes and when using AI with the patients. Well, if that's the case, this is, of course, then a huge question of liability from different perspectives, not just from legal perspective, but also from Hippocratic perspective, to do no harm and to implement appropriately. Now, to implement appropriately, we obviously need the human oversight, which has been already mentioned, and one of the preconditions of the appropriate implementation of AI tools is the human-machine interface tools that could be overseen by natural persons. And please note that the implementation will be successful only if physicians have more time for patients, not more time devoted to overseeing artificial intelligence itself, and then sharing responsibility not just with patient and the decisions related to patients, but also sharing responsibility with the decisions related to AI itself. This is a serious issue. This is a no-harm consortium that has assessed the potential harm of different large language models in giving advice based on real cases. And unfortunately, the number needed to harm, with a severe harm with many of those large language models, is less than 10. That poses a significant risk that any large language model based advice may create danger to patients and requires significant oversight and corrective actions from physicians. So then we need evidence. And then please imagine, this is a review from Nature Medicine on the papers published on large language models in clinical medicines. From 2022, on average, three papers were published a day. That sums up into 4,600 papers until 2025. But publishing of randomized trials, which remain the benchmark of assessment for clinicians and remain the benchmark of clinical guidelines, would took less than 3 weeks. There were just 19 randomized clinical trials with large language models identified by the authors. So the proportion of the best quality evidence is really minor in that respect. So therefore, we've got the at-risk regulation, which relies on prohibitions, on standards, on prevention of harm, rather than on continuous checking of every implementation. And this is absolutely appropriate in this case. But still, we have to, as I have already mentioned, or physicians have to interpret output and use it appropriately. Now, I think this is the the most important slides that I have, and probably one of the most important papers that I have read, it comes from the artificial intelligence in life sciences. And what it explains is that errors in artificial intelligence and machine learning devices are much more plausible than the conventional ones. And then, therefore, they require a much greater skill to detect, a much greater knowledge from physicians, even if they're happening less often, but they're very difficult to detect because of these mimic capabilities of the AI. Now, so one of the answers to that is the CORMD clinical risk score for regulators and for the evaluation of artificial intelligence proposed by the consortium led by the ESC, with several levels of assessment on the transparency and oversight, on the valid technical performance, on clinical performance score, and on the function of the output. Now, the simple example of that would be to assess whether there is a strong association with easy human oversight, or moderate association with difficult human oversight, or weak association between input and output without the possibility of human oversight. And when you look at the echocardiographic study, the assessment of the ejection fraction, so in essence the contractility, how this area changes, is fairly easy. So there's a strong association, and this would be an example of good oversight. But the deformation, which is tracked here by these dots, is much more difficult to be oversight by physicians. So there's a moderate association with difficult human oversight in this case. So that would be 2 points. And then if you do phenotyping based on complex echocardiographic images, there's no possibility that any human would detect the association and understand the algorithms that lie within the black box. That leads us to the literacy, and to that we have to have this literacy, and we have to conduct the AI literacy training. Let's have a look then at the history of modern pharmacology, which is related, which we'll learn quite soon. It has started in 1856, in 1860s, with the father Rudolf Buchheim in Tartu and Oswald Schmiedeberg at the University of Strasbourg. It was the first pharmacology department was at the University College of London in 1905. And the Flexner report in US pushed medical schools towards science-based curricula. Now we have got another, but please look, it took 100 years for clinical pharmacology and therapeutics to enter undergraduate medical curricula. So we must not allow the same gap with artificial intelligence and wait 100 years until AI and digital come into core curricula. ESC is putting cardiologists into wider concept, and we are now reviewing the curricula to make cardiologists understand the foundational concepts of electronic health records, clinical decision support, artificial intelligence, etc., etc. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. I'll stop sharing the slides now. Thank you.
Dear Professor, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much for providing all these important insights in implementation of AI in clinical practice. So until now, and I would like to thank also the panelists for providing us this valuable insight. And now we will move to discuss and explore what lesson emerged from these experiences so far in Europe. So now is the time to put the Metimeter interactions with sub-questions. So the first question is, what is the main barrier to deploying AI in hospitals today? So you may vote. We'll wait until the end, but I'm sure that AI may give us a result before or not. So, okay, it's going on.
Well, it appears I wasn't convincing because the workforce skills are at the bottom of the request here in terms of what's needed.
Okay. So I think we may stop. Yeah, so we may stop. So the first 2 points, the integration into clinical workflows and the regulatory complexity seems to be, according to the participant, the 2 major barriers. So we may move in the second question. So the question is, what is the most critical success factor for scaling AI in hospitals? The 5 points are clinical validation and safety, integration into workflows, clear governance and accountability, skilled workforce, and trust and acceptance. We will wait. Okay. I think, okay, it's going on. I will wait until 73 participants as previous. Okay. But I think it's not going to change a lot, so we stop here. So the first 2 points, the clinical validation and safety, integration into workflows, it came out as the 2 major factors for this question. So we would like to thank for these valuable insights. And currently I have to provide some questions to the panelists. So the first question is about the implementation and integration of these procedures. And I will ask William, Regina, and Efthyvoulos for their position. So the question is, based on your experience, what are the main challenges and success factors when integrating AI into clinical workflows and hospital systems? You have 3 minutes each. So, William. Yeah.
So I think from my experience, and I think I'll have to agree with what Peter said, the biggest barrier is change management and health literacy. And I think engaging the healthcare workforce early on in the journey of AI deployment is super important for them to understand the value that it could potentially bring. I think, I mean, from us, the German Medical Institute is a private hospital in Cyprus providing healthcare services through the general healthcare system. What we did towards the end of last year is we did what we called a basic AI literacy course to the whole workforce. So we trained, or we gave a 30-minute session to 700 of our staff members to explain to them actually what is AI, people think of AI and they think of ChatGPT, all of these large language models, but AI is a lot more diverse than that. When we look at AI in radiology, for example, it's not necessarily a large language model, it's simply a machine learning model. So providing this context for them to understand what AI is, what it can and cannot do, and how it should be used effectively within clinical practice, making them aware that at the end of the day, they are liable for the decisions, and this is simply a supportive tool rather than something that will eventually replace them. I think it's the most important barrier, and managing that early on in the process is going to help with eventual adoption.
Thank you very much. So, as I understand, you consider, because so far we didn't hear about, and it's a major issue, you consider training of doctors and people who have received and delivered is a crucial step.
I think so, and I think in the example we gave before in sort of radiation oncology, but we've done something equivalent in radiology, is that we involve the doctors very early on in the process.
And you may see that when you train someone, it's more easier for
it's
him
more
to
likely
accept.
for them to accept it and then use it later on if they understand how it works.
Thank you very much. Let's hear Regina.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I fully agree with William. Training is definitely essential to make them understand better what are the risks, how does it work. But also on top of that, I think what is very important is that clinicians see this not as AI tool, but as a whole ecosystem where they can improve their efficiency, because the problem is that they know that many departments are already implementing AI, but it's all in fragments. What I hear is that the hospital do not have like the overarching strategic direction. So everyone is doing and implementing something. But I think what is important is that first of all, we go to the table, all stakeholders, to literally design a strategic program of implementation. And second, it is also important to understand that we should not have another tool that is going to be used outside the EHR or outside the radiology system, because that will not work. I've seen with radiology with other tools, if you have to go to another computer or to another machine to do something more advanced with the imaging, that does not work. It should be integrated into the hospital systems, the radiology and EHR systems. So I believe those two: change management, where you have to include everyone on the table from the beginning, and to the full integration into the clinical workflow. So AI is working silently on the background and one forgets that it is AI working.
Thank you very much, and you may agree with me that the integration will not be finally as a scope, not only within the hospital, but within the health system of each country and then within the health system of Europe. Thank you very much. So, Efthymios.
Thank you. It's open? Okay, thank you. Okay, I will agree with my previous colleagues here that some of the issues that I also had in mind, one of the first things is the, in order to have people use AI, digital literacy it's a must, because most people, especially nowadays that we all see AI tools out in the market, the LLM tools like ChatGPT and all these things, we all think of AI, from that perspective. So we have to educate people what AI can do. Another thing is the integration of the AI tools into workflow in a seamless way as much as possible, in order to be able to support people and not having them doing something completely different and pushing them during especially the clinical procedures and all this stuff. And the one of, again, I believe main part is the decision. I mean, to use these tools. I mean, not the decision from the leader, the political decision to apply these tools and train people and have them get the idea what these tools can do and how can they help them.
Thank you very much, Efthiolos. So thank you very much.
Can I add one more point?
Yeah, sure.
Because I think it's also quite important, because we talk about AI and that how accessible it can be and how it should be implemented. But I think one point to consider is that actually deploying and using an AI is financially quite costly for an organization. So I think another point to consider is how can we then, if AI has proven to improve the quality of care, how can we then reimburse through various reimbursement mechanisms or other means, organizations or specific tests that use AI? Because if you're buying a commercial product, deploying it, investing in the infrastructure that can run, there is in general hesitancy in healthcare to avoid on-cloud deployed solutions, and everyone prefers on-premise, but to run something on premises, you need the computational power and infrastructure, which subsequently requires investment. So I think these financial challenges are also quite important to consider, and then how can we potentially address these?
Okay, thank you very much. So the second question is, how can a hospital manage high-risk AI system under the EU AI Act while ensuring ethical accountability, clinical accountability, and effective human oversight? I will ask Professor Szymanski, Professor Bidan, and Rita in order to start for a comment, for a reply for this question. So Professor Szymanski first, please.
Thank you very much. I'll refer back to what I've mentioned about pharmacology. So in 19th century, we started to prescribe tablets, and that became the principal method of treating people in mid-20th century. And we needed this essential knowledge on how to do that and to evaluate the efficacy of pharmacotherapy. And then what we developed structurally in hospitals is pharmacy and therapeutic committees, and they in essence control the prescription of drugs, of antibiotics, antibiotic resistance, and reasonable policies within the huge over 1 century lasting knowledge of how to heal diseases with pharmacology. Now we are entering the same type of challenge with artificial intelligence tools and med software as a medical device for prediction, for diagnosis. And I think that the principal point in establishing good implementation would be to have the sort of pharmacy and therapeutic committees, which would be the AI Clinical Governance Board or any type of AI champion that would integrate the AI within the workflows, but then also would be able, akin to the assessment of antibiotics, assess safety, assess efficacy of the specific tools if they're used for diagnosis, prediction, of course, because if they are back office, then this is more the administrative role. But for the therapeutics, for the diagnostics, for clinical medicine, this kind of clinical governance board for the AI would be the appropriate institution to think about and use the pattern that we're having in hospitals for other instances, such as pharmacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Professor Bidan, please, for your comments and reply.
Yes, thank you. I fully agree with Piotr. I think we need a system in place that is sort of a governance that is very clear. Even some hospitals have this multidisciplinary implementation teams. So I think that is very important because it's it's not only about regulation and technology, but we also need new roles, and therefore the training is very important. We need new roles. The professionals that bridge AI technology with clinical practice. So AI champions among the physicians, clinical data scientists, or nurses, AI literate nurses. So I think this kind of multidisciplinary management approach of implementation is key, because they can literally monitor from the start to after the deployment phase what needs to be done, how is it, how safe is it still working, etc. So that is one clear governance, in fact.
Thank you very much. Rita?
Yes, and maybe to bring a little bit of the product developer perspective. Of course, I think it's highly important that the healthcare software using AI always have a vigorous risk management systems in place, quality management systems in place that address both the development phase, the validation phase, but also the post-market surveillance phase. And of course, as a medical device, we have a very wide range of activities that we do as part of that post-market surveillance, and many of them relate to detecting and monitoring for any errors or any mistakes of our AI models. And I think hallucinations were mentioned earlier, and one of the very first capabilities that we developed was our own algorithmic approach to detecting when AI hallucinates. And it's one of our best performing features, where we highlight always to the users that there is a chance that this is an hallucination, please verify. And that thinking and that principle of the physician or the healthcare professional always being in control and verifying all contents before it's actually transferred is and should be at the heart of any of the AI products deployed. And that also from our perspective has been kind of, when it comes to the human oversight, a multi-layered approach where the single user is always responsible for the clinical documentation produced by GOSTA at the time when it's produced. And while we can take away 75% of the manual documentation work, that 25% will always stay, or will stay, which is that the healthcare professional has to do the verification of the content and that it is clinically correct and it represents the doctor's assessments and the reality. But on the individual user level, there has to be also the organization level oversight. And I think Professor De Donker also mentioned earlier that there has to be this continuous trend analysis on if it looks like there's less changes or less edits made to the outputs provided, and how does, on an organizational level, how does the usage trend and how they look and what it tells us from how well the AI is being used correctly and how well it's performing. And we want to give that oversight and that access to that reporting and analytics to the organizations using our software.
Thank you very much. And I'm asking all panelists to give probably the most difficult answer, just in one word, one sentence. Provide us, according to your opinion, what is the key success factor for deploying AI in hospitals? Let's start from Professor Bitan.
Well, thank you. Yes, I wish I had, I could predict the future. No, I believe that the key success factor is really strong leadership and a strong strategic plan, a clear data governance, and also dedicated resources for deployment in hospitals, because I believe that we should not treat AI deployment as a technological project, but we should treat it as a clinical transformation program. That is what I think.
Thank you very much. William?
I mean, yeah, it's hard to answer this, but I agree fully with Regina. I mean, one point that I would say is, it was highlighted also in the survey, trust and acceptance of the end users, because if they're not on board, then it will never be used in the right way. And that comes through training, education, and local performance validation. Demonstrating evidence that it works on your data, it aligns with what your reports, your findings. And I think once you have them on board, then it becomes, like Regina said, a clinical transformation.
Thank you very much. Efthymios?
I will agree with my previous speaker that the most critical part is the acceptance from the users. But in order to get the acceptance, you have to work with the digital literacy, you have to work with the integration of AI in a seamless way, and you also need the strong opinion of the leaders. But if the users do not accept that and do not feel that this is something that it can help them, I would say that this is going to be a failure, yes.
Thank you very much, Piet. Professor Szymanski?
So AI will succeed when it gives the time back to physicians and to the personnel. This is the crucial stuff. So as long as it needs extensive verification and as long as it makes up dangerous results and makes the assessment more complex and even, I would say, a bit more dangerous because of the plausibility of the artifacts, it may not be willingly accepted. And for that, we need very well-educated physicians and very reliable and clinically tested software.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And Rita?
I echo everything that has been said, and I also add evidence-based collaboration between parties.
Okay. So I would like to thank all panelists. Today's discussion show us that AI deployment is not an easy task. Although we have a strong clinical background in our hospital, we need, as some panelists said, leadership. We need robust validation process and ensuring that will measure clearly the clinical benefits, because in the heart of this way is the patient. I have to say that as a clinician in the hospital, the introduction of AI will change the whole ecosystem of the hospital. It's not just a tool. It's going with the, as Flexer said, in our medical school, we teach next generation doctors. So we have to introduce all this in medical education in order to be ready to adapt this new environment. And of course, we said nothing about ethics. This is a section of ethics of AI in hospital, that I'm sure that the committees has already discussed, but we didn't discuss today, but it's a critical issue. So thank you very much for being with us and sharing your expertise and your experience. And here, I think we can final our session. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Exceptional timing, Professor Hadjigeorgiou, 3 o'clock exactly. So a huge thank you to our Plenary 3 chair and the speakers for these valuable insights into real-world deployment. So we now move to our short coffee break. We will ask everyone to be back 5 minutes before 3:30, so you can all enjoy your coffee. Thank you. Wait, the chair will call you, okay? Yes, yes, of course. I hope everybody got some caffeine into their systems, and that will keep them through the next sessions. So we will move on to Plenary 4, Cases for Scaling AI for Healthcare Delivery, Research, Innovation, and European Competitiveness. So I will invite our chair, Professor Konstantinos Pitris, from the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering and Chios Research and Innovation Center of Excellence from the University of Cyprus, to take the floor. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you everyone for attending this session. I hope we didn't interrupt your coffee. This is the plenary session number 4, which is going to deal with cases. It's cases for scaling of AI. So now that we have solved every other problem, the research, the validation, the introduction into the hospital, now we're going to talk about scaling. I'm joking about this, but it's actually a good opportunity now to think about these issues, because we will have to face them in the very near future, hopefully. So this session focuses on case studies, cases where the work brought together European and national resources to actually not only translate AI into clinical study, but also enable a large-scale implementation enabled by interoperable health data, the European health data space, etc. So it's a great pleasure to actually call our distinguished panel to the floor. First, Maurice Bakic with the Department of Medical Informatics and Biostatistics of the Croatian Institute of Public Health. There he is. Apostolos Dimitriadis, Business and Development Innovation Manager at the Center of eHealth Applications. Please take a seat. At ICS Forth. Igor Ruiz from Nagent Data Spain. And Stamataki Kritas, Manager of the Hellenic Biocluster and Communication Leader of Inomed Catalyst Project in Greece. And last but not least, Panagiotis Kollios, a professor at the Department of Computer Science and a member of the Chios Center of Excellence at the University of Cyprus. So now that everyone is here, I would like to call to the podium the first speaker. So it's Maurice, right? So please.
Does this work?
We can have a presentation, please.
So, hi everyone. My name is Maurice. I'll say a few words about Shaped. I suppose you have already heard something about it. I'll try not to be repetitive, and I'll try to give you some new insights. So, Shaped basically is an acronym which stands for Supporting Health Data Access Bodies to establish AI pathways, which then would enable deployment of AI as medical device. And we've all been aware for last year that it's been over a year for EHDS regulation to be published in official journal. And this new infrastructure is being built, health data access bodies. And the idea behind Shaped Consortium is to think about how to enable these HDAPs, for them to have capacity to provide services, tools, guidelines, to enable a whole life cycle of medical device artificial intelligence, or MDAI. And it's been over a year since we do this work, and we have delineated 3 separate stages of each AI medical device into 3 brackets. You could basically say that every AI starts from development, then goes into testing, and finally the deployment. And our consortium is trying to take into account all these different legislations that we are aware of and that are sincerely quite complex, from EHDS to AI Act to medical device regulation to in vitro device regulation, as well as health technology assessment. So different legislations using different terminology, describing sometimes similar things. And throughout these 3 years, how long this project lasts, we decided to conduct 3 concrete use cases, where each use case targets specific phase of AI MD. And I know that the Health Data Hub president has also briefly went through it, but I'll just try to reiterate it briefly. First one is basically targeting the initial development when health data user tries to gather the data through some meta-catalog searching, or maybe with some kind of agreement with some hospitals. And he develops, using different ML algorithms, basic model. And within this first use case, basically, there is an algorithm that has been developed in Canada, and we are trying to retrain it with European data within European health data access bodies and secure processing environments. So basically, we're testing the AI pathways for this first step. The second one is a little bit more complex, and it's with regards to more mature technology, where this firm have developed a computer vision model which works on imagery data of mammograms as well as X-rays, and does the job of identifying and classifying whether these lesions are malign or not. And this product has a CE mark, it is on the market, but this extra validation gives us more information whether this software will actually work on European population, and basically helps make better decisions with regards to deploying this technology. And the last one, the third one, is the most mature one. It's about a firm that developed MDAI, which helps with patients who have chronic heart diseases to monitor these diseases. And it's more focused on the reimbursement as well as post-market surveillance. And as you can see, all of these different use cases are revolving around different phases of AI lifecycle, and they require different, distinct skills, tools, and infrastructure, process, organization to enable HDAPs to support this kind of innovation. And I would conclude with key takeaways that something that is really important for this kind of innovation to happen at scale is to have regulatory clarity. So it's really important for all the different participants to know what are their obligations, what are their rights, their duties, for this unpredictability to shrink so that it can be streamlined. And after we set up this kind of rules, it's important to take into consideration that real-world evidence is basically essential for every part of MDAI lifecycle. So after all these evidence that has been gathered through electronic health records, images, needs to get to the hands of innovators under the adequate safeguards, of course. And I would just like to conclude that from my own experience from my from Croatia, I'm from Croatia, we have this European different projects. Some of them are also widespread, like European Digital Innovation Hubs, basically one-stop shops for innovators to test, develop, and deploy new technologies. And I wanted just to stress that building an ecosystem is something that we should have in our minds, as this kind of environment is basically way to go. It turns out to be really having a good effect and results. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience and insights. Now I would like to ask Apostolos Dimitriadis to come to the podium to talk to us about the Precise EU project.
Thank you very much. I would also like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present Precise EU. Allow me to use the way that our Catalan coordinators pronounce it. It sounds more natural in a way. So I'm going to talk about a project funded under Horizon Europe, under the widening program. It's on personalized medicine empowerment, connecting innovation ecosystems across Europe. It is a flagship project which main challenge is to address personalized medicine, how we are actually using AI, diagnostics, health data, especially health data, ATMPs, in order to tackle and improve more personalized medicine and bring it down to the patient. So it's in a way, it's more of a project to facilitate this process. We don't actually do any research, any actual research to find things, but what we're going to do is we're going to fund further through cascade funding projects in order to be able to tackle some challenges on personalized medicine and provide some solutions, and also to support these projects. It's a 5-year project. You can see in the map the countries that are participating and the level of innovation where we are according to the regional innovation scoreboard. We are quite a large project, 22.7 million euros. Half of it is for support activities. I'm going to discuss a little bit about them later on. And the other part, the other half, 11.6 million euros, are for cascade funding. We are going to fund consortia to tackle and solve actual research problems. We are already building on the EU's precision medicine strategy. We do not want to reinvent the wheel. We do not want to do everything from the beginning, because we also adhere to this principle that there is no single network player or policy or initiative that can address these different problems. What we want to do under also the strategic research and innovation agenda of EPPER-MED, also under the new European innovation agenda, also we want to include the regional element of the countries that are being involved and try to integrate that to address also the regional challenges and how we are going to further put a little push for the precision medicine practices to be included also in the medical practice. We are going to also include all these issues, also the infrastructure, the data access, the policy, legislation, regulation. This is something that's been heard a lot of times, that the the legislative and the regulation issue, how we are going to involve the clinicians, all these issues, the stakeholders, the governance, we are trying also to have a word on that as well, and also to put into the dialogue the regional perspective. This is the way that we work. There is a part which deals with, we're trying to see all those issues that deal with the readiness to have the EHDS and how it will be utilized, especially for secondary use. We're talking about only secondary use here, not primary use. We are going to fund our beneficiaries, our consortia, to do the work, but we also want to support them to understand how they are going to do the work, how they are going to have access, how they can navigate through the regulation. We're providing some additional information, reports on how we are going to do the interoperability, how they are going to integrate that, how they structure their data so they are used afterwards. So we are making special data management plans for them, a template based on the one that is already used, but a bit more structured for precision medicine. And we are also trying to navigate them through the ethical, legal, societal issues, which are really relevant and very difficult, and most of them are not necessarily into it. So we need to help them navigate and design the project as well as possible. We have opened the call to fund 4 projects up to 2 million euros. They're not going to be only on health data. The challenges are going to be on the second slide. The call opened on April the 13th, a couple of weeks ago. And the deadline is going to be on June the 14th. Large collaborative projects up to 2 million euros. The details can be found on the Precise website and also on the Funding and Tenders website for the Cascade funding. We have made a discussion with our local and the regional stakeholders and the experts, and we have tried to define some priorities which we think, not only us, but through that process, think that need to be tackled. Some of them have to do with the health data aspect and the AI aspect and how they are going to be utilized. We are expecting from the consortia to tell us how they are going to do that. And there is also a part that has to do more with the ATMPs and the clinical and not just the diagnostic, but how they are going to utilize new therapies to and make them better and move them more to the actual clinical side. This is it more or less. Thank you. The coordinator is from Catalonia, Dr. Montse Daban. And we will be more than happy to see you applying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Apostole. Now I will ask to the podium Igor, who I said from Nagen, from Nasertic, to talk to us about the Nagen project.
Well, good afternoon. First, I would like to thank the organizer, Cyprus Presidency, to gather all of us. This is a wonderful meeting that we are all sharing really insightful thoughts. I would also to acknowledge XT, EHR, and CEDAS2, because they are doing a wonderful work standardizing and helping all of us to produce the concrete material that we need to really build this EHR wall. Today I'm delighted to bring you Nagen Data, an ecosystem for the use and reuse of genomic data from the Navarra Genomic Program called Nagen. But let's take a moment to return to 2017, where all began. Nagin program has been a longitudinal program that the government of Navarra has funded 2 million every 2 years to sequence around 500,000 or 1,000 patients with different pathologies. Now it comes the time to gather all of this data and to give it a second use, and we call it Nagin data to give it this second use. I also like to acknowledge the enormous effort of our community for a personalized medicine program funded from 2020 to 2030 that allow all of this and the funding of many other programs. We collaborate in Impact, that is the flagship project in Spain on personalized medicine. It has several routes, but we participate in 2 in genomics, in where we have a big facility, one of the 3rd biggest in Spain, and also Impact Data that pretend to send the golden standard of personalized medicine. In that program, we gather around 4,000 genomes, and also we've been proud of, and this is what brings me here today, to be part of the Ehds-Ai joint action. Then with these 3,300 genomes of Nagin data, we arrive to those objectives. We want to develop a technological infrastructure for genomic and phenoclinical data that allows to storage, control access of sharing, following the FAIR principles, of course. Aligned to EHR import, and of course following the European Health Data Space and AR ready. It must be an instrument for consultation, search, analyze, and of anonymized data, aggregated data, with guarantee of patient privacy. You know, when we call about genome privacy, is really important. It must be a platform for consultation for researchers, patients, and the general public for secondary use. Exchange the data with other federated data sources, with national and international repositories. And of course, we aim for a potential use the data from the health system. And of course, we need to comply with the regulatory and legal framework. But to harmonize and to analyze all of this data that we gather over the years, we need to integrate it and make it interoperable. For that, we reanalyze everything, aligning to a pangenome, what we call a graph HC38 reference, that comprise 256 different haplotypes of human from different species, trying to gather the most difference that we got. We use some standard ontologies, SPO, SOMIN, or those GOs, and they are ready to import in FIR and HL7. This holds a user-friendly disease-specific form. It has an integrated pedigree editor. It has individual entry or in bulk. And also the phenotypic data can be imported and exported through phenopackets, another method. We design an application programming interface, and all the data will be integrated in GPUB for downstream genomic analysis. And since I think that a picture is worth more than 1,000 words, this is part of our platform, where our clinicians, researcher could investigate the origin of the genomic variants that is causing the disease. We are super happy because we gather from 30 to 50% of diagnoses from all of our patients, many of them with rare diseases. We also build a web interface that has 3 different facets. An open facet that it will hold general characteristic of the project, some recruitment demographic, aesthetics, medical zygosity, diagnosis, clinical exploratory data, and many plots and diagrams that helps to digest all of this data. And another 2 phases that will be restricted, one for patients, where they can interact with the dynamic consent and, of course, get a priority access to the research results. And the most important part, at least for me, and I'm coming from the research and I like to share our data with the rest of the public, it will be the researcher area that, of course, it will be restricted. Everyone who enters there needs to pass a commission. and everyone there can get full response on sequencing metrics, all the clinical aggregated and anonymized. You can make any exploratory analysis in aggregated, in cohort genetics, variation, some exploratory analysis, and comparing our nudging population with the rest of the global population. We also we put an end, Beacon B2, in where we are transmitting all of our genomic data to the world, and anyone there can query and check the data that we have there. Finally, we have some more specific genetic analysis in where we can check association studies, comparison with other international projects, meta-analysis of the data, association, etc., and all of these will be ready to import in HR. But as you may know, and of course in AI, we are facing several hurdles in the programs in STHR to ingest all of this data in the electronic health record. So probably this could be a seed to help in this project. Here I show you just a small capture of some of the data and graphics that we have. And I'm happy to help any of you if you want to ingest and export all of your genomic data to your electronic health record. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we call to the podium Stamataki Kritas, who will talk to us about the Innomed Catalyst project.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's great to be here to support the event, the presidency, and of course showcase the project. Our project is called the Innomed Catalyst. It's an I3 project, which is a great instrument for interregional innovation and investment projects. This is the spin that we have, slightly different to the previous presenters, that we are here to actually try to catalyze and bring together stakeholders in order to scale up innovation, especially in precision medicine. The MedicNest, the Innomed Catalyst, I should say, it's a continuation from a previous I3 project, which resulted in a MedicNest Meta Cluster. So Meta Cluster is a group and network of clusters across Europe who all have the same focus to support precision medicine in medtech, digital technologies, biotech, pharma, medical imaging, anything that has to do with data, technology, and innovation. So the project is a 2-year project. We're in the second year of our life, coming to an end. And we are very excited to actually have 13 partners from 8 different regions across Europe. As you can see, less developed transition regions, more developed, and even outmost regions of Europe in Madeira in Portugal. So trying to actually coordinate or discuss or have stakeholders from very different regional ecosystems with very different challenges all speaking to each other in order to defragment Europe, which is what we are aiming to do. There is a range of actions that we do to actually support what we call 5P medicine, from designing roadmaps for each region to be able to actually build the capacity when it comes to precision medicine. Therefore enhancing the capacity of the region. Peer-to-peer actions in order to learn from each other. That's actually the thinking behind these I3 projects, of having discussions and doing good practices, sharing good practices and developing together. But the most important for us actions are an accelerator program, because as we have mentioned today during the day, it's important to have a framework. It's important to have data. We want this data to actually be given to innovators in order to, of course, access patients. And in order to access patients, they have to scale up. They have to be able to have tools that can be implemented across Europe and, of course, across the world. So we have designed an accelerator program for our innovators. We are looking at TRL, technology readiness level, between 4 and 6, which is not, which is the time that they need guidance and they need support. In the first round, we had 21 startups from all the 8 regions involved in the project. We will manage to have a pan-European, or I should say a global network of mentors, actually giving them one-to-one mentorship when it comes to needs they specifically have, from regulation to investment to even access to test beds, because that's important, how they can actually use the data that they have, or how they can find the cohort of patients that they need. We had our first demo day in Bologna last year, which was a fantastic. The aim is to actually scale these projects and have investments. So we always have, or we have brought into the conversation, VCs in order to actually give them guidance now when they're not at TRL 9, but in order to actually guide them through and see what the VCs need. This is an important conversation that perhaps we can actually discuss during the question times. How do we support this scaling up of innovation, especially in precision medicine, where it's very specific and probably the money that we need, it's quite a lot. We're running the second accelerator at the moment. We're very happy and very proud to say that we had more than 90 applications, which made it really, really hard for us to actually pick and the top 27. So we had to increase our cohort, 27 startups and early SMEs. It's important, I think, to note again that the majority of the industry in Europe is SMEs, micro SMEs and SMEs. So these kinds of actions are actually needed in order to actually scale them up. So we had 27 from 7 ecosystems. The next demo day is in Romania and in Madeira in Portugal in September. One of the things that my colleague from Croatia, apologies for not remembering your name, mentioned was how we actually connect the innovators to the data. That's why we have an open call running at the moment where we ask healthcare providers to actually tell us what their needs are. If they want to be a testbed, or come to us with a need in order to actually link them with an innovation and give them solution. And this is a way, I think we've been discussing it during the day, that the dialogue needs to come on both ways in order to actually bridge the gap between data, how we use it wisely in order to actually make something out of it. So I'm here to represent the Innomed Catalyst. The importance for all of the frameworks of EDHS is to have very active, interconnected ecosystems. That's the way to actually implement the framework, and clusters are here to actually support you and facilitate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that unique experience in the innovation aspects of the deployment. We'll call to the podium, last but not least, Panagiotis Kolios, who will talk to us about pandemic preparedness in Cyprus.
So, very glad to be here. My presentation today is focusing on 3 main projects that the Ministry of Health, together with the University of Cyprus, have been closely collaborating in the recent past to bring into life. And I'm glad to hear that there is a big ecosystem on innovation, especially in the private sector. I'm also glad to mention that the Ministry of Health has been innovating in this area of digital systems and AI for some time now, and I'll try to convince you through the work that we have been doing together that it's quite a marvelous feat that has been achieved since the pandemic started a couple of years back. So I'll try to convince you here through this demonstration of the projects and the scale-up that we are trying to do now at the Ministry of Health in Cyprus, that first of all, digitization is important. COVID gave us strong examples of when there is an urgency, we can collaborate and bring into fruition very helpful tools that help save lives. So I'll show you some things related to what we have been doing since the beginning of COVID, and we are still working with the Ministry of Health to develop tools to prepare and be ready for the hopefully not very soon to come epidemic or pandemic. I'll show you some of the results that we have been doing for AMR and the One Health systems. So going straight into one of the first cases, one of the projects that we have been working recently is the EU Wish project. So it's a large collaborative EU project. And within this project, we are trying to understand how to standardize, first of all, the procedures of getting access to wastewater, and then how to use this information from samples that we can extract data from and use for understanding the situation at the regional level, at the cities level, and even at the country level of the different aspects related to viruses, AMR, and emerging pathogens. So the work within EU Wish in Cyprus has been coordinated by the Ministry of Health, but there is strong collaboration between many different agencies in Cyprus, and there is a lot of interest to bring this into reality. And actually, we have been working on this aspect since COVID, and we have seen the results of wastewater surveillance in COVID, and now we are trying to bring this into life for as an ongoing monitoring tool for at the country level. So the next project that we have been working on is called CYSM, again an EU-funded project that the Ministry of Health is coordinating. And the idea here is to try and understand the different aspects of One Health in Cyprus. So how to, first of all, how to develop the standard operating procedures and then digitize the necessary procedures to collect accurate and timely information, and then how to process this information for the whole One Health system in order to be better prepared for understanding the situation in a country level. And then lastly, just a couple of slides from my side related to the COVID pandemic. We as the University of Cyprus, our colleagues here in the room, we have been developing several of these systems that you can see on your screen related to, first of all, tests, rapid tests and PCR tests that have been going on in Cyprus during the COVID pandemic, and then how to do contact tracing at the level of the Ministry of Health, and then how to engage the personal doctors, the GPs, in order to monitor individual patients and then give them COVID certificates whenever the doctors seem fit. So as you can see here, this was a system of systems development, and it's still running up to today, and we have collected very valuable information on how to then design systems that can incorporate several of these different aspects that we have learned from COVID pandemic in order to better prepare for the future. So I'm very glad that during the COVID there were a lot of different innovations, as I mentioned in the beginning. First of all, not just at the national level, but at a European level, we have been collaborating with a lot of modelers, mathematical modelers, and also the ECDC to try and develop tools that either scientists or technology experts or even citizens can go into and extract information that could be of interest to them. So we have been collecting data and then analyzing the data in real time and then showing these results in dashboards and keeping the public informed of all the different aspects of the evolution of COVID. And then an important thing is, an important outcome of this activity of collecting and showing and analyzing the data is that now we have a very nice pool of information at an EU level of how the COVID pandemic evolved in a standardized format. And we have been looking into this problem of how to gain some insights from, at an EU level of information that could be valuable for one country out of data that could be extracted from a neighboring country or any of the EU countries of that aspect, because of the cross collaboration and the interconnection of all of us at EU level. So as you can see here, one of the examples that we have been investigating lately is the use of the time series of the COVID positive cases across the 3 or so years of the pandemic. And we have been analyzing this time series data, and we saw that actually there are strong correlations between the evolution of the pandemic throughout these 3 years. And this gave us an insight on building forecasting models using data from a number of these time series that were collected across EU. And when we developed this training, these AI models, and we trained these AI models to learn from the data from the different EU countries, we saw some excellent performance improvements related to standard models, statistical models, or compartmental models that have been used up to before COVID from different modelers. So it seems that we have a very strong case, a positive case of how AI can be used to fuse data from different sources collected from different countries and improve the situation in the local forecasting capabilities of individual countries through this training of data collected at mass from different countries. So we submitted these findings to prestigious conferences and journals, and they have been received with a lot of interest, and feel free to go into these publications and look into the results if you are interested. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you everyone on the panel for a very interesting and varied presentation. We have covered many aspects from data-enabled deployment, data to precision medicine, genomics, innovation ecosystems, very important in national implementation, and how the shock of the pandemic actually taught us the value of going from paper to digital in 1 week. Let's see now if we can collectively put your heads together and see what we have learned or what lessons have emerged from the scaling of AI to real-world healthcare issues. And we will start with the Mentimeter. So if we can have the questions up there. The first question is, what is the most important enabler for scaling AI solutions in healthcare? So please, in the audience, vote so we can see what your thoughts are on the subject. I feel like there should be some music playing in the background. Should I wait for the 70 responses, Mark? Well, I think we're already seeing some trends here. Access to high-quality data seems to be emerging time and over again as a critical factor for everything today. Although the second place, there's changing? No. The second place is actually regulatory clarity and guidance. Yeah, good luck to us with that. Real-world validation environments, and then workforce skills and change management. So let's keep these responses in mind when we're discussing later. And let's proceed to the second question, which is, which stakeholder plays the most critical role in scaling healthcare AI? Okay, I think the results have stabilized, and it seems that our audience here thinks that hospitals and health systems are the critical players in the deployment of and scaling of AI. In the second place are the patients and healthcare professionals. I'm not sure if that means it's hard to distinguish now, the healthcare professionals or the patients, which is will be a very interesting point to discuss. Although industry and SMEs and public authorities also do play a role. So let's turn to our panelists now and try to discuss some of these views. And let's start with some of the experiences on what are the key success factors for translating AI solutions to pilot environments or to large-scale healthcare deployment. Morris, you want to start?
So, I think it is a simple question with a complex answer. There are a lot of different factors and there are a lot of different stakeholders. And if you go and ask each one by one, each one will give you his own perspective, which is totally legit. So it's a mosaic answer would be actually the most correct one. But I just want to emphasize that I think the key word here is innovation. If you think about it, everything that surrounds you was at some point something innovative, or you could even say that we as human species are inborn innovators. And I think that most important thing that we have to think about is creating an environment that fosters innovation. And if you take in comparison, for example, US or China, they have different approaches, but they, according to the data, are ahead of us. And that's why I think that it's really, we need to emphasize setting clear rules so that the different stakeholders know what they can do and what is legit, what is not legit, who to talk to when you have different types of questions. and created this environment, ecosystem, where innovation is something that is rewarded. And yeah, basically, that would be my answer.
Thank you. Apostoli?
I agree with what you have said. There were also some interesting results on the poll there, and what I would like to, my perspective is that, of course, you need good quality of data to create a good AI solution. You need this AI solution to be explainable, so somebody understands, not exactly it's working, but whether the practitioner, if it's going to be medical staff or somebody else, can really trust the solution. But when it comes to development and the stages before actually deploying, what I would like to stress is that there is a labyrinth of regulation at the moment, which from the point of view of the innovator, because we are talking about innovation here, it's very difficult to tackle. If you are a research center, the research centers usually, or the researchers usually do not have access to this information, or it's difficult to find that information. If you are a small innovative company, you don't have the resources. If you are a very large company, usually you are too arteriosclerotic to innovate. So there is a gap there. So it's critical to provide either simplify the regulation, which is very difficult to happen, or provide, let's say, the infrastructure to give either free of charge or a very low-cost support. And another issue which is not discussed a lot is what happens with IP, especially when the data come from various sources. Probably the issue is known and it's solved, but if you are a small player, a small SME, or you're a researcher, you cannot navigate through the regulation or the legislation or what needs to be done. So all this it's a mountain in front of you, and it shouldn't be a mountain. It should be just another challenge as everything else.
Thank you very much. Let's hear what Igor has to say.
Well, thank you. In my opinion, there are several steps we need to commit. I think we've been talking most of the days that the data is fragmented. We need to trust, make an infrastructure that is interoperable, reusable, secure. But in my opinion, what really enables the scaling is to provide an execution-ready ecosystem. Every hospital, small company, research center cannot cope with all the infrastructure. We need to support this infrastructure. Europe has the ability to fund and search for the personnel, for the experts to build all of this and give it to them. So I'm agree with what you said. Bring it to my field, the genome research. There's only 4 years that we need to commit to really implement genomic analysis in the electronic health record. You see how it's been all of these projects. The genome is 3 billion of nucleotides from father and mother. The data that comes from my computers are around 200 gigabytes per patient, around 150 different files per patient. It's humongous. And as you may know as well, all nature, all soul, everything resides in our genome. We need to invest in our genome, and especially to really understand which is the variability that accounts for all of us. We can see that there's a different phenotype in all of us, but we need to understand. I mean, genome has been developing genomics in the last 25 years, and we understand quite well individual genome. But still, we need population level genome. We need to share all of this. We have the ability, And of course, Europe needs to fund research, and especially we need AI. Biologists and bioinformatics cannot just cope all the data that we got without AI, that's for sure. This is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you allow me, I will pause here and set specific questions to the last two persons in the panel. And, of course, I'm pretty sure you can guess innovation and ecosystem. What are your thoughts on that? Okay, go.
So innovation and ecosystem, what are the thoughts? Obviously, I'm very biased because I'm here representing ecosystems and I'm actually fighting for them. I think in your question when it says which stakeholder is the most important, who plays an important role, we should put clusters there because clusters are actually structures that have all the rest of the stakeholders within our scope. We have SMEs, we have industry, we have researchers, we have the public authorities in most cases, and we do have patients because they need to be included in the conversation. And the other importance is VCs or funding bodies. I think in order to actually scale up innovation in Europe, it's fantastic to have regulation, and it's important to have regulation because we are 27 very different member states, and then if we look at regions, we have even more regions who are very different to each other. And we all need to have a common language in order to actually progress. What probably we need to do things, we probably need to do things a lot faster in Europe. You know, the new data health space will be implemented in the 28 member states by 2029. That's 3 years away. How many of these SMEs or startups have left Europe and have gone to the US? Probably a few, which means that they will go there, they will have, it's a lot faster, they'll have access to money, to a lot more money, a lot quicker, which means that generating knowledge that has been generated in Europe will actually go to the US and we will buy it as a product. And that's something that we keep seeing it, and I don't know if that's the good way to go. Sorry, we had the conversation yesterday, and I can see that you're smiling. So time is of an essence. I think we need to move faster in order to actually do it. We do have all the pieces of the puzzle. Somebody actually spoke, I think you spoke about a puzzle. Or a mosaic. We do have all the pieces to the puzzle. We are coordinating them. We just probably need to do them a little bit more quicker, in my view.
Thank you. Panayoti, you want to comment about data? Because one piece of the puzzle is obviously data. Yeah. And here in Cyprus, we have a very small population. Overall in Europe, we have a very large population, but then no country is like the other one. So how have you been dealing with data, and what would you like to see to not further enhance the access, just the access, but speed up the access? Because I think one of the issues here is that we need to get the data to the people who are going to innovate using the data.
Actually, that's an excellent question, Costa. Thanks a lot. Yes. You know, I mean, we faced this problem a couple of times through these projects that I mentioned before with GDPR, and also the Ministry of Health has a board for research work that people want to do with the data that it's being collected. So I guess I think it's definitely a matter of urgency of creating processes that are fast enough to be able to create the data and then anonymize the data and then safeguard the systems that are going to provide this data to common shared data spaces for, especially in our case, secondary use. It's just that I think, following up on previous comment, is I think there is so much fuss around AI at the moment, going full speed and prioritizing speed instead of quality. I think is not the primary objective. I guess quality of the data, it's especially at an EU level, I think is it showed also from the work that we are doing research-wise that it's more important than rushing through things just to provide some type of data to the interested parties. So I guess the best answer will be strategic planning on having the right deadlines for the right parts of the problem that we want to address, like if the data has to first be digitized, and then how to set up systems that analyze the data either for training or for inference. I mean, there is a big discussion now that AI infrastructure is different for training and different for people that just want to extract valuable information. And this also reflects on how much energy consumption this AI infrastructure is using, and also all these other resources and all this training that people have to deal with. So in one word, strategic planning is the right thing to do, and not just rush things and provide data out there just for the sake of it.
Yes, of course.
Sorry, now we're going to have a debate. I hope everybody's still awake and they want to hear us. So it's not a question of quality over time, it's of having good quality, but in a shorter space. COVID is an excellent example. How did we all pool resources and actually did these incredible things during COVID? So perhaps that's something that we can replicate. I don't know. I'm just being devil's advocate.
Well, the COVID case is, we used to joke that it's a case of emergency coding. A lot of people writing code very fast, 24 hours a day. I also, if you allow me to comment on a point, I also heard explainability as one of the components, which I believe it's very important. And if you allow me also to inject another point from a previous session today. Sometimes we seem to oversell AI, and if we get people disappointed with AI, then everything else becomes secondary because it's not going to sell anymore. And I think I mentioned it to some people. I asked Copilot a few days ago, how much has the war between US and Iran cost so far? And I got the following answer. There is no war between the US and Iran. So when we talk about AI, we have to be very careful. So any other comments from the panel? Otherwise, I'll go to the really hard part, where I will ask you to, in one sentence, to give me the most important factor for scaling AI in healthcare in Europe. Let's go in reverse now. Panayoti, you have the microphone there. You can start. One sentence, the most important factor to scale AI in Europe. You can punch me later.
Yeah. I think strong collaboration between all the interested parties. That's it.
Short and sweet. Okay, thank you.
I totally agree. And I think what we should keep reminding ourselves is that we want to scale innovation because obviously we want to have success stories in Europe. But on the other hand, we have to always go back to patient equity because these are fantastic tools who are here to actually provide health equity across the board, across Europe, across the globe. And I think innovators, public authorities, clusters, everyone is sort of working towards that, and then we'll find the solution to do it.
Okay, from my side, I would say that we need to trust the ability to operationalize trust and to be able to reuse data across border, not just access, but use it at a scale. And this needs to be joined with an execution-ready ecosystem, and I follow my lead. Thank you.
Deregulation, apologies, less regulation or more flexible regulation and more money or more incentives for private investment. for private investment to be more bold?
I would agree. I would say deregulation and lowering down the barrier to entry for use of real-world data throughout the whole medical device AI.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you. I think we've heard quite a convergence of opinion here, at least that's the sense I get. The collaboration and the innovation ecosystem have to be strengthened, but also we have to enable the closer collaboration, enable the innovation with more incentives, access to data, ensure that it's equitable as well. And then, but since this is the topic here is actually the European health data space, I think we can all realize that it can provide a unique opportunity to start implementing some of these changes and enabling this transformation, and then focus on how to translate to innovation into real-world impact. And of course, the whole point, as the previous chair mentioned, is to actually benefit the patients. So we do what we do, but we always focus on the patient. Does it benefit the patients? Thank you very much. The panel, let's thank the panel again. And thank you all for attending this plenary session.
Thank you, Professor Petris, for the great coordination of this plenary. And we actually have some more minutes to spare now. And thank you to all the presenters for their excellent and practical examples of scaling AI in healthcare. We will now move to our final session of the day, From Vision to Impact, Delivering a Trusted European Health Union. This closing session will bring together key insights from today's discussions and look ahead to the next step. Our chair for this final session is Professor Konstantinos Patihis, and he's the president, as we said in the morning, of the National Health Authority of Cyprus. And he was the leader of the organizing committee for this conference, and we all want to give him a big applause for this organization.
Well, honestly, I don't believe it. We are ahead of schedule. It's the last session and we are 5 minutes ahead of schedule. I would like to thank you all, thank the panelists, thanks the chairs for the strict timing. Well, this is the last session, From Vision to Impact, Delivering a Trusted European Health Union. I would like to ask our distinguished panelists, Niki Tsuma. Niki is the Chief Executive Officer of IDICA. Dr. Luis Goes Pinheiro, President of the Board of Directors of SPMS. Luis, thanks a lot. Thank you. Dr. Petros Agathangelu is the Chairperson of the Pan-Cyprian Medical Association. Thanks a lot for making better. Chrysoula Lenzu, Chrysoula, please, EU for Health Project Advisor, HADEA. And last but not least, Fulvia Raffaelli, Head of Unit Digital Health, DG HADEA. Thanks a lot. Well, the title of our closing session is Delivering a Trusted European Health Union. And I think if there is one word that we heard many times today is trust. Trust. And of course, the patient. The services that the digital health infrastructure that we plan to deploy via Ehds is for our patients that are at the center of these services. The closing session will bring some key insights from today's discussion regarding the implementation and trustworthy AI and governance towards real-world deployment in hospitals and innovation ecosystems. The central question, of course, and is very challenging, is how we move from vision and policy to measurable impact across European health systems, knowing that by March 2029, member states need to be formally, officially connected at the My Health at EU and Health Data at EU services. So, I will begin with our panelists. The first question that I will ask kindly Niki and Pinheiro is regarding readiness and implementation. And what do you think are the key enablers and remaining gaps for deploying Ehds at the national level? Yeah, Niki and then...
Thank you. Sorry, you are asking about the key enablers. Okay, yeah.
The enablers and gaps, yes.
The enablers and gaps. Well, we have already shared a lot of ideas, a lot of things during all these days and all these sessions. So I will put on the table my perspective from Idika and from Greece. So, drawing from Idika practical experience at the national level, I identify three critical enablers and 2 open gaps or 2 open issues, as you wish. Firstly, the value of interoperability as infrastructure. Countries, they have invested in standards such as HL7 or other standards, will have a significant advantage when it comes to connecting with My Health at EU and in the future with the European Health Data Space. I think, and I'm sure, that Greece is moving quickly in this direction. Secondly, trust. Compliance with the AI Act or GDPR is not enough. We need active consent processes. We need transparency in clinical used algorithms and appeal mechanisms of citizens. Thirdly, European co-funding. It is acting as a catalyst. So the European for the EU for Health and the Digital Europe programs enable member states to converge. That is required, and the political will to make use of the available funds. The issues, now the open issues, the open gaps. I think the first and most significant common issue or gap is asymmetry or diversity. We cannot build a unified European health data space if some members still lack basic digital infrastructure. We've already shared about diversity all these days. We have already insisted on how we are going to use data, but we should not forget that data are not ready to be used because of their diversity. The second gap concerns AI governance. in the clinical environment. The regulatory framework of the AI Act is clear, but it's a general framework. We have to go steps further, and doctors using high-risk tools in hospitals have not yet understood what human oversight means in practice. Training, protocols, and a clear allocation of responsibilities are needed. In all these steps, we have to know who is responsible for what, because we're too many key holders in the health care ecosystem, and we have to have clear roles in order to have responsibilities to come through. That's my opinion.
Thanks a lot, Nikki. I would also like to highlight the asynchrony, I would say, and the heterogeneous status of the member states towards EHDS. That's an issue, but let's hope that we'll move forward. Dr. Luis?
Thank you very much, Konstantinos. It's a great pleasure to be here, to be in Cyprus. It's my first time here in Cyprus, and I can tell you I felt at home. In fact, having this sun in April is something that I'm used to, but it's very, very good to be here. People are nice, the food is incredible, and so I can tell you. And besides that, thank you for this conference. Probably the most important one is it's a great conference in a great place, and the presidency of the European Union must be complimented for that. So thank you very much. Regarding the enablers and the gaps that we still have to face, well, I think the first enabler is having a strong national digital infrastructure. And member states that have already settled a robust, interoperable electronic health record internally, and they have those systems already functioning. They are ahead of the others, of course, and that drives us, leads us to this diversity between countries. So the fact that some of us are in front and the others are far behind will delay us all, because to get to a European health data space, it's something that is only achievable if you get there together. So it's something that you need to take into account. We need to help each other, otherwise we are all going to fail. Secondarily, shared services, not only at an European Union level, but also at the national level. We need to centralize some functions. We do that in Portugal, and we need to do that in a higher level. For instance, centralizing authentication, consent management, terminology services, data access mechanisms, and to say just a few. And in order to have efficiency, of course, but also consistency, trust as well, because we know that that kind of centralization delivers trust as well. We know that all the framework that we already have, the the EHDS framework, aside with the AI Act, gave us a regulatory framework which is very good, because it gives us clarity on roles, it gives us clarity on responsibilities and secure processing environments. We all know what we are talking about, so we are not starting from scratch on that, and that's of course a great enabler, the regulatory framework we already have. We also have another enabler, which is the interoperability frameworks and common standards that are already in place. Initiatives around the European Electronic Health Record Exchange Format, for instance, and everything that we have been doing at My Health at EU, of course, are great enablers, and are already demonstrating how data can flow across countries, across systems, smoothly and meaningfully. So it's of course an enabler. But we have a lot of gaps as well. The one that has already been stressed, the even maturity between countries, and I'm not going to speak about that again. The fact that interoperability is not yet fully achieved. We know that we still have a lot of fragmentation, not only technical but also semantic. Data is often not structured or standardized, and of course the quality of data at the end of the day is a major setback, is a major gap. Finally, trust is both an enabler and a gap. And citizens and health professionals must have confidence that their data is used securely, ethically, and that AI systems are safe, explainable, and transparent. If they believe in that, they are going to push forward everything, and it's going to be a lot easier. If they don't, they are going to push us back at all. So, this requires not only regulation, but also clear communication, accountability, and demonstrable benefits. People must understand it's good for them. And we know that in the days that we face days where it's very easy to develop some kind of speech that are going to destroy all the effort that we have been doing in the past years, if you do not deliver in a fast track pathway, advantages that people can feel and they can understand they are delivered by AI and everything that we have been doing over data. In conclusion, the path forward is not about starting from scratch. We just need to scale what we have already done before. We need to strengthen national infrastructure and shared services, as I said, accelerate interoperability, operationalize governance frameworks, and at the same time, we must ensure alignment with the EHDS and the AI Act so that AI can evolve together in a coherent and trusted way. That's it.
Thanks, Luis. We have just less than 3 years, actually. I say we have less than 3 years. It's 2026, 2029.
But I agree with the previous speaker. I think we have a lot of time. We just need to move even faster than that.
Please allow me to draw a parallel line now with the pandemic, when we had with Christos and Panagiotis is here as well, and the rest of the team, to implement the EU DCC certificate, and we had just 3 months. And it was unbelievable. I mean, with the ministry, distributed the systems, and we managed to do it. But it was a priority. So we move now to the European perspective. And from the European Commission perspective, what are the immediate priorities to ensure effective EHDS implementation and trustworthy AI? I move to Fulvia, please.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, what should I say? First of all, I would say, wow. You know, all I've heard all around the day, it was so impressed about the number of initiatives and the enthusiasm, the expectations, the really commitment that I saw from many different actors today, that I really think we have a sort of historical appointment, appointment with history here in terms of transformation of the healthcare systems, and we cannot miss it. So I really feel the responsibility of working together with all this great community that you managed to bring together here in Cyprus, so that we can really make it happen. And what do we need to make it happen? Is a mix of let's say, tools that we need to put together. The regulatory framework environment is there. That was the work of the previous commission. Now we are, let's say, adjusting to some sectorial issues, but all in all, the regulatory framework is there. Now we focus on implementation. And the big challenge would be not only to go into the implementation from a legal perspective, so to ensure that all the famous implementing acts will be adopted by 2027, but actually that each one of the different actors which are involved will be doing their job on their side, so that the hospital managers will really take up the challenge, looking at how their own clinical process can be improved, it can become more efficient, it can really look at how the healthcare professionals, how can they invest in trainings and in learning more about gaining trust in the use of AI and in data. National authorities putting in place the digital infrastructures, all the national rules that would allow the flowing of trustworthy data. So each one focusing on its own bits, let's say, but all converging towards the same objective, which is not the uptaking of one specific technology or the other, but really rethinking the healthcare systems with in mind the incredible potentials that comes from more availability of data, more availability of AI solutions, more, let's say, integrated approach in these areas. So what should I say? Priority is to keep up the commitment, to really keep working together, connecting the dots across the different initiatives that we observed today throughout the day and tomorrow again, and really having in mind what the vision is, which is, as I said, providing the instruments for a real transformation revolution, I would say, of the healthcare system altogether, with at the center the patient and the people. As Commission, of course, we're doing our job. I mean, we are trying to keep pushing all the member states and all the different stakeholders to move and to prepare for this upcoming regulation. But we would also be happy to provide a platform if needed. So to exchange more, to learn from each other, to engage, let's say, and see how national strategy could be designed within common, let's say, building blocks without anybody, each one of us start again from scratch, So we're listening to you. I think these days were very important. What we be to see also how can we construct the next steps and see what are the needs, how can we really provide support, policy support, technical support, and at the end of the day also legal support if needed to move forward in that journey that at the end will deliver, I hope, really a more connected but also more patient-centered, humanistic healthcare system altogether. So yeah, no pressure.
No, that is pressure.
Let's keep working together,
That is pressure. And if I may add, the concept of the communities of practice that needs to be reinforced, and so that all member states will have equal access and availability of the know-how, shared know-how. It's very important. And Chrysoula, would you like to add?
Yes, of course. Thank you. From my side, also to congratulate you. It is an amazing event and conference under the presidency. Lots of interesting discussions, high level of participation. We heard from the patients, we heard from, on behalf of the hospitals. I was amazed by how relevant were the quiz that you proposed for participation, and from the side of the granting authority, from HADEA, I'm grasping that there is need. I'm grasping that there is demand. So from the granting authority, I can say that since the infrastructure is there, keep an eye from the side of the member states and the stakeholders, and mobilize resources. Because the strategy, the AI Apply strategy, has identified healthcare as a strategic sector. And there, since funding is stirred, since funding is available under this strategy, this also reflects the priority. At least at EU level, and it is important to make this follow-up. I would like to bring forward some examples. For instance, the Compass AI project, it is a flagship initiative. It has been presented already. So there, what do we have? A community of experts, clinicians, patients, AI developers, and regulators together with policymakers that will identify challenges and actionable strategies. So this action that brings together all the stakeholders is very important, because it is a response to the scattered AI initiatives, because results are already there. And beyond, EU for Health program focuses on AI with focus on cancer. We have projects piloting AI models for image analysis to feed the European Cancer Imaging Initiative. What is the result? To make faster and more accurate decisions, improve diagnosis and treatment, and predictive medicine tailored to individual partners. I could go on and on with some more topics. Always relevant to AI. Now we are currently under grant agreement preparation with projects focusing on AI and biotech, and AI and cardiovascular diseases, which are very relevant, advancing risk prediction, prevention, treatments, personalized care, and rehabilitation. So this is...
Thanks a lot, Chrysula. And since you refer to cardiovascular, and we have Dr. Agatha Gelu, who is also a cardiologist, and Pedro, you know, looking at you, I was reminded that in 1980s, we were trained in ultrasound. I mean, and at that time, I mean, you know, maybe you say in practice, ultrasound was not available in the cardiac lab. We wanted to measure cardiac output, and when I did the experiments on dogs, we need to do thermodilution or put a flow emitter on the aorta. And nowadays, digital video processing and AI can give you immediately a heart function. So, Pedro, the floor is to you, how your practice is foreseen to change with AI and the HDS.
First of all, extend my great thanks for the kind invitation to participate in this exclusive event. Congratulations for bringing all these together. It's a must that AI and the digital innovation to lead the medicine and the medical community into a different way of approaching treatment, diagnosis, management, analyzing data that we used to do it on a manual base, but at the end of the day, this digital innovation will impose on each one of the doctors to get the most of the training needed to understand AI and these digital tools in their day-to-day practice. I can extend that the digital tooling will allow most of the national societies, especially in EU, that the data needs to be exchanged and will allow also to have preventive measures in order to bring up the concept of healthcare economics and economy of health by getting all these digital ecosystem for the doctors to understand further and more deeply into how you utilize this phenomenal revolution in digitalization in medicine. They need to develop digital culture. We need to promote the need of utilizing these digital tools anymore, especially in specialties like cardiology, which has really reached to a level of innovation in imaging, because cardiac imaging now moved into a different level of diagnosis, collecting data, get very quick analysis, and you can set up preventive measures because we understand better the mechanism of the diseases, and especially cardiovascular diseases that remain the leading cause of death worldwide. Recently, when we had the AI Agora with the presence of the ESC, in their attempt to impose, I would say, to the European Parliament the Safe Hearts Plan, which was based basically on the contribution of AI to the cardiovascular prevention, primary and secondary. That shows exactly the need that the doctors, all the medical communities worldwide, not only in Europe, that they need to adapt themselves in the digital culture, that they need to move on one step further in order to contribute to the better quality of life and delivery high level of healthcare services. There was a question whether EU healthcare model is realistic in practice or aspirational most often. Well, digital might be the way that we can bring together in a realistic way the EU healthcare model. At the end of the day, how can we bring the EU policies into national, how do we implement that in national healthcare systems? It's a big challenge, but I think AI, the digital technology, might help the policymakers, because if you don't have the support, the strong support of the public health policymakers in this attempt, nothing can be implemented even if we have the tools in our hands. One thing for sure, however, digital era is not future, it's present, and there are more demands that become a future. And I truly believe that we need to get things together in each one of the EU state members. We need, especially for Cyprus, a great need of digital registries. One of the innovations for prevention of any kind of disease, we need digital registries so we can develop and reshape the way we think in the diseases and how we tackle down policies for preventive measures to be taking place. We lack data. We create so much data worldwide on health, and 70% of them goes without getting utilized properly. I think this conference brings about the need that each national state members, need to sit down and find the common denominators in the different problems we have in adopting digital health on day-to-day practice. For example, I heard most of our colleagues here on the panel. We are different countries, but we have common unmet needs and different gaps. There is inhomogeneous and high heterogeneity in terms of healthcare system in Europe. But I think one of the most common denominator to start trying to identify and reshape the way the national healthcare system will be implemented with a basic bare minimum from EU policy for a unified kind of EU healthcare model will be to collect data and start exchanging data. And now with the migration and the free movement among health professionals in EU countries, we need to have a common international language through the AI. It reminds me the INR, which is a kind of a index of what the state of anti-coagulation would be there. Why it was created, was invented? Because each country had different indices. So we had patients moving for holidays from one country to another, and we couldn't communicate with their anticoagulation therapy. And they were in danger of having bleeding and stuff. So they came up with this international normalized ratio. So anywhere in the world you go, we know that if you do this and you have this value, then we proceed and give the treatment accordingly. The same will hold true for the national healthcare system in each country. And I hope that we will convince the healthcare policies, even at the European level. Now there is a newly established at the European Parliament on Public Health Services, a committee that probably will exert even more pressure onto the decision makers at the European Parliament level. And I truly believe that that's where we need to have data, all of us, and meet together and submit the needs, the basic needs for each of the European state members, despite of the differences in culture and the differences in practicing healthcare systems.
Yeah. Thanks, Pedro. Actually, you very well have posed the need and what is needed to move forward, and that data could play a catalytic role combined with AI. And actually, this moves me to my third and last question regarding scaling and cooperation, and what should be top priority to scale AI-enabled healthcare and strengthen, of course, the EU collaboration. It's open, anyone can.
I think it's a repeat of what we just said in a way, but ideally speaking is to trying to focus on digital communities. For example, patients. Every system now, we all call it as a patient center. We need to create digital communities, patient digital communities, in order to create more data and trying to put things together to create a better policies in how we can demand from healthcare systems to reimburse treatments, innovative treatments. We need basically, again, to identify how can we utilize the AI in today's medical environment to, in a dynamic process, to really be part of our day-to-day life. When you go back to the patients and you ask them, do you trust AI? Because nowadays, most of the patients come to the office and they said, I've got into the ChatGPT and my iron deficiency anemia might not require to be on an iron supplement. What do you think? Well, I don't think what ChatGPT is doing, but what the information is all about, it boils down to the clinical judgment. We need to create more and more training. We need education. and we need to get educated. We don't understand AI yet. We can utilize it as a definition and term, but you, the IT engineers and all these scientific expertise in AI will lead us to the inevitable outcome, which is nothing but get digitalized. And getting digitalized will allow the doctors more free time to get into the humanistic medicine rather than the technocratic and bureaucratic or even analytics that will take so much time. Bureaucracy, time consuming. It gives us more time to discuss and really be more humanistic and compassionate with patients and give a good advice. A good doctor in the future will be the one that he gets well educated in AI, and a bad doctor, and he will lose his job is if he doesn't utilize AI in a proper manner.
Very, very clear statement. Please, please, Nikki, please, yes, yes.
I have an opposite opinion, and my technical opinion here is that maybe patients or doctors or our end users from the perspective of the technical, maybe they should not know or care which system is that is running for them. And maybe our technical effort is to implement such systems that they are so trusted and so friendly to them that they are just use them and not have any question about which system is running behind. That's a huge, I think, question here. And it comes, once again, with data. In order to to introduce or to implement AI systems in health data, we have at first to harmonize health data. We have at first gather health data somewhere secure and harmonized. That's the 2 or 3 huge steps in order to create all the results that AI systems can create and give the results as services to citizens or to doctors.
We fully agree that data quality and data harmonization is a big issue. And also, please allow me to say, word as a professor of computer science, building explainable AI system to get trust is not an easy task. And you need an explainable AI system in difficult cases. If you have the easy situations, they are very easily handled. But what about comorbidity disease and difficult handling cases where Dr. Agathagelu will go and ask a colleague how to handle the case? That's the big challenge, and that's how we need to have searchable systems to retrieve data and see how the patient treatment is handled. Luis, please.
Thank you. Thank you. This one is working. Well, I think we need to move from pilots to to large-scale deployment.
Yes,
we need, of course, all this discussion is important, but we already have several tools that we are experimenting, and we are not. We need to use them, and probably we need to start with the most secure areas, like the administrative part, or something that is not that questionable, like the one you just said. And because that will be very important, not only to gain trust in citizens, but also in health professionals. They need to believe in AI in order to use it and in order to pass that trust to the citizen as well. And in order as well to learn to work with it, because it's something that we all speak about this, but we know very little. We know very little about the way it works, the way it delivers an answer, the way it thinks. So we need to work with it, we need to work, and then it's going to be a lot easier. So move from pilots to large-scale deployment is probably the first thing. And also we need to deepen the European cooperation through common frameworks, building blocks, in order to help each other, and probably with the help of the Commission as well, of course, in order to help each other to go faster. That's it.
Thank you. One thing that always bothers me.
I've been destroying all the microphone.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. Hello? Yeah.
Thank you.
Always worries me. We've been having the cross-border healthcare services, EU, the cross-border. All this data, where has been in order to be collected, exchanged, identified, what's the procedural issues or logistics issues in order to start creating the new era on how we utilize this data. We have cross-border healthcare for how many years in EU now? Every EU state member who is a member has met the criteria for the cross-border care. This data must be exchanged somewhere, or it must have been collected all these years somewhere. There is no central platform in reporting all this. This is what I have in mind. And could you please?
I don't know if you want to take this, but well, XDHR, for example, joint action, TEDS2 joint action. We have good examples of significant work already performed to lay down specifications, logical models, conformity assessment frameworks, all the technical specifications in order to feed the implementing acts of the EHTS regulation are there. There is a significant work already made, in fact, to ensure interoperable healthcare systems, EHR systems. And this work will respond to the quality of data collected and to the ability for the seamless flow of healthcare data across EU. And all national systems ultimately are connecting to the central service, to My Health at EU. If you
Yeah, I mean, that's indeed, this is the objective of the European Health Data Space that we're building together with many friends here in the room on a daily basis. Data will become, I mean, now it's an obligation, so will become accessible cross-border by 2029, both for primary and for secondary use. For primary use, we'll start from 5 big priority categories, not all the data, but still very representative one. And then for secondary use, it's going to be a big bang, because the scope of the exchange for secondary use is enormous, basically much beyond also the data, health data in stricto sensu, let's say. So that's there. At least the legal framework is there, and we're working really across around the clock with the different actors to make it a reality. From a commercial point of view, we believe that this is possible. It's going to happen. Okay, we hear from many actors about what, yes, you know, postponement or whatever. But this is not about a deadline. This is really about a need. It's really about a need that you've been expressing, and then we really see in our daily meeting with different actors, from hospitals to researchers to pharmacists, doctors, healthcare professionals, patients, of course. So it is more than a deadline. Even I said in other occasions that we are in a kind of strange situation where many people is speaking about postponement of EU obligation. Sometimes we hear actually we need the HDS to be functional before the 2029, in particular for secondary use, where indeed the AI revolution is happening now, and it currently happening not always or not exclusively on European data. I mean, so that's where I think the European health data space can make the difference, and we are really fully committed, and we feel committed to make it happen in practice. What I would also say is one element that I see still, let's say, missing, or at least on which we need to work together, is to actually really bridge between the users on one side and the research of innovators from the other side. Because this is a bit what we're going to do into the Compass AI project, but also in many different areas, because the ongoing, let's say, AI revolution is not always driven by the real use needs of the healthcare systems. Is more driven by the research and innovators, and we need to connect these dots so to be sure that actually it does really respond to the needs of the healthcare systems, and it doesn't really, go on the nice to have. It must be focused on the must have, also on the elements that do really enhance the efficiency and the precisions and the resilience of the healthcare sector together. So this is an area where we need to work more to connect all the different activities that are ongoing, and we've heard a lot in the last 2 days, so that we really catalyze around these efforts and we make it the revolution real, let's say.
Thank you. Nikki, you would like to add something?
Well, I think I have a clear answer in the technical aspect of this. In Greece, we have already IDICA, that is the one single point of the IT organizations in Greece, which is gathering all health data. We have already introduced the Ehds-Cloud infrastructure. We have introduced all the interoperability rules and systems that we are exchanging and gathering data from all the points that they are already are. And we are moving forward with a project with all the hospitals in Greece to introduce interoperability in order to fulfill the national health record with data from hospitals. So that's the good practice, I think. There is an organization that gathers in a technical homogenizing part of view all health data in order to be ready for patients to be used, for professionals to be used, for politics to be used, for the states to be used, for the Ministry of Health to be used, and we are now in the path of implementing the primary and secondary use of these data, and we are going to build another body which is going to be responsible for secondary use, that they will be anonymized with certain rules, and so with all these rules in technical and probably in rules with legislation, we are sure to be to citizens, or to say to citizens, or to say to professionals that these data that you are using are safe, are right, and they are validated, and they are already transformed in a form that you can use. That's our point, that I think that we have already done some huge steps in that area.
You are to be congratulated.
In Cyprus, we lay our hopes on the National Authority of Electronic Health, and I hope this will be the first infantile step in having this data. And if I would call what might be my wish before I retire, would be like a success story to have a European electronic healthcare record, and that will be the epitome, I would say, of success, at least in the era of digitalization in healthcare and in medicine in general. And in fact, if I wanted to make a comment, let's not forget that we are in the new generation of medical students, new exposures to the way they train, the way they understand the digital era, and the way they get access to the way of all this big data in their training. And this starts from the young generation of medical students, that they will be the new doctors in practice, having the AI in a master understanding, and that will help further to utilize this data in the right way. And of course, at least for Cyprus, we thrive to see clinical trial units in order to welcome research, and only through the trusted AI can this be a hopeful mission.
Yeah, education was highlighted by Professor Hadji Georgiou as well. Well, before closing, I would like to give the microphone to Christos, who wanted to make an intervention about Ehds-Ai. So, Christos, a historical intervention, actually.
Well, thank you, Kostas. I wanted to make this intervention. Of course, the devil is pestering me to say something else as well.
Well, say anything you like. It's the closing.
Well, the biggest, I forgot to mention this morning during my keynote, one of the most important and fundamental issues that result in trust, and it's a big achievement of Europe. And when we say Europe, we mean collectively. The fact that Ehds-Ai is unanimously agreed at the end to adopt opt-out is the biggest achievement, because Fulvia will remember, because she was chairing the experts committee and I was a member there. At the beginning, the majority of the countries were towards opt-in, if you remember. It would have been disastrous to opt-in. We were fighting. I was very disappointed and anxious that we should pass opt-out. And we managed because collectively we got together and we agreed. And that gave hope to Europe. Believe it. I remember this, and I was scared at that time when we were discussing. So we have full data now. We have complete data. Even in Cyprus, we went one step further to have data by law in the electronic health record 9 months before birth. It's there in the law. So that gives complete data. That's one thing. The second, the generosity of the ministries which were represented in the committee to agree on formation of the Digital Health Authority, giving out this responsibility because they are users. They would have conflict of interest. So the establishment of the national e-health authorities by law, Article 19 of the regulation, is very fundamental, and generosity of the ministers, of the ministries collectively represented there. So these are considered the most fundamental, to my judgment, achievements of Europe collectively. And now I'm going to say what the devil was pestering me listening to this. I wanted today here our decision makers to be present, to listen, our doctors to be aware. Petros came just now and he was not aware of the achievement of XDHR and TETAS and all this, that we went a step forward. Tomorrow we are going to the ministry to seek for funding for the National Data Bank. They won't know about it. The board of the National Legal Authority is not there. We are here and we listen to each other, and that makes me, and also the devil tells me, you have the responsibility, you are the oldest guy in this room, in age, and tell the truth. We want these decision makers to be aware. We are in a closed room here, we talk to each other, the obvious. Tomorrow I want the ministers, I want the parliament who are going to vote to realize that spending in health is an investment. They say, another million, another 2 million. What is this? We spend. They don't realize. So my effort publicly is to engage these people. Having said this, I thank you. Tonight I will sleep calm because I said what I wanted to say in public. And I believe it truly, and I thank the European side. They came here to tell us the obvious, and we are not present to listen to this. For God's sake, thank you.
Thanks, Christos, for the Ehds historical remarks, but also for the comments regarding the national implementations. And I'm sure that the member states face similar, similar difficulties. And we have to educate people, policymakers. We need to be persistent. I cannot see the other way. Well, one last round, just very briefly, in one sentence, which message would you like to convey to the panel, to our patients, to our professionals? We start from Fulvia.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. But I think that what we need to keep going, keep pushing, and pushing together. I think that community of expertise, of vision is key for the coming months. I agree, Christos, that there is a lack of still understanding, but the ownership of the project is quite high among, let's say, a big number of member states. Not everywhere, but I see quite a lot of commitment around the member states, and you can count on us to keep pushing at all level and to knock to the different doors so that this is happening. So yes, let's keep working together, connecting the dots, and making maybe not a Rolex out of the HDS, as my Director General always mentioned, but a swatch, but that works, and they take the time, and it creates a very good basis for actually the modernization and the real change or the transformation of the healthcare systems we are all looking forward. So keep going.
Yes, from my side, I would like to be optimistic. I think that a lot of steps have been taken already. the healthcare sector is identified as a strategic sector for AI. This means that it is a sector to leverage competitiveness and innovation. Member state engagement is the next step. With the EHDS adopted, it is only one way to go. So what is left is commitment and raising awareness. EHDS is a pioneer, and it is the enabler for AI adoption.
I think we are all optimistic to be participants in this panel, but one little comment on Christos' statement. It's the name of the story. All the policy makers always weigh between political cause and political gain, whether a gathering of this kind is imperative to be present instead of going searching for votes for the next 24 days. And the annoying thing is that they have absolutely no understanding on the concept of the digital era. I think what my final statement would be, each national authority on electronic health and each European country will put together steps, strategies, policies to bring all the stakeholders together, get them informed, get them aware in order to exert more pressure, to become a pressure group for the policymakers eventually to help out in the process. It's one way pathway nowadays, the AI, in every aspect of governance. So I think by understanding this, I'm pretty sure the EU healthcare model will be not aspirational, but realistic in practice through the AI.
Well, I will be short. So I wish, and I'm working for all of us, all the stakeholders, to work together in order to turn trust from a statement to a structured system. I think that we can manage it. Thank you.
Well, I think we need to ensure harmonized implementation of the EHDS all over Europe, and for that it needs to be a priority for everyone, and that's it. If it is a priority, we can do it by 2027. So let's do it.
Yeah, thanks. Well, very briefly, I think the European health data space is the first and the only one European space, at least in regulation. And I think, as Marcus put it in the beginning, we need to do small steps. Even as watch as, not Rolex, as said, Akrisula said, I think, you know, for the beginning, it's a good step. So I would like to thank everybody. Thank you for being here. And we would like to invite you actually for dinner. Melanie will give the details. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
So, okay, we thank our chair and our distinguished panelists for a very thoughtful and insightful discussion, and obviously Professor Schizas for his intervention. If any of you want to revisit the discussions that took place, you can visit the National eHealth Authority YouTube channel. I have two announcements to make. Our dinner will be held at the Dionysus Mansion. We will have buses arriving at the bus parking just outside the ballroom around 7 o'clock. Until 7 o'clock, you can stroll around the hotel. And another important announcement is for the people that they are traveling tomorrow. They have to bring their luggage here at the hotel because the presidency buses will be picking them up from here, from this hotel. So this brings us to the end of day 1 of Ehds-Ai Connect 2026. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for day 2, starting at 8:45. Thank you all for being here. Thank you.